Hey, my little sleepy friends. Let's take a quiet journey back to a time when making things required patience, skill, and the kind of attention to detail that our modern world has mostly forgotten. This is a story about hands, calloused, skilled, and deeply knowledgeable hands that shape the world one careful stroke at a time. So before we begin, as always, please take a moment to like the video and subscribe, as it helps us, and let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now dim your lights, get comfortable, and prepare to be bored to sleep by yours truly. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine the year 1800. There's no hum of electricity in the background, no distant traffic noise, and no notification sounds breaking your concentration. Instead, the world announces itself through different rhythms: the clip-clop of horses on cobblestones, the distant ring of a church bell marking the hour, or perhaps the creak of a wooden cart making its way down a dirt road. In this world, nearly everything you touch has been made by someone you could actually meet. Your shoes were crafted by the cobbler 3 streets over, the one whose shop smells of leather and beeswax. Your shirt was woven by someone who knew the sheep that provided the wool, and maybe even helped shear them on a bright spring morning. The nails holding your house together were hammered out one by one by a blacksmith whose grandfather taught him the trade, who learned it from his own grandfather before that. The 1800s occupy this fascinating middle ground in human history, a bridge between the ancient world of pure handcraft and our modern age of mass production. At the century's beginning, methods of making things hadn't changed substantially in hundreds of years. A medieval craftsman transported to 1800 would have felt reasonably at home in most workshops. But by 1900, factories were humming with machinery, and that same medieval craftsman would have thought he'd stumbled into some kind of mechanical fever dream. You have to understand that in 1800 the concept of shopping as we know it barely existed. You didn't browse through identical products made in distant factories. Instead, you visited craftspeople who would make something specifically for you, shaped to your measurements, built to last not months or years but potentially generations. Every object carried the fingerprints, sometimes literally, of its maker. This wasn't romanticised simplicity. Life was hard, work was demanding, and making even basic necessities required skills that took years to master. But there was something in this way of making things that we've largely lost. A direct relationship between maker and user, between material and finished object, and between the time something took to create and the value placed upon it. The 1800s would watch this entire system transform. Steam engines would gradually replace water wheels and muscle power. Factories would centralise work that had once been scattered across thousands of small workshops. Skills passed down through apprenticeships would begin to be codified in technical manuals that anyone could theoretically learn from. It was progress, certainly, but it came with costs that craftspeople of the time could feel in their bones. What's fascinating is how long traditional craftsmanship persisted alongside these new industrial methods. Even as factories began producing cheap textiles, hand weavers continued their work, creating fabrics that machines couldn't yet match. While mass-produced furniture filled modest homes, skilled cabinet makers still crafted pieces for those who valued artistry over economy. The century became a long, slow negotiation between handmade quality and manufactured quantity, between individual artistry and standardized efficiency. Tonight, we're going to explore this world through the hands and workshops of the people who made it. Not the famous inventors or industrial magnates whose names fill history books, but the blacksmiths and carpenters, weavers and cobblers, tinkers, and countless other craftspeople whose skills shaped daily life. Their world moved at the pace of careful work, measured not in metrics and deadlines, but in the time it takes to do something properly. So settle in deeper, adjust your pillow, and let's step into workshops where the air smells of wood shavings and coal smoke, where time is marked by the rhythm of tools meeting material, and where making something beautiful and useful is simply how you spend your day. The blacksmith's workshop is the heart of any 1800s town or village, and you can usually smell it before you see it. That distinctive scent of coal smoke mixed with hot metal, and the slightly acrid tang of quenched iron meeting water. It's early morning as you approach, and already the forge is glowing, radiating heat that feels pleasant in the cool dawn air, but will become oppressive by midday. Step inside, and your eyes need a moment to adjust to the dimness punctuated by the brilliant orange-yellow glow of the forge. The blacksmith is already at work. These craftsmen often start before sunrise because metalwork demands the best hours of the day, when the mind is sharpest and the hands steadiest. Watch how he works, because there's a rhythm to blacksmithing that's almost musical. The iron rod goes into the forge, nestled in the carefully banked coals that maintain a temperature of around 2000 degrees Fahrenheit. Not that anyone in 1800 is measuring temperatures precisely. The blacksmith knows his heat by colour. Black iron that begins to show a faint red glow, red that brightens to orange, orange that lightens to yellow, and finally the rare white heat reserved for welding two pieces together. While the iron heats, the blacksmith might prepare his tools or check previous work, but mostly he's watching that glow, waiting for the precise moment when the metal is ready. Pull it out too soon, and the metal won't move under the hammer. Wait too long, and you might burn the iron, ruining its properties. It's a judgment that takes years to develop, based not on thermometers, but on the subtle shifts in colour that tell an experienced eye everything about the metal's state. When the moment is right, the iron comes out of the forge in a smooth practice motion. No hesitation, because hesitation means lost heat and wasted work. The metal goes onto the anvil, that massive block of iron that might weigh 200 pounds or more, sitting on a stump of hardwood that's been specially selected for its ability to absorb shock without splitting. Then comes the hammer, and this is where blacksmithing reveals itself as something more than simple pounding. Each strike is deliberate, placed with precision, and varying in force depending on what the blacksmith wants to achieve. Light taps to spread the metal gradually, heavier blows to move it more dramatically, the hammer almost dancing across the iron surface. The sound echoes through the workshop, ring, ring, ring. A rhythm that people in town use to mark the passage of their day, the way we might glance at a clock. Between heating and hammering, the blacksmith might return the piece to the forge a dozen times or more. There's no rushing this process. Metal has its own pace, and forcing it leads to cracks, weak spots, or pieces that won't hold up to use. You learn patience at the forge, or you learn to fail repeatedly. What amazes modern observers is the range of things a blacksmith creates. Obviously there are horseshoes, and these aren't simple U-shapes stamped out of flat bar stock. Each shoe is shaped to the specific hoof it will protect, with nail holes carefully placed and the ends shaped to provide the right grip. A skilled farrier, a blacksmith specialising in horse care, can look at a horse's stance and gait and make shoes that correct problems or enhance performance. But horseshoes are just the beginning. The blacksmith makes the nails that hold buildings together, crafting them from iron rods, drawing them out to the right length and taper, then cutting them off with a sharp blow. A skilled smith can make hundreds of nails in a day, each one shaped by hand, each one slightly unique. He makes the hinges that allow doors to swing, the latches that keep them closed, and the hooks that hang pots over fires. Farm tools flow from the blacksmith's forge, plough blades that must be hard enough to break soil, but flexible enough not to shatter on rocks, hoes and rakes, axes and adzes. Each tool is created with intimate knowledge of how it will be used. An axe for felling trees differs from one meant for splitting firewood, and both differ from the smaller hatchets used for kindling. The blacksmith knows these distinctions in his muscles, in the automatic adjustments his hands make while working. More delicate work happens too. The same hands that can swing a heavy sledgehammer can also craft intricate scrollwork for decorative gates, forming hot iron into curves and spirals with tools that look almost like chopsticks. Fire pokers terminate in handles shaped like twisting vines or animal heads. Door knockers become small works of art while remaining perfectly functional. The blacksmith's workshop collects a lifetime of specialised tools, many of which he's made himself. Dozens of different hammers hang within easy reach. Ball-peen hammers for shaping, cross-peen hammers for drawing out metal, and straight-peen hammers for creating grooves. Tongs of every conceivable shape grip different sized and shaped pieces. Swages, fullers and hardies fit into the anvil's hardy hole, each designed for specific shaping operations. The physical demands of blacksmithing leave their mark. Blacksmiths typically develop one arm noticeably larger than the other from constantly swinging the hammer. Burns are inevitable. Tiny scars dot forearms and hands from sparks and accidental contact with hot metal. The constant heat means working in relatively light clothing even in winter, stepping outside periodically for relief when the forge becomes unbearable. But there's deep satisfaction in this work. You start with a straight bar of iron, and through patient heating, hammering and shaping, you create something that didn't exist before. Something useful that will serve its purpose for decades or longer. Objects made by the 1800s blacksmiths are still in use today. Testimony to the quality of work done when taking time to do things right wasn't considered optional. As evening approaches and the blacksmith banks his forge for the night, the workshop begins to cool. The day's work hangs on hooks or rests on shelves, horseshoes waiting to be fitted, tools ready for pickup, and projects in various stages of completion. Tomorrow the forge will glow again, the hammer will ring, and more iron will be transformed into the 1,000 useful things that hold a pre-industrial world together. The blacksmith washes the coal dust from his face and hands at the pump outside, and as he does, you notice his hands, scarred, calloused, and incredibly strong, but also capable of delicate precision. These are the hands that hold together everything in the town, one careful hammer blow at a time. Walk past the blacksmith's forge, and a few buildings down you'll find the carpenter's workshop, an entirely different world despite both craftsmen working with their hands. Where the blacksmith's domain is dominated by fire and metal, the carpenter's workshop speaks in the quieter language of wood, its varied grains and colours, the way different species respond to tools, and the subtle music of sharp blades meeting timber. The first thing that strikes you entering a carpenter's workshop is the smell. It's one of the most pleasant aromas in the pre-industrial world. Fresh wood shavings, the slight resinous scent of pine, the deeper, richer smell of oak or walnut, and perhaps a hint of linseed oil and beeswax. It's a smell that tells your brain to relax, that says something beautiful is being created here without the violence of hammer and forge. The workshop is dominated by workbenches, massive affairs made of hard wood that won't budge during planing or sawing. These benches are marvels in themselves, featuring vices that can grip boards from multiple angles, dog holes that allow boards to be secured lengthwise, and surfaces kept meticulously flat because they're the reference plane for all work done upon them. A carpenter might spend weeks building his primary workbench, knowing it will serve him for his entire career. Light streams in through large windows. Carpenters need good natural light to see grain patterns, check if surfaces are truly flat, and spot defects in wood. Unlike the blacksmith who works with glowing metal visible in any light, the carpenter's work requires the subtle perception that only good daylight provides. The tools hanging on the walls represent generations of refinement, saws of every description, cross-cut saws for cutting across the grain, rip saws for cutting with it, smaller back saws for precise joinery work, coping saws for curves, and bow saws for quick rough cuts. Each saw has been sharpened and set by the carpenter himself, because in the 1800s, sending tools out for sharpening would be like sending your teeth out for cleaning. These are intimate extensions of your body that you maintain yourself. Planes represent a carpenter's precision tools, and a well-equipped workshop might have 20 or more. Smoothing planes create surfaces so perfect they seem almost polished. Jack planes remove material quickly for initial shaping. Jointer planes true long edges. Specialty planes cut grooves, rabbets and mouldings in profiles that range from simple to astonishingly complex. Some moulding planes create shapes so intricate you'd think they require machinery, but no, just a perfectly shaped blade, careful adjustment, and steady, practiced strokes. Watch a carpenter work and you see decision-making happening with every board selected. Wood isn't a uniform material like metal or plastic. Each piece is unique, with grain patterns, knots, potential weak spots, and individual character. The carpenter learns to read wood the way you might read faces, understanding at a glance which boards will work for which purposes. A simple board selection for a table might involve considering 6 different pieces. This one has beautiful grain but a knot right where stress will be concentrated. Set it aside. That one's grain runs slightly diagonal, which means it might cup or twist. May be useful for something else, but not this project. This third piece has straight grain, no significant defects, and the right colour, perfect. These judgments happen in seconds but rest on years of experience with how wood behaves. Joinery, the art of connecting pieces of wood without visible fasteners, is where carpentry becomes almost magical. The carpenter cuts a tenon on one piece and a mortise in another, and when fitted together, they create a joint stronger than either piece alone. Through tenons show their ends decoratively. Hidden tenons disappear inside the joined pieces. Dovetails lock drawers together with an elegance that's both beautiful and functional. Those angled pins and tails can't pull apart no matter how hard you tug. Creating these joints requires precision measured not in millimetres, but in the thickness of a pencil line. Too tight, and pieces won't fit together or might crack when forced. Too loose, and the joint weakens. The carpenter works to something called a piston fit, snug enough that pieces require firm pressure to join but not so tight they require hammering, which can bruise the wood or crack delicate parts. Hand tools create this precision. A well-sharpened chisel removes wood in whisper-thin shavings, the carpenter controlling it with subtle pressure changes and angles, feeling in his hands when he's approaching the layout line. Marking gauges score reference lines so fine you can barely see them until light catches them at the right angle. The carpenter works in a state of deep concentration, where time seems to slow down and every cut, every shaving removed and every test fit becomes its own small meditation. But carpentry isn't just joinery and precision work. There's also the rough carpentry of framing buildings, where speed and strength matter more than a furniture maker's finesse. Carpenters build the bones of houses, barns and churches, heavy timber frames joined with pegged mortise and tenon joints that will support roofs for centuries. These same craftsmen might spend morning hours framing a barn addition and afternoon hours creating delicate inlay work for a music box. The versatility required is impressive. A carpenter might be asked to build anything from a simple stool to an elaborate staircase, from storage boxes to carved mantelpieces. Each project requires different skills, different approaches, and different ways of thinking about how pieces fit together. The common thread is understanding wood, how it moves with humidity changes, how grain direction affects strength, and how different species work with various tools. Finishing is where projects come alive. The carpenter might apply oil that brings out depth in the grain, making plain wood suddenly seem precious. Beeswax buffed to a soft shine protects surfaces while providing a texture pleasant to touch. Stains can darken or even change colours, though many carpenters prefer natural finishes that show wood's true character. The finishing process is slow, applying thin coats, letting them dry completely, and sometimes rubbing surfaces with fine abrasives between coats to create glass-smooth results. As you watch a carpenter work, you notice how his movements flow from one task to another without wasted motion. Tools are returned to specific spots without looking, because he knows exactly where everything lives. Sawdust is swept aside not in big periodic cleanups, but continuously, keeping the workspace clear and preventing dust from interfering with precision. There's a quiet efficiency to the work, a sense that every action has been refined through countless repetitions until it happens almost automatically. The items leaving a carpenter's workshop range from purely utilitarian to genuinely artistic. A plain pine storage chest built for an attic might be made just as carefully as a walnut escritoire destined for a wealthy merchant's home. The carpenter takes pride in both because making things well is simply how you work. It's not something you turn on and off based on how much someone is paying. As afternoon light slants through the workshop windows, casting long shadows across workbenches covered in shavings, you realise you're watching something that connects backward through time to the first person who realised a sharp tool could shape wood into something useful. The methods are ancient, refined over millennia, and in the 1800s still very much alive and central to daily life. The carpenter, like the blacksmith, will pass these skills to apprentices who'll spend years learning not just techniques, but the deeper wisdom of working with natural materials. It's not knowledge that fits easily into books. Too much depends on feel, on subtle sensory cues, and on judgments that can't be fully articulated. You learn it by doing, over and over, until your hands know things your brain couldn't explain. Leave the carpenter's workshop and make your way to where textile work happens, sometimes in dedicated workshops, but often in homes, because spinning and weaving traditionally belong to the domestic sphere more than the professional craft shop. The gendered division of labour in the 1800s meant that while blacksmithing and carpentry were almost exclusively male domains, textile work was one of the few crafts where women's expertise was recognised and valued, though rarely paid as much as men's work. Step into a weaver's workspace, and you're entering a realm of incredible patience and precision. The dominant feature is the loom, a massive wooden framework that might be 8 feet long and equally tall, as complex as any machine but entirely mechanical, operated by hands and feet, in a choreographed sequence that creates fabric from individual threads. Before we get to weaving, though, we need to talk about spinning, because yarn doesn't create itself. The spinner starts with raw fibre, wool from sheep, flax that will become linen, and later in the century cotton that's arrived from southern plantations. These fibres are cleaned, carded to align them, and then transformed into thread through one of humanity's oldest technologies, the spinning wheel. There's something almost hypnotic about watching skilled spinning. The wheel turns. Powered by a treadle, the spinner rocks with one foot, while their hands feed fibre onto the spindle. The trick is maintaining exactly the right tension and feed rate. Too much fibre too fast creates lumpy, weak yarn. Too little creates thread so thin it breaks under its own weight. The spinner's hands dance this balance automatically, adjusting based on feel, creating thread of consistent thickness, yard after yard, mile after mile. Different fibres require different approaches. Wool, with its natural crimp and scales, practically wants to become yarn. The fibres grip each other eagerly. Flax is more challenging, requiring moisture, often just the slight dampness of breath, and careful handling to transform stiff fibres into the smooth, strong thread that becomes linen. Cotton, when it arrives, presents its own unique challenges with shorter fibres that require different spinning techniques. A skilled spinner can produce enormous quantities of yarn, several miles in a day's work, but this production comes only after years of practice. Apprentice spinners create yarn that's an adventure, thick here, thin there, and periodically lumpy or breaking entirely. Master spinners produce thread so consistent you could mistake it for factory work, if factories existed at the level needed to match human skill. The spun yarn then needs preparation for weaving. It's wound onto bobbins, measured into specific lengths, and organised by colour if a patterned fabric is planned. This preparation is tedious, but absolutely crucial. Shortcuts here create problems that might not appear until the fabric is half finished, and impossible to fix. Now the loom. Setting up a loom is an undertaking that can take days or weeks depending on fabric complexity. The warp threads, the ones that run lengthwise in the finished cloth, must be measured to exact lengths, threaded through heddles, tiny loops that lift threads in sequence, and wound onto the loom's back beam under perfect tension. Getting this tension right is critical, Inconsistent tension creates wavy, puckered fabric that's essentially ruined. Once the warp is prepared, weaving itself is a rhythmic process. The weaver sits or stands at the loom, different styles prefer different positions, and begins the repeated sequence that creates fabric. Treadles are pressed, lifting some warp threads while lowering others, creating a gap called a shed. Through this shed flies the shuttle, carrying the weft thread from one side to the other. A beater swings forward, packing the new thread tightly against previous ones. Then different treadles create a different shed, and the shuttle returns. This repeated action, shed, shuttle, beat, shed, shuttle, beat, continues for hours, days, or weeks on complex projects. The rhythm of weaving is meditative but requires constant attention. The weft thread must be tensioned correctly. Too tight and the fabric pulls inward, too loose and it waves at the edges. The beat must be consistent to create even fabric. Thread breaks require careful mending mid-weave. For patterned fabrics, the weaver must follow sometimes complex sequences of treadle presses, holding patterns in mind or working from written instructions, creating designs through the systematic raising and lowering of different combinations of threads. Simple plain weave, the basic over-under pattern, creates sturdy fabric efficiently. Though efficiently in hand, weaving terms means several hours to create a yard of cloth. More complex weaves create different properties and patterns. Twill weave, with its diagonal lines, produces stronger fabric particularly suitable for work clothes. Satin weave creates smooth, lustrous surfaces for fancier applications. Pattern weaves can create checks, stripes, or even pictorial images, though these require enormous skill and patience. The sounds of a working loom create a rhythm you can hear throughout buildings where weavers work. The thump of treadles, the swoosh of the shuttle, and the authoritative thwack of the beater compacting threads. In communities with multiple weavers, these sounds layer over each other, creating an almost musical background to daily life. Physical demands of textile work differ from blacksmithing or carpentry, but are no less real. Spinners develop strong, nimble fingers and might experience back pain from hunching over wheels. Weavers need good upper body strength for throwing shuttles and swinging beaters, plus the leg strength to operate treadles for hours. Both crafts demand excellent vision for seeing thread defects and maintaining consistent work. The range of fabrics produced by hand is stunning. Practical woolens for everyday clothing, heavy enough to keep out winter wind. Delicate linens for undergarments and summer wear, surprisingly cool against skin. Later, cotton fabrics combined comfort with durability. Fine worsteds with their smooth, dressy finish. Coarse sacking for grain storage, canvas for sails and tents. Each type requires different fibre preparation, spinning techniques and weaving patterns. Colours come from natural dyes, indigo for blues, madder root for reds, and weld for yellows, with combinations and mordants creating a surprisingly large palette. Dyeing is its own craft, requiring knowledge of chemistry before chemistry had that name and understanding of how different fibres take up different dyes, and how to achieve consistent colours batch after batch. A dyer's workshop smells of things both pleasant and decidedly not. Onion skins and walnut hulls, but also stale urine used as a mordant to help colours adhere. As the 1800s progressed, textile work is among the first crafts to feel industrial pressure. Mechanised spinning mills can produce yarn faster than any hand spinner. Power looms, though primitive by later standards, gradually replace hand weavers for basic fabrics. This transition is painful. Textile workers who've spent lifetimes mastering their craft watch their skills become economically obsolete within years. But hand spinning and weaving persist throughout the century for specialised work. Machine-made fabrics might be cheap, but they can't match the quality of hand-woven linens, the subtle colour variations of hand-dyed yarns, or the complex patterns that skilled weavers can create. There remains a market for truly fine textiles, even as everyday fabrics increasingly come from factories. In this transitional moment, You can see both worlds coexisting. A weaver might work with factory-spun yarn to save time, but still produce fabric on a hand loom, because that's where quality and pattern complexity come from. A spinner might still prepare specialty yarns for knitting or specific weaving projects, even while factory yarn fills most needs. The crafts adapt, finding niches where hand skill still matters even as machines take over mass production. Beyond the established craftspeople with permanent workshops, the 1800s economy includes a fascinating category of workers who move between settled life and travel, between making new things and repairing old ones. These are the tinkers, cobblers, and various other repair specialists who form a kind of circulatory system in the pre-industrial economy, keeping things working long past what we'd consider their useful life. The cobbler's shop smells immediately distinctive. Leather in various stages from raw hide to finished work, beeswax for waterproofing, and the distinctive tang of tanning chemicals that never quite leaves the material. It's a smaller, more intimate space than the blacksmith's or carpenter's workshop, because cobbler work is detail-oriented and precise, working with materials measured in inches rather than feet. Shoes in the 1800s are valuable items, expensive enough that most people own perhaps 2 pairs, one for everyday work and a better pair for church or special occasions. Children might go barefoot in summer to save wear on their shoes. This means shoes need to last, and when they wear out they need repair rather than replacement. The cobbler starts shoe repair by examining the worn item with practiced eyes. The sole is nearly through at the ball of the foot where weight concentrates with each step. This is typical wear. The heel is compressed on one side because the wearer walks slightly off balance. This is information the cobbler files away. The upper leather is still sound, which means this shoe has years of life left with proper repair. Resoling a shoe is unexpectedly complex. The old sole must be removed carefully to avoid damaging the upper. The remaining leather is cleaned and prepared. The new sole, cut from heavier leather than the upper, is shaped to match, then attached not with glue, which won't hold up to water and stress, but by stitching, each stitch pulled tight with waxed thread that won't rot. The cobbler's hands guide a curved needle through holes made by a specialised awl, each stitch placed with precision because shoes literally carry you through life, and sloppy work means premature failure. New shoes are even more interesting. The cobbler begins with measurement, not just foot length but width, instep height, and any peculiarities of shape that affect fit. These measurements might be carefully recorded for regular customers, or the cobbler might simply remember them because he's made shoes for this person before. And memory is reliable when you make perhaps 20 pairs a year rather than thousands. Shoemaking starts with last, a wooden form shaped like a foot. Cobblers own lasts in various sizes, possibly carved from rough forms, refined to fit specific feet. Around this last, the shoe is built layer by layer. The insole forms the foundation. Upper leather is cut in pattern pieces, then carefully stitched together. This stitching must be strong but invisible from the outside because lumps and irregularities create blisters. The upper is stretched over the last and temporarily tacked in place. Then comes the sole, attached with more of that careful hand stitching. The heel is built up from stacked leather, each layer glued and then pegged with wooden pegs that compress and interlock under use, creating a solid structure. Final finishing includes edge trimming, burnishing, cut edges smooth, and possibly applying waterproofing compounds. The result isn't just a shoe, but a fitted item specifically crafted for its wearer's feet, likely to last years with proper care and periodic resoling. Bootmaking represents the cobbler's highest art. Tall leather, complex fitting, and multiple pieces carefully joined. Good boots are expensive enough that they represent a significant investment, but they're also essential equipment for anyone working outdoors in all weather. The cobbler takes particular pride in boots because they showcase skill while serving crucial practical needs. Then there are the tinkers, more mobile craftspeople who travel regular circuits through rural areas, arriving with tools and materials to repair metal items too small or simple for the blacksmith, but essential to daily life. The tinker carries a remarkable portable workshop. soldering irons that can be heated in any fire, flux and solder, various hammers and forming tools, sheets of tin and other repair materials, all organised in a pack or cart. Tinware was hugely popular in the 1800s, lightweight, relatively cheap, and useful for everything from cups to lanterns to storage containers. But tin is also thin and prone to developing leaks or cracks. That's where the tinker comes in, moving from house to house, farm to farm, offering repairs that extend tin items' useful life substantially. Watch a tinker work and you see clever improvisation. A pot with a hole in the bottom receives a carefully fitted patch, edges cleaned and fluxed, and solder melted and flowed to create a watertight seal. A bent pan is carefully straightened using wooden mallets that won't damage the thin metal. A handle that's come loose is reattached with small rivets. Each repair is quick. The tinker must keep moving to make a living, but also carefully done because reputation matters, and a failed repair in one household means lost business throughout the region. Some tinkers also craft new items, cutting and folding tin sheets into functional shapes. A simple cup can be made in minutes. A circle for the bottom, a rectangle wrapped around and joined for the sides, the two pieces soldered together, and a handle formed from wire and attached. The result isn't fancy, but it holds liquid and costs a fraction of pottery or wooden alternatives. The tinker's lifestyle is harder than settled craftspeople's. Travel means exposure to weather, irregular income, and constant hauling of tools and materials, but it also brings independence, variety, and the satisfaction of being welcomed in communities where your skills solve real problems. The tinker becomes a familiar figure, returning each season with news from other places and ready hands to fix what's broken. Both cobblers and tinkers represent something essential about the 1800s economy: the assumption that things should be repaired rather than replaced, that skilled hands can extend useful life almost indefinitely, and that throwing away something that can be fixed is wasteful, bordering on immoral. This attitude stems partly from necessity. New things are expensive, but also from a deeper sense that well-made items deserve respect and care. The specialised knowledge these repair craftspeople carry is impressive. A cobbler can look at worn shoe soles and diagnose medical conditions affecting the wearer's gait. A tinker knows which solders work with which metals, how to compensate for tin's tendency to crack in cold weather, and which flux cleans surfaces best. This knowledge comes from experience, years of seeing what works and what fails, learning from mistakes, and refining techniques. Physical wear shows on these craftspeople too. Cobblers often develop vision problems from close work in poor light, hunched posture from bending over work, and strong hands from pulling stitches tight thousands of times. Tinkers might have burn scars from hot soldering irons or acidic flux, weather-beaten skin from outdoor work, and strong backs from carrying their portable workshops. Yet both professions provide genuine satisfaction. The cobbler who delivers repaired boots knows the wearer can now work safely through winter. The tinker who patches a farmer's milk pail has prevented waste and saved money that family needs for other things. These aren't grand achievements that change history, but they're real improvements to real people's lives, and that matters in immediate, tangible ways. As the century progresses, both professions face challenges. Factory-made shoes, though initially lower quality, become cheap enough that repair costs can exceed replacement costs. Tinware gives way to stamped metal goods that can't be repaired as easily. The itinerant tinker begins to disappear, while cobblers increasingly focus on new shoe sales rather than repairs. But throughout the 1800s, both remain vital parts of the economic fabric, keeping things working, extending useful life, and serving communities with skills learned through long apprenticeship. Midway through the 1800s, something fundamental begins shifting in how things are made. The change doesn't happen overnight. It's more like watching the tide come in, each wave reaching slightly further, gradually transforming the landscape. What we call the Industrial Revolution isn't really a revolution at all, but a slow, uneven transition from hand production to mechanised manufacturing, from from small workshops to large factories, and from craftspeople to machine operators. The transformation starts differently for each craft. Textile work, as we mentioned, feels industrial pressure earliest. By the 1820s and 30s, mechanised spinning mills are producing yarn faster and cheaper than any hand spinner can match. Power looms follow, gradually improving from crude first versions to machines capable of producing serviceable cloth. The hand weavers who've spent lifetimes mastering their craft watch their economic value plummet within a generation. But here's what's interesting. The immediate result isn't that handcraftspeople disappear. Instead, the market splits. Cheap, standardised goods flow from factories, basic fabrics, simple clothing, and utilitarian items. Meanwhile, custom work, high-quality goods, and complex items still require hand skills. A factory can produce plain cotton shirting by the mile, but the shirt itself still needs a skilled tailor to cut and sew. Machine-made furniture fills modest homes, but wealthy buyers still commission craftsmen for pieces that show genuine artistry. The carpenter's craft illustrates this split nicely. Early woodworking machinery, steam-powered saws and planers that can surface lumber faster than any hand tool, doesn't eliminate carpenters but changes what they do. Instead of spending days hand planing rough lumber flat, carpenters can now buy pre-surfaced boards and focus on joinery and assembly. Water-powered sawmills mean carpenters receive boards rather than whole logs, changing their work but not eliminating their skills. What carpenters lose in this transition is a certain kind of control. When you prepare your own lumber from logs, you understand that wood intimately, see its grain structure revealed with each saw cut, notice subtle variations in colour and density, and make decisions about how each board can best be used. With pre-milled lumber, this intimate knowledge becomes less necessary. The work gets faster, but perhaps slightly less connected to the material itself. Blacksmithing faces a different kind of industrial pressure. Iron foundries begin producing castings for items previously forged by hand. Pot hooks, fireplace equipment, and decorative elements. Later, factories produce nails by machine, each one identical to the next, far cheaper than hand-forged versions. The blacksmith's bread and butter work gradually erodes as factory products fill needs that once required a trip to the smithy. Yet blacksmiths adapt rather than disappear. Factories can produce standard items, but custom work still requires the forge. A farmer needs a specialised tool for his particular soil conditions. A factory bracket doesn't quite fit an unusual situation, and a machine breaks and needs a part fabricated to match. These jobs still come to the blacksmith. The work becomes more varied and less predictable, requiring broader skills and more creative problem solving. The relationship between craftspeople and machines evolves in unexpected ways. Many craftspeople initially fear and resist machinery, seeing it as competition that will destroy their livelihoods. But gradually some realise that machines can be tools rather than replacements. A carpenter might use a power saw to quickly dimension lumber, then employ hand skills for joinery and finishing. A blacksmith might purchase factory-made bar stock rather than forging it from raw iron, saving time for the specialised shaping that machines can't do. This hybrid approach, combining machine efficiency with hand skill, becomes increasingly common as the century progresses. It represents a pragmatic middle ground between pure handcraft and full mechanisation. The craftsperson becomes less a maker of raw materials and more a skilled assembler and finisher, using machine-made components but adding value through expertise that machines can't replicate. The experience of learning craft changes during this period too. Traditional apprenticeship, years spent with a master, learning by observation and practice, begins competing with technical schools where theory can be taught to multiple students simultaneously. Written manuals appear, trying to codify knowledge previously passed orally. A young person in 1850 might learn carpentry, partly through books and classes, whereas their grandparent learned entirely through hands-on experience. This shift from tacit to explicit knowledge has profound effects. On one hand, it democratizes skills. Anyone with access to books can theoretically learn techniques previously guarded within craft guilds. On the other hand, something gets lost in translation. The subtle judgment about when wood is ready to cut, the feel of metal at proper forging temperature, and the sound of a properly sharpened tool. These things are hard to convey in writing. The manual can tell you what to do, but struggles to communicate the embodied knowledge of how it should feel when done right. Economic pressures intensify as factory production expands. A hand weaver might earn a decent income in 1820, struggle in 1840, and be essentially priced out of basic textile production by 1860. Some craftspeople adapt by specialising in luxury markets, where hand quality commands premium prices. Others abandon traditional crafts entirely, perhaps moving to factory work themselves or finding new occupations. The transition is rarely smooth or easy. Communities experience these changes in deeply personal ways. A town that once supported 3 cobblers might now support 1, as cheaper factory shoes reduce demand for repairs and custom work. The blacksmith shop might employ fewer apprentices as factory goods replace hand-forged items. Young people growing up in the 1870s might see craft apprenticeships as outdated paths to poverty rather than respected routes to skilled work. Yet throughout this transition, certain values associated with handcraft persist. There remains appreciation for things made with care, for the visible evidence of skilled hands, and for items crafted to last rather than replaced when fashion changes. A factory-made chair might be cheap, but it won't match the satisfaction of sitting in something a craftsperson built specifically for you, shaped to your proportions and finished to your preferences. The aesthetic debate between handmade and machine-made intensifies later in the century. Critics argue that machine production creates soulless uniformity, that it values quantity over quality, and that it severs the connection between maker and user that gave handcraft its meaning. Defenders counter that machines democratize goods previously available only to the wealthy, that they free human energy for higher purposes than repetitive manual labour, and that progress shouldn't be feared simply because it's different. Both sides have valid points, and the century ends without resolving the tension. By 1900, factories dominate production of basic goods, but handcraft persists in niches where quality, customization, or artistry matter more than price. The crafts don't die but transform, finding new purposes in a world where making things by hand has become a choice rather than the only option. What's lost in this transformation is a certain relationship to material objects. When everything you own was made by identifiable hands, often in your own community, objects carry stories. You know whose sheep provided wool for your shirt, who spun and wove the fabric, and who cut and stitched the garment. This chain of creation is visible, personal, and grounded in relationships. Factory goods sever these connections. You have no relationship to the people or places that produced them. They arrive in your life as finished objects with no visible history. What's gained is abundance. Factory production makes previously expensive items affordable to working people. The ability to purchase adequate clothing, decent furniture, and useful tools without saving for months or years represents genuine material improvement. The question isn't whether industrialization brought benefits, it clearly did, but whether those benefits came at cost we didn't fully anticipate. The craftspeople living through this transition have complex experiences. Some embrace change, seeing opportunities in new methods. Others resist bitterly, watching skills they spent decades mastering become economically irrelevant. Most fall somewhere between, adapting where possible while mourning what's lost. Their perspective offers insights we might consider in our own era of technological disruption. As the 19th century ends, the workshop world we've been exploring exists more in memory than present reality. The blacksmith's forge still glows in small towns, but factory-made metal goods fill most needs. Carpenters still ply their trade, but increasingly with power tools and factory-milled lumber. Weavers who once were common in every community have largely moved to factory employment or abandoned textile work entirely. The tinker circuit has ended, replaced by mail-order catalogues offering cheap replacement goods. Yet the knowledge doesn't entirely disappear. Skills pass to hobbyists and artisans who practice traditional crafts for pleasure rather than necessity. Museums preserve tools and techniques. Written records and photographs capture methods before the last practitioners die. A thread of connection remains, however tenuous, linking us back to ways of making that dominated human experience for thousands of years. As you settle deeper into comfort, perhaps your tea has cooled and you're considering whether to brew more, or maybe sleep is starting to gently pull at your awareness. Let's think about how the craft world of the 1800s still touches your life today, often in ways you don't notice until you pause to consider. That wooden cutting board in your kitchen, if it's a good one made by a small producer rather than mass-manufactured overseas, was probably created using techniques a 19th century carpenter would recognise immediately. Someone selected the wood for appropriate grain, cut it carefully, sanded it smooth, and finished it with food-safe oil. The tools might be electric rather than hand-powered, but the basic principles, understanding wood, working with rather than against the grain, creating smooth surfaces that won't harbour bacteria, these haven't changed. The same continuity appears in countless modern objects. Quality leather goods still involve many hand operations, cutting, stitching and edge finishing, because machines struggle with three-dimensional forms and variable materials. Fine furniture, while often involving power tools for rough work, still requires hand skills for joinery, finishing, and creating the details that distinguish craftsmanship from mere construction. Blacksmithing, written off as dead by the mid-20th century, has experienced an unexpected renaissance. Contemporary blacksmiths create everything from architectural metalwork to kitchen knives to decorative art. They use the same basic techniques, heating, hammering, shaping, that their 1800s predecessors employed, though modern forges might burn propane rather than coal, and temperature control might involve thermocouples rather than reading metal colour. This revival isn't just nostalgic hobby work. There's genuine demand for hand-forged items because they possess qualities machine production can't easily replicate. A hand-forged knife has subtle variations in thickness and shape that distribute stress better than uniform factory knives. Hand-forged architectural elements bring visual interest to buildings increasingly dominated by standardization. People respond to evidence of human hands in creation, even if they can't articulate exactly why it matters. The knowledge preserved in traditional crafts also informs modern innovation. Engineers studying traditional joinery discover principles that inspire new fastening systems. Textile designers analysing hand-woven fabrics find patterns and structural approaches that translate into innovative materials. The past isn't just history. It's a repository of human problem-solving that took thousands of years to develop and shouldn't be carelessly discarded. Contemporary makers often describe feeling connected to long lineages when they practice traditional crafts. The weaver at a hand loom experiences the same rhythms, faces the same challenges, and makes the same subtle judgments as weavers 500 or 5,000 years ago. There's something profound in this continuity, a sense that you're participating in fundamental human activities that transcend particular moments or cultures. The satisfaction people find in handcraft, whether as professionals or hobbyists, speaks to needs that industrial production doesn't fulfill. Making something with your hands, watching it emerge from raw materials through your efforts, knowing exactly what went into its creation. These experiences provide a kind of fulfillment that purchasing finished goods never quite matches. In an increasingly digital age where much work involves manipulating abstractions, the concreteness of craft becomes particularly appealing. Modern craft education draws heavily on 19th century traditions. Woodworking classes teach joinery techniques that would be familiar to Victorian carpenters. Blacksmithing workshops cover forging methods unchanged in centuries. Textile arts programs introduce students to spinning and weaving using equipment that differs only in details from what craftspeople used throughout the 1800s. The knowledge transfers across generations because it's based on unchanging properties of materials and human capabilities. What's changed is the economic context. A 19th century craftsperson practiced their trade because it was how they earned their living. The only way most people could acquire necessary goods was through craft production. Modern craftspeople often have different motivations: artistic expression, connection to tradition, resistance to disposability, and the simple satisfaction of making. Economic pressure still exists. Craft businesses must compete with cheap manufactured goods, but it's not the existential necessity it once was. The appreciation for handcraft has also changed. In the 1800s, handmade was simply normal, the default state of affairs. Today, handmade is special, distinctive, and worth premium pricing. This shift reflects how rare genuine handcraft has become. When everything was made by hand, individual pieces weren't remarkable. Now that mass production dominates, evidence of hand skill commands attention and respect. This creates an interesting irony. Handcraft has become luxury goods, accessible mainly to those with money for premium products or time for hobby pursuit. The skills that once served everyone now often serve wealthy collectors or become leisure activities for those with adequate resources. This isn't entirely negative. It's preserved knowledge that might otherwise have disappeared, but it represents a profound change in craft's social role. Yet the hunger for connection to making persists across economic classes. DIY culture, makerspaces, and YouTube tutorials teaching traditional skills, these phenomena suggest a widespread desire to understand how things are made and to participate in making. The specific economic circumstances differ from the 1800s, but the human impulse to create with hands and tools remains constant. Environmental awareness has given traditional craft new relevance. The 1800s' emphasis on repair over replacement, on making things to last, and on working with natural rather than synthetic materials. These approaches align well with contemporary sustainability concerns. A handmade wooden chair that lasts generations has far less environmental impact than cheap furniture designed for planned obsolescence. Traditional craft's built-in sustainability looks increasingly wise rather than merely old-fashioned. The pace of craft work offers another kind of value in our accelerated world. Everything about traditional making is slow. The years of skill development, the careful material selection, and the patient execution of techniques that can't be rushed. This slowness frustrates modern efficiency-obsessed thinking, but provides an antidote to constant acceleration. The weaver who spends weeks creating yards of fabric, the woodworker who completes perhaps one piece per month, and the blacksmith who heats and hammers the same piece dozens of times, they're all working at human speed, the pace at which careful attention can be sustained. As sleep begins pulling more insistently and this journey through the craft world of the 1800s nears its end, consider what lessons that vanished world might offer. Not that we should or could return to pre-industrial production. That's neither possible nor probably desirable. But perhaps there's wisdom in how craftspeople approach their work, the patient skill development, the respect for materials, the assumption that things should be made well enough to last, and the direct connection between maker and user. The blacksmith, carpenter, weaver, cobbler, and tinker we visited tonight worked in a world vastly different from ours. They face challenges we've solved and limitations we've transcended, but they also possess knowledge and practice values that industrialization swept aside, not always to our benefit. The workshop world of the 1800s can't be recovered, but understanding it might help us think more carefully about what we make, how we make it, and why we make it. The workshops have grown quiet now. The forge has cooled to darkness, the last faint heat dissipating into the night air. Wood shavings lie where they fell on the carpenter's floor, waiting for tomorrow's sweep. The loom stands silent, its threads holding tension even in stillness, ready for the weaver's return. In the cobbler's shop, half-finished shoes rest on their lasts. leather slowly conforming to the wooden forms beneath. These spaces will wake again with morning light and renewed activity. The blacksmith will rake coals back to life, feeding the forge until it glows that perfect orange yellow. The carpenter will test edge sharpness with his thumb, a casual gesture born from decades of repetition, before beginning the day's first cuts. The weaver will settle at her loom, feet finding treadles automatically, hands reaching for the shuttle before conscious thought even suggests it. The cobbler will thread his needle with waxed cord and continue stitching where yesterday ended. But tonight, as you drift towards sleep, you can hold in your mind this world of skilled hands and patient work, where time moved at the pace of careful craft, and making something well was simply how you lived your life. It's a world that existed just a few generations ago, close enough that your great-grandparents might have known people who lived entirely within it, yet distant enough that its rhythms and assumptions feel almost foreign now. The craftspeople of the 1800s left legacies beyond the objects they made. They preserved knowledge accumulated over millennia, refined through countless repetitions, and passed from experienced hands to novice ones with patient instruction. They demonstrated that work could be a source of pride and satisfaction, that creating useful beauty was a worthy occupation, and that taking time to do things properly produced results worth the investment. They also showed how quickly entire worlds can transform. The workshop culture that dominated human experience for thousands of years largely vanished within a single century, swept aside by industrial methods that promised and delivered abundance. The craftspeople who lived through this transition experienced it as loss and gain intermingled, watching their skills become economically marginal while material standards improved around them. What survived this transformation? The knowledge itself, preserved in books, museums, and continued practice by those who valued it beyond mere economics. The appreciation for quality that transcends price, for evidence of human care and skill, for objects that tell stories through their making. The understanding that some satisfactions come only through direct engagement with materials, that creating with your hands feeds something in human nature that observation or consumption cannot. As your breathing deepens and sleep approaches, let your last waking thoughts rest with those craftspeople. The blacksmith feeling metal temperature through colour, the carpenter reading grain patterns like familiar text, the weaver maintaining rhythm through thousands of shuttle throws, and the cobbler stitching with a precision measured in fractional inches. They lived lives of physical work and mental engagement, of skill slowly accumulated and patiently applied, of intimate knowledge about how materials behave and how hands can shape them. They made the world that our industrial civilization is built upon. Every factory technique began as someone's handcraft, refined and mechanized, but rooted in human discovery. Every modern convenience rests on foundations of knowledge developed by countless anonymous craftspeople, solving practical problems with available materials and ingenuity. The workshops are mostly gone now, but what they taught us remains, waiting to be remembered by those who paused to consider how things were made before making became an industrial process. The 1800s craftspeople worked in a world lit by candles and heated by wood fires, where horse transport was still new technology, and most people lived within a few miles of their birthplace. Yet their core experiences, the satisfaction of skilled work, the frustration of difficult materials, the pride in completed projects, the relationships with customers who became friends, these remained fundamentally human regardless of era. Sleep comes now, pulling you gently away from these workshop visits. As you surrender to it, perhaps you carry with you a renewed appreciation for how things are made, for the hands and minds behind objects we take for granted, and for the deep history of human making that connects backward through time to the first person who shaped a useful tool and forward to whatever future we craft for ourselves. The forge will glow again tomorrow, the saw will bite into wood, the shuttle will fly through its shed, and leather will yield to needle and thread. The work continues because it must, because we need things made well, because some knowledge is too valuable to lose, and because making with our hands reminds us what it means to be human in a world increasingly dominated by machines and algorithms. Rest now in this knowledge. Somewhere tonight, someone is practicing these ancient crafts, keeping knowledge alive, making things with patience and skill, and maintaining connection to ways of working that have served humanity since we first learned to shape our world, rather than merely inhabit it. The story of craft is your story too. How we make things, how we make meaning, and how we make our way through the world with skilled hands and thoughtful minds. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with the quiet satisfaction of work done well, of materials transformed through skill, of things made to last by people who cared enough to make them properly. Tomorrow you'll wake to a world vastly different from the 1800s workshop culture we visited tonight. But somewhere in that modern world, ancient skills persist, ancient rhythms continue, and the fundamental human impulse to create with our hands remains as strong as ever. Perhaps that's the real legacy of those 19th century craftspeople. Not just the objects they made, but the reminder that making things well matters, that craft has value beyond economics, and that some of our deepest satisfactions come from creating rather than merely consuming. The workshops are quiet now, the tools rest, the materials wait, and you rest too, carrying forward this story of how things were made, when making required not just pressing buttons, but understanding materials deeply, developing skills patiently, and working with the kind of care that could be neither automated nor rushed. Picture this. It's 1911, and you've just landed what everyone calls a good job at the local textile mill. Your family's practically throwing a party because, hey, steady work is steady work, right? Little do you know, you have just committed to what feels like a very long, very loud and very dusty adventure filled with creative ways to dislike your life. Your first day starts at 5:30 a.m, which wouldn't be a problem if you were, say, a rooster. But you're not. You're a human being who needs sleep, and the mill whistle doesn't care about your beauty rest. That whistle becomes your new alarm clock, your lunch bell, and your freedom song all rolled into one ear-splitting package. It's like having a very punctual, furious metal bird living in your neighbourhood. Walking into the mill for the first time is like stepping into another world, if that world were designed by someone who really, really hated comfort. The noise hits you first. Imagine 1,000 typewriters having an argument with a brass band while someone runs a cheese grater over a chalkboard. That's your new soundtrack, 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. The air inside feels thick enough to chew. Cotton dust floats everywhere like the world's most annoying snow, except this snow makes you cough and never melts. You'll spend your first week thinking you're coming down with something, until you realise that scratchy throat and those sneezing fits aren't temporary visitors, they're your new roommates. Your supervisor, a man whose smile disappeared sometime around 1897, explains your job with the enthusiasm of someone reading a grocery list. You'll be tending machines that look like they were built by someone who thought, you know what this device needs? More ways to catch fingers. These mechanical beasts consume cotton and expel thread, and their temperament is akin to that of a cat during a thunderstorm. The learning curve is steep, which is a polite way of saying you'll spend your first month feeling like you're trying to juggle while riding a unicycle in an earthquake. Every machine has its personality, and most of them have bad attitudes. There's the one that jams if you look at it wrong, the one that makes a weird clicking sound that means either everything's fine or run for your life, and the one that seems to wait until you're distracted to break something expensive. Your fellow workers welcome you with the kind of tired solidarity that comes from shared suffering. They will teach you important information, such as which water fountain actually works, where to hide when the floor supervisor is in a bad mood, and how to eat lunch in exactly 12 minutes, since that is all the time you're given. These people become your mill family, bonded together by cotton dust and the mutual understanding that everyone's just trying to make it through another day without losing a finger. The pay sounds decent when they tell you about it, until you realise that decent is relative. Sure, you're making more than the guy who sweeps streets, but you're also working twice as hard and breathing air that's more cotton than oxygen. Your wages might cover rent, food, and maybe a small luxury like soap, but forget about those fancy things like saving money or buying clothes that don't smell permanently of machine oil. By the end of your first week, you've acquired what everyone refers to as a mill cough, a charming little ailment that will accompany you constantly. Your hands are already showing the signs of your new profession: small cuts from handling rough materials, calluses from gripping tools, and a general toughness that comes from shaking hands with machinery all day. Your mother would cry if she saw your hands, but then again, your mother isn't trying to feed a family on mill wages. The worst part, you're just getting started. Your typical day begins before the sun recalls its task. The mill whistle doesn't care if you went to bed late, if you're feeling under the weather, or if you'd rather spend the morning doing literally anything else. It screams at 5:30 a.m. sharp, and you'd better be screaming back, or at least stumbling toward the mill gates. Breakfast is whatever you can grab and stuff in your mouth while walking. Typically, breakfast consists of bread, perhaps accompanied by a smidgen of butter if you're indulging in luxury. Coffee is a luxury most days, which means you're facing 12 hours of machinery maintenance on whatever enthusiasm you can muster from stale bread and the fear of unemployment. The walk to work becomes a parade of the perpetually exhausted. You join a stream of fellow workers, all moving with the same determined shuffle of people who'd rather be anywhere else but know they can't afford to be. Everyone's carrying their lunch pail, a tin box that contains what optimists call a meal, and realists call food-shaped objects that might keep you alive until quitting time. Clocking in is an art form. You have to be there exactly on time, not early enough to seem eager, not late enough to get docked pay. The time clock doesn't forgive, and neither does your supervisor. Being 2 minutes late means losing half an hour's wages, which might not sound like much until you realise that half an hour's wages could mean the difference between having meat for dinner or making friends with potatoes again. Once you're officially on the clock, the machines demand your complete attention. They're like mechanical toddlers. They need constant watching and frequent fixing, and they'll hurt themselves the moment you look away. Your job is to keep the thread running smoothly, which sounds simple, until you realise that smoothly is apparently a foreign concept to most textile machinery. Threads break. They break a lot. When a thread snaps, everything stops until you can tie it back together. Your task might sound easy, but try doing it quickly while wearing thick work gloves, squinting through cotton dust, and knowing that every second of downtime is a second. Your supervisor is mentally calculating how much money you're costing the company. The noise never stops. Ever. You learn to communicate using gestures because shouting over the machinery makes your voice hoarse by noon. You develop your own sign language with your co-workers. Pointing means look out. Waving means help. And the universal gesture of clutching your throat means I need water before I pass out. Speaking of water, staying hydrated is like trying to fill a bucket with a hole in it. You sweat constantly from the heat of the machines and the physical work, but getting a drink means leaving your station, which means risking a lecture from your supervisor about productivity. You learn to gulp water like a marathon runner whenever you can sneak away for 30 seconds. Lunch break is exactly 30 minutes, and that includes the time it takes to find a clean spot to sit, unwrap your food, eat it, and get back to your machine. Most days, you consume cold sandwiches, oblivious to the fact that cotton dust and machine oil have covered your clean spot. Gourmet dining, it is not. The afternoon drags on endlessly in August. Your back aches from bending over machines, your feet throb from standing on concrete floors, and your hands are starting to feel like they belong to someone else. The clock on the wall moves with the speed of continental drift, and you find yourself checking it every few minutes, certain that it must be broken. By 6 p.m, when the final whistle blows, you've earned every penny of your wages and then some. Walking home is an excruciating experience, and the prospect of repeating the entire process tomorrow fills you with dread. However, at least you have Sunday off, a day you'll spend recuperating sufficiently to resent Monday morning once more. Working in a textile mill in 1911 is like playing a daily game called What's Going to Try to Hurt Me Today? The rules are straightforward. Every object in the mill carries the potential for danger. Other people's possessions serve as safety equipment, and your best defense is attentiveness and optimism. Let's start with the machines themselves, shall we? These mechanical marvels were designed by engineers who apparently thought safety features were for weaklings. Exposed gears spin happily at eye level, ready to grab loose clothing, hair, or any body part foolish enough to get too close. The spinning wheels and belts create a symphony of moving parts that look like they were inspired by medieval torture devices. Your fingers become precious commodities. Every textile worker has stories about someone who got too close to the picker or learned the hard way about the carding machine. You develop an almost supernatural awareness of where your hands are at all times, because losing a finger doesn't just hurt, it means you can't work, and if you can't work, you can't eat. Cotton dust poses a unique threat. It gets into everything. Your lungs, your eyes, your food, your clothes, and probably your dreams. You breathe it, you eat it, and you wear it home like the world's most persistent perfume. After a few months, you develop a condition that everyone politely refers to as mill cough, although cotton lung would be a more accurate description. It starts as a little tickle in your throat and grows into a reliable companion that accompanies you everywhere. Then there's the noise, not just loud, but the kind of loud that makes your ears ring for hours after you leave work. You find yourself shouting at home without realising it, because your hearing has adjusted to compete with the constant roar of machinery. The constant roar of machinery encourages your family to speak up during dinner, making quiet conversations obsolete. The summer heat transforms the mill into a sauna-like environment, complete with cotton dust and a constant risk of mechanical injury. The large machines produce heat akin to tiny furnaces, and when combined with the intense summer sun on the tin roof, the working conditions escalate from discomfort to potential death. Heat exhaustion regularly causes workers to collapse, prompting a response akin to resolving a machine jam quickly and returning to work. Fire is another constant worry, though nobody likes to talk about it much. All that cotton dust hanging in the air is basically kindling, waiting for a spark. The wooden floors are soaked with machine oil, the electrical systems are what you might generously call experimental, and everyone smokes because, hey, what's one more risk? Fire drills consist mainly of hoping nothing catches fire and trusting that you can run faster than the flames. The chemical treatments used on the cotton create their own problems. Your skin develops a permanent relationship with various dyes and treating agents that would make a chemist nervous. Your hands acquire captivating hues that remain unwashable, and you acquire the ability to distinguish various chemical processes solely through scent, not a choice, but a necessity. Accidents happen with the regularity of sunrise. Someone gets their sleeve caught in a machine, another worker slips on the oil-slick floors, or somebody forgets just how hot those metal parts can get. The company's response to workplace injuries is usually some variation of "be more careful next time," accompanied by a lecture about personal responsibility. Your feet, encased in whatever boots you can afford, spend 12 hours a day on concrete floors that seem designed to cause maximum discomfort. By the end of each day, walking feels like balancing on two clubs, and you develop a deep appreciation for any opportunity to sit down. The worst part is that all these hazards are just part of the job. Nobody talks about making things safer. They talk about being tougher, more careful, and more aware. You adapt out of necessity, forming reflexes and habits that could potentially keep you alive long enough to earn your wages. And tomorrow, you get to do it all over again. Let's talk about money, because in 1911, your relationship with money as a textile worker is complicated. Like being married to someone who promises to love you but keeps forgetting to show up for dinner. Your weekly wages sound almost respectable when the supervisor mentions them during hiring. Maybe $8 or $9 a week if you're lucky and experienced. That's real money. At least it's real money until you start trying to spend it on real things like food, rent, and the occasional luxury of soap that doesn't smell like lye. Here's where things get interesting in that not actually interesting, more like depressing way. The company has mastered the art of giving generously while simultaneously taking advantage of you. Sure, they pay you weekly wages, but they've also created a beautiful system of fines, deductions, and company policies that ensure most of your money never actually makes it to your pocket. If you arrive late at work, you will incur penalties. That'll cost you. Does the machine break down because of normal wear and tear? Somehow that's your fault too, and it'll cost you. Need to buy work supplies? Conveniently, the company store is conveniently located, ready to sell you everything at prices that would make a highway robber blush. Your thread, your needles, even your machine oil, all come out of your wages at rates that make you wonder if the children of the company store owner are planning to attend Harvard. The company housing is another beautiful scam. They offer you a place to live, which sounds generous until you realise they're charging rent that eats up nearly half your wages for the privilege of living in what amounts to a wooden box with windows. The construction of these houses reflects the meticulous attention to detail and craftsmanship of someone attempting to complete a project before lunch. The walls are thin enough that you know everything about your neighbours' lives, the roof leaks with artistic creativity, and the plumbing works on the same principles as prayer. Food becomes a daily exercise in creative mathematics. You learn to make meals out of ingredients that cost almost nothing and fill you up just enough to keep working. Potatoes become your best friend, beans become your steady companion, and meat becomes that exciting acquaintance you see maybe once a week if you're lucky. You develop cooking skills that would impress a frontier pioneer. How to make filling soup out of bones and vegetables that other people might throw away. How to stretch a small piece of meat across 3 days of meals, and how to make bread last longer by eating less of it. Your work clothes are another expense that nobody mentions during hiring. The machines are hard on fabric, the dust and chemicals stain everything permanently, and you need at least 2 sets of work clothes so you can wash one while wearing the other. Buying new clothes means going without something else, so you learn to patch, mend and wear things, until they're more patched than the original fabric. Saving money is like trying to hold water in your hands, technically possible, but requiring perfect conditions and a lot of luck. Most weeks you're doing well if you break even. A good week means you have a few coins left over for something special, like better food or maybe a newspaper. A bad week means choosing between paying rent on time or eating properly. The really frustrating part is watching the mill owners drive past in their fancy carriages, wearing clothes that cost more than you make in a year, living in houses that could fit your entire neighbourhood. They talk about the dignity of work and the value of honest labour while paying wages that make dignity feel like an expensive luxury you can't afford. Medical expenses are particularly cruel. Get sick or injured, and you lose wages for the days you can't work. Need to see a doctor? That costs money you don't have for treatment you can't afford. The company's solution is usually some variation of work through it. Or maybe you should have been more careful. Your financial planning consists mainly of hoping nothing unexpected happens, because unexpected things cost money you don't have. A broken shoe, a sick child, or a winter that's colder than usual, any of these can turn a tight budget into a financial disaster. But hey, at least you have steady work, right? That's what everyone keeps telling you anyway. Social life as a textile worker in 1911 is like trying to have a party in a library during an earthquake. Technically possible, but you're working with some serious limitations. Your social circle consists mainly of other people who understand why you smell permanently of cotton dust and machine oil. These are folks who don't judge you for falling asleep mid-conversation, or for having hands that look like you've been wrestling with mechanical equipment all day, because they've got the same problems. You bond over shared misery in a way that's both heartwarming and deeply depressing. The mill becomes its own little community, complete with all the drama, gossip and petty feuds you'd expect when you stick a bunch of tired, underpaid people together for 12 hours a day. You learn everyone's business whether you want to or not. Who's behind on rent, whose husband drinks too much, who's been sneaking extra breaks, and who's been getting cozy with the floor supervisor in hopes of easier assignments. Romance in the mill is complicated. Potential partners surround you, understanding your life because they share it. On the other hand, everyone's exhausted, stressed about money and covered in cotton dust, which doesn't exactly create ideal conditions for romantic relationships. Mill courtships tend to be practical affairs, finding someone who can help you survive rather than someone who makes your heart flutter. Your work schedule makes having a social life about as simple as juggling while blindfolded. You work 6 days a week, 12 hours a day, which leaves you Sunday to recover, do laundry, buy groceries, and maybe, if you're very lucky, have something resembling fun. Sunday becomes sacred, the one day when you can remember what it feels like to be a human being instead of a machine tender. The company town social hierarchy is fascinating in its own twisted way. At the top you've got the mill owners and managers, living in their fancy houses on the hill, hosting garden parties, and complaining about the difficulty of finding good help. Below them are the skilled workers and supervisors, who get to look down on the regular mill hands while still being looked down on by management. At the bottom, you've got the newest workers, the ones who haven't figured out the system yet and still think things might get better. Entertainment options are limited but creative. There's usually a company store that doubles as a gathering place, where you can buy overpriced goods and catch up on gossip. Sometimes there's a church, which serves as both spiritual comfort and social club. The really exciting social events might include a company picnic once a year, where management makes speeches about the mill family while serving food that costs less per person than most workers make in an hour. Drinking is popular, which probably won't surprise anyone who's spent 12 hours a day tending temperamental machinery for wages that barely cover rent. The local taverns understand their clientele, working people who need to forget their problems for a few hours and don't have much money to spend doing it. These establishments serve drinks strong enough to cut through cotton dust and cheap enough that you can afford to buy a round for your fellow sufferers. Your reputation in the community is directly linked to your work performance and your ability to remain silent about working conditions. Complain too much, and you're labelled a troublemaker. If you make infrequent complaints, people may perceive you as being unresponsive to management. There's a narrow path between being considered a good worker and being considered someone who's given up on life entirely. Letters from family members who don't work in mills become precious treasures, offering glimpses into a world where people have time for things like hobbies, where Sunday is actually a day of rest, and where conversations aren't conducted through gestures over the roar of machinery. These letters remind you that there's life beyond the mill walls, even if that life feels increasingly distant. The social pressure to appear grateful for your job is constant. Anyone who suggests that working conditions could be better is quickly reminded that jobs are scarce, and there are plenty of people who would love to have your position. This phenomenon creates a community of people who are simultaneously miserable and afraid to admit it, which makes for some very interesting social dynamics. However, it's comforting to share your misery with others. By now, your body has become a living testament to the joys of industrial labour. If bodies were books, yours would be titled, "Everything That Can Go Wrong in a Textile Mill, A Personal Journey." Your hands deserve their chapter in this sad story. They've transformed from whatever they used to be into something resembling leather gloves that have been through a war. The calluses have calluses, and your fingers have developed their own independent relationship with pain. You can identify different types of thread by feel alone, not because you're particularly skilled, but because your nerve endings have been educated by thousands of hours of handling rough materials. The constant vibration from the machines has given your hands a permanent slight tremor, like you're always cold or nervous. This condition makes simple tasks at home surprisingly difficult. Eating soup becomes an adventure, writing a letter turns into an exercise in patience, and trying to thread a needle for personal sewing projects is like performing surgery while riding a horse. Your hearing is being subjected to an intensity that would make a prizefighter sympathetic. The constant roar of machinery has left you with a permanent ringing in your ears that sounds like a very small, very persistent bell that never stops chiming. You find yourself asking people to repeat things, not because you're not paying attention, but because normal conversation has become surprisingly quiet compared to your workplace soundtrack. Your lungs have developed their own cotton processing facility. The mild cough that started as an occasional tickle has evolved into a reliable companion that wakes up with you every morning and stays with you throughout the day. You produce more cotton-coloured phlegm than any human should, and you've learned to time your coughing fits so they don't interfere with machine operation. Your back has aged about 20 years in the first few months of mill work. All that bending over machines, lifting materials and standing on concrete floors has given your spine the personality of an angry old man. You awaken with stiffness, endure escalating pain and retire to bed with a sense of resentment. Your feet have their complaints to file. 12 hours a day on concrete floors in whatever boots you can afford has given you an intimate relationship with foot pain. Your arches have fallen, your heels ache, and your toes have developed their own survival strategies. Each day, you walk home with the gait of someone who has hiked uphill in uncomfortable shoes, a situation that is not far from reality. The heat and humidity of the mill have done strange things to your skin. You've developed a permanent light sheen of perspiration mixed with cotton dust that gives you the appearance of someone who's been lightly breaded for frying. Your complexion has taken on the pale, slightly greyish tone of someone who spends most of their daylight hours indoors under artificial lighting. Your sleep patterns have been completely reorganised around exhaustion. You don't wake up so much as get dragged back to awareness by the mill whistle, and you don't so much go to sleep as collapse into unconsciousness. Your dreams, when you remember them, often feature the sound of machinery and the feel of cotton dust in your throat. Your appetite has changed too. The physical demands of the work make you hungry, but the dust and chemicals you breathe all day have given food a slightly metallic aftertaste. Everything you eat seems to have a faint cotton flavour, which is less appealing than it sounds. The worst part is that all these physical changes are considered normal, even expected. Nobody talks about preventing them. They talk about enduring them. Your body is depreciating like a piece of machinery, wearing out from constant use under difficult conditions, and the general attitude is that such degradation is simply the price of employment. Your mirror becomes less and less friendly over time. The person looking back at you has the appearance of someone who's been through something difficult and prolonged. Your posture has changed, your expression has developed a permanent, slightly tired look, and your hands are always slightly stained with dyes and oils that never quite wash clean. But hey, at least you're building character, right? That's what people who don't work in mills like to say anyway. After months or years of this lovely life, you may be asking, does it get better? Well, that depends on your definition of better and your relationship with reality. Eventually, some workers manage to break free from the mill life, although the term escape may be overly dramatic. A few workers manage to save enough money to start small businesses, usually in textiles since that is what they know. Others marry into slightly better circumstances or move to different towns where the mills pay marginally better wages. These success stories circulate throughout the mill community like enchanting tales, instilling in everyone a semblance of hope to continue attending work. The really optimistic workers talk about their children having better lives, getting educations, and learning trades that don't involve breathing cotton dust for 12 hours a day. This notion becomes your motivation on the worst days. The idea that your suffering might mean something if it gives the next generation a chance at something better. It's a beautiful thought, even if the mill owner's children are already getting those better chances, while yours are learning to patch clothes and stretch soup. You develop survival strategies that would impress a wilderness guide. You learn exactly how to pace yourself to last 12 hours without collapsing, how to eat meals that provide maximum energy for minimum cost, and how to sleep deeply enough in 6 hours to function the next day. You become an expert in the art of functioning while miserable, which is a skill nobody teaches but everyone in the mill somehow learns. The mill community develops its own support systems. Workers share food when someone's family is struggling, cover for each other when illness strikes, and pass along information about better jobs or safer machines. You learn that solidarity isn't just a fancy word, it's what keeps you alive when the company sees you as expendable equipment. Some days, you catch glimpses of the world outside the mill walls, and remember that there are people living entirely different lives. They wake up when they want to, work at jobs that don't slowly kill them, and have money left over after paying for basic necessities. These glimpses are both inspiring and deeply depressing, like looking through a window at a party you're not invited to. Slowly, the political landscape is beginning to change. Labour unions, workplace safety laws, and the radical idea that workers might deserve basic protections are being discussed. These conversations happen in whispers because mill owners don't appreciate employees who think too much about their rights. But the seeds of change are being planted, watered by the shared misery of thousands of workers who are starting to realise that grateful for any job might not be the best approach to employment. Your relationship with work itself becomes complicated in ways that are hard to explain to people who've never spent years of their lives tending machines that seem designed to break down at the worst possible moments. You develop a grudging respect for your toughness, a pride in your ability to survive conditions that would break softer people. At the same time, you're acutely aware that this toughness came at a cost: your health, your time, your dreams of doing something else with your life. Years later, if you're lucky enough to have those years, you will probably have mixed feelings when you look back on your mill experience. You will likely feel a mixture of pride in your survival, anger at the conditions you endured, and a deep appreciation for any work that allows you to breathe clean air and keep your fingers intact. You'll tell stories that sound almost unbelievable to people who've never worked in heavy industry, and you'll probably downplay just how bad it really was, because some experiences are too big and complicated to explain to people who weren't there. The mill whistle, that sound that dominated your life for so long, will always trigger memories. Years later, hearing a similar sound will transport you back to those early mornings, those long days, and that particular combination of exhaustion and determination that characterized mill life. But here's the thing about surviving difficult experiences. They teach you what you're capable of enduring, and that knowledge becomes part of who you are. You learn you're tougher, more resourceful, and more resilient than you thought. And sometimes, on quiet Sunday mornings when you're not rushing to answer a mill whistle, that knowledge feels almost worth the price you paid for it. Almost. Now, imagine yourself sitting in your favourite armchair in 1939, perhaps with a lukewarm cup of tea on the side table, as the world prepares to undergo unprecedented transformations. But the people who were about to change it had no idea they were writing the most expensive recipe ever. The recipe required approximately 130,000 individuals, a duration of 3 years, and sufficient funds to establish a modest nation. It all started because some very smart people got very worried. Imagine the feeling you get when you realise you left the stove on, and imagine that feeling multiplied by the entire future of civilization. That's roughly what Leo Szilard felt when he heard that German scientists had figured out how to split uranium atoms. Szilard was a genius who could probably calculate the trajectory of falling toast in his pyjamas, but even he couldn't foresee the consequences of his concern. The amusing thing about Szilard is that he was the kind of guy who would patent an idea for a nuclear reactor, then immediately realise it might be dangerous and try to keep it secret. It's like inventing dynamite and then whispering the recipe. He spent most of 1939 pacing around New York, likely frightening pigeons with his intense expression, trying to persuade anyone who would listen that America needed to outpace Germany in the atomic race. But you can't just walk into the White House and say, "Hey, we need to build a massive bomb." Well, you can try, but they'll probably escort you out rather quickly. So Szilard did what any reasonable person would do. He got Einstein to write a letter. Apparently, even in 1939, name recognition held significant importance. Einstein, who probably just wanted to work on his theories in peace, found himself accidentally becoming the godfather of the atomic age. He later recognised the irony, given that he was a pacifist who had previously expressed a preference for being a lighthouse keeper over a physicist. Roosevelt got the letter in October 1939, right around the time he was dealing with a dozen other world-ending problems. You have to admire the man's ability to prioritise. Most of us get overwhelmed choosing what to watch on streaming services, but FDR was juggling potential nuclear weapons, a world war, and probably wondering if his morning coffee was strong enough for any of this. The initial response was about as enthusiastic as you'd expect from a government bureaucracy. They formed a committee. Nothing conveys the urgency of a world-changing scientific breakthrough more effectively than the formation of a committee. The Uranium Committee, as they called it, met a few times, allocated a whopping $6,000 for research, and probably spent more on coffee than uranium. It was the governmental equivalent of putting a band-aid on a volcano. But here's where the story gets intriguing, in that uniquely American way. While the committee was busy being committee-like, Pearl Harbor happened. Suddenly, the abstract concept of maybe we should look into this atomic thing became, we need this atomic thing yesterday, and we'll build it bigger than anyone has ever built anything. Enter General Leslie Groves, a man who had just finished building the Pentagon and was probably looking forward to a comfortable, quiet desk job. Instead, he got handed the Manhattan Project, which was like being asked to organise the world's most dangerous science fair with unlimited funding and a deadline that could determine the fate of democracy. Groves was the kind of military mind who could look at an impossible task and immediately start figuring out how to make it slightly less impossible, one spreadsheet at a time. The beautiful absurdity of the Manhattan Project was already becoming clear. You had theoretical physicists who could barely balance their checkbooks being asked to create the most practical and devastating weapon in history, while military men who understood logistics had to wrap their heads around concepts that sounded like they belonged in comic books. And so began the most improbable collaboration in human history, where the marriage of pure science and applied paranoia would reshape everything. Now, you might think that assembling the world's greatest scientific minds would be like organising a really intellectual dinner party. You'd be wrong. It was more like trying to herd cats, if the cats were Nobel Prize winners with strong opinions about quantum mechanics, and an alarming tendency to argue about theoretical physics at inappropriate volumes. General Groves, bless his practical heart, approached this challenge the way any good military man would. He made lists. Lots of lists. Lists of scientists, lists of locations, lists of things they'd need, and probably a list of reasons why this was either the best or worst assignment of his career. He realised pretty quickly that managing brilliant people was like managing regular people, except they could prove you wrong with math. The first real breakthrough came when someone suggested they recruit Robert Oppenheimer to lead the scientific effort. Now, Oppenheimer was an interesting choice. He was brilliant, absolutely, but he was also the kind of guy who quoted Sanskrit at cocktail parties and had a habit of making everyone around him feel slightly undereducated. He was like that friend who can discuss wine, literature and nuclear physics with equal fluency, except instead of being annoying at dinner parties, he was about to become the most famous scientist in America. What made Oppenheimer perfect for the job wasn't just his scientific credentials, though those were impressive enough. It was his ability to translate between the language of pure science and the language of "we need results now, please." He could talk to a theoretical physicist about quantum mechanics in the morning and explain to a general why they needed more funding in the afternoon, all while maintaining the kind of cool demeanour that suggested he found the whole thing intellectually fascinating rather than terrifying. But you can't run a massive scientific project from university offices and borrowed laboratories. They needed space, and not just any space. They needed secret space. Really secret space. The kind of secret space where you could accidentally change the world without anyone noticing until it was too late. Enter Los Alamos, New Mexico, a location so remote that it made the middle of nowhere look like downtown Manhattan. It was perfect in the way that only truly imperfect places can be perfect. The site was isolated enough that any accidental explosions would mostly just bother the local wildlife, but accessible enough that they could actually transport equipment and people without requiring pack mules. The original plan was to house maybe 30 scientists there. This was a bit like planning a small dinner party and having it turn into a wedding reception for 500 people. By the end of the project, Los Alamos had grown from a sleepy ranch school into a secret city with its own post office, school system, and probably the highest concentration of advanced degrees per square mile in human history. But Los Alamos was just one piece of the puzzle. The Manhattan Project ended up requiring an entire secret infrastructure spread across the country. They built massive facilities in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, where they would separate uranium isotopes using methods that were equal parts brilliant and brute force. They constructed another enormous complex in Hanford, Washington, for producing plutonium, because apparently one type of nuclear material wasn't enough for their ambitious plans. The logistics alone were mind-boggling. Try explaining to your accountant that you need to build several cities from scratch, hire tens of thousands of people, and consume more electricity than some entire states. All for a project you can't actually tell anyone about. The Tennessee Valley Authority suddenly found itself powering what looked like the industrial equivalent of a small alien invasion, and they just had to trust that someone, somewhere, knew what they were doing. The security measures were so elaborate they bordered on comedy. Workers at Oak Ridge were told they were helping with the war effort, but most had no idea what they were actually producing. Some thought they were making industrial equipment. Others assumed it was some kind of superfuel. A few probably suspected they were involved in something important, but the compartmentalization was so thorough that you could work on the Manhattan Project for 3 years and still have only the vaguest idea what you'd actually accomplished. Meanwhile, back at Los Alamos, Oppenheimer was facing the unique challenge of creating a functional community where the residents included some of the most brilliant and temperamental people on the planet, all living in temporary housing in the middle of the desert, working on something that might either end the war or accidentally end everything else. It was like summer camp for adults, if summer camp involved nuclear physics and the fate of civilization. Now here's where things get really interesting, in the special way that only theoretical physics can be interesting. You're dealing with people who spend their days thinking about things so small you can't see them, even with the most powerful microscopes, yet these invisible things contain enough energy to level cities. It's like discovering that dust bunnies under your couch could power your entire neighbourhood, if only you could figure out how to convince them to cooperate. The basic concept of nuclear fission sounds almost simple when you say it quickly. You take a uranium atom, you split it, and it releases energy. But saying that is like saying baking a cake when you're actually trying to construct a 12-tier wedding cake while blindfolded, using ingredients you've never seen before, and following a recipe written in a language that was just invented yesterday. The first challenge was getting the right kind of uranium. Natural uranium is mostly uranium-238, which is about as useful for making bombs as a chocolate teapot. What they needed was uranium-235, which makes up less than 1% of natural uranium. It's like needing to separate red M&Ms from a swimming pool full of mixed M&Ms, except the M&Ms are invisible, they're trying to kill you, and you can only tell them apart using methods that hadn't been invented yet. The scientists at Oak Ridge approached this problem with the kind of methodical determination that only comes from having absolutely no choice. They tried several different separation methods, including one that involved giant electromagnets called calutrons. These machines were enormous and consumed so much electricity that they basically turned the separation of uranium isotopes into an industrial process that could be seen from space if satellites had existed then. However, uranium was not the sole option available. Nuclear reactors could create plutonium, an element absent in nature. Plutonium was like uranium's more complicated cousin, potentially more powerful, but also more difficult to work with and with a personality that could charitably be described as temperamental. Creating plutonium required building nuclear reactors, which brought its own special set of challenges. The first reactor was built under the football stadium at the University of Chicago because apparently someone thought that the best place to test humanity's first controlled nuclear chain reaction was directly underneath a major American city. The physicist in charge of this experiment, Enrico Fermi, was reportedly betting on whether the reaction would stop when they wanted it to, which shows how well they understood what they were doing. Fermi, incidentally, was the kind of scientist who could calculate complex physics problems in his head, while other people were still looking for their calculators. He was also famous for his ability to estimate almost anything. Give him a few minutes and some basic information, and he could tell you approximately how many piano tuners lived in Chicago, or how much energy would be released by various theoretical nuclear explosions. This skill turned out to be surprisingly useful when dealing with weapons that released more energy than anyone had ever handled before. The Chicago reactor worked, thankfully, without accidentally eliminating the Midwest, and it provided the proof of concept needed to build much larger reactors at Hanford. These reactors were designed to produce plutonium on an industrial scale, turning the abstract concept of artificially created elements into something measured in tons rather than microscopic quantities. However, obtaining nuclear material was only half the challenge. The other half was figuring out how to make it explode in a controlled, predictable way that would release all that energy at exactly the right moment. This step turned out to be significantly more complicated than anyone had anticipated, like the difference between lighting a candle and conducting a symphony orchestra made entirely of fire. The simplest design, called gun type, worked by shooting one piece of uranium into another piece of uranium rapidly. It was elegant in its simplicity, like nuclear physics designed by someone who really understood hammers. But this method only worked with uranium-235, and they didn't have enough for more than one bomb. The plutonium bomb required a completely different approach called implosion, which involved surrounding a ball of plutonium with conventional explosives and detonating them all at exactly the same moment, compressing the plutonium until it reached critical mass. Achieving this required such precision that it would make Swiss watchmakers nervous. If the timing was off by even a few microseconds, the result would be an expensive dud instead of a nuclear explosion. This was the kind of problem that kept brilliant people awake at night, staring at the ceiling and wondering if they were about to change the world or just create the most elaborate failure in scientific history. By the summer of 1945, Los Alamos scientists had been engaged in the world's most expensive science project for over 2 years. Despite possessing numerous theories, calculations, and mathematical equations, they remained uncertain if any of them would truly function. It's akin to dedicating 3 years to the construction of a car, only to discover that you've never actually attempted to operate the key. The gun-type uranium bomb was simple enough that they felt confident it would work without testing. This level of confidence in an untested nuclear weapon was either remarkably bold or extremely naive, depending on how you looked at it. However, the plutonium implosion bomb presented a distinct challenge. It was so complex and temperamental that betting the war on it without a test would have been like performing brain surgery based on a cookbook you'd written yourself. So they decided to conduct a test, which presented its own unique set of challenges. What would be the most suitable location to test a nuclear weapon? You cannot simply head to the nearby firing range and hope for a favourable outcome. You need somewhere remote enough that if something goes spectacularly wrong, you won't accidentally eliminate half of civilization before you've had a chance to use your weapon on the enemy. They chose a site in the New Mexico desert, about 200 miles south of Los Alamos, called Trinity. The name was Oppenheimer's choice, inspired by a John Donne poem, because apparently even when you're about to test humanity's first nuclear weapon, you still have time for literature. The site was flat, empty, and far enough from major population centres that any unexpected consequences would mostly affect lizards and tumbleweeds. Preparing for the test was like planning the world's most dangerous camping trip. They had to transport an incredibly delicate and expensive nuclear device across desert roads that were barely suitable for regular automobiles, then assemble it in a temporary laboratory that had been built in the middle of nowhere. The bomb itself was nicknamed the Gadget, with the kind of casual understatement that suggested they were discussing a new kitchen appliance, rather than a weapon that could level a city. The scientists and military personnel involved in the test were dealing with unprecedented questions. How far away did you need to be to observe a nuclear explosion safely? Nobody knew, because nobody had ever observed a nuclear explosion before. They made their best guesses based on calculations and hoped they weren't catastrophically wrong. Some of the scientists brought suntan lotion, as if protecting against nuclear radiation was similar to preventing a mild sunburn. The test was scheduled for the early morning hours of July 16th, 1945, partly for security reasons and partly because someone thought it would be easier to see the explosion against the pre-dawn sky. As the countdown approached, the level of tension at the site was probably measurable with scientific instruments. These were people who had spent years of their lives working toward this moment, and they were about to find out if they'd created a revolutionary weapon or the world's most expensive firework. Oppenheimer and the other key scientists gathered at a control bunker about 6 miles from Ground Zero, which seemed like a safe distance until you realised that nobody actually knew what constituted a safe distance from humanity's first nuclear explosion. They lay down on the ground, facing away from the blast site, with instructions to look only after the initial flash had passed. It was like being told to watch the world's most important sunrise through your eyelids. At 5:29 a.m, the Gadget detonated with a force equivalent to about 21,000 tons of TNT. For a brief moment, the explosion created temperatures comparable to the surface of the sun and light brighter than the sun itself. The flash was visible from over 160 miles away, and the sound of the explosion was heard nearly 100 miles distant. Several observers reported that for a few seconds it was as if there were 2 suns in the sky. The mushroom cloud rose to over 40,000 feet, and the heat from the explosion turned the desert sand into a greenish glass that they later called trinitite. The steel tower that held the bomb vaporized, along with everything else within a substantial radius of Ground Zero. In the space of a few seconds, the theoretical had become devastatingly real. Oppenheimer later said that as he watched the explosion, a line from the Bhagavad Gita came to mind. "Now I am become death, destroyer of worlds." It was the kind of literary reference that seemed almost absurdly intellectual given the circumstances, but it captured the magnitude of what they had just witnessed. They had successfully created a weapon that could destroy entire cities in an instant. The test was a complete success, which meant that the Manhattan Project had achieved its primary goal. They had beaten Germany to the atomic bomb. Of course, by this point Germany had already surrendered, so the original motivation for the project was somewhat moot. But there was still Japan to consider, and the war in the Pacific was far from over. As the mushroom cloud dissipated over the New Mexico desert, the scientists and military personnel at Trinity began grappling with the implications of what they had just accomplished. They had unlocked a portal that would never reopen. Now comes the part of the story where things get complicated in ways that make quantum physics look straightforward. You have this incredibly powerful weapon that works exactly as advertised, a war that's still raging in the Pacific, and a bunch of very smart people suddenly realizing that creating the thing was actually the easy part. The real challenge lay in deciding what to do with it. President Truman, who had inherited both the presidency and the Manhattan Project from Roosevelt, found himself in the position of having to make decisions about weapons he barely understood. Imagine being given the keys to a weapon that could destroy cities and being told to learn how to use it in a few weeks. Truman was a practical man who preferred straightforward problems with straightforward solutions, but there was nothing straightforward about atomic weapons. The military estimates for the invasion of Japan were extremely sobering. Operation Downfall, as it was known, had the potential to cause over 1 million American casualties and several million Japanese deaths. These weren't abstract numbers on a strategic planning document. They represented real people, families, and entire communities. The alternative was using atomic weapons against Japanese cities, which would also kill enormous numbers of civilians, but might end the war quickly enough to prevent an even larger catastrophe. It's the kind of decision that would keep anyone awake at night, the kind of moral calculation that has no clearly right answer. Do you choose the option that kills fewer people overall, but involves using weapons of unprecedented destructive power? Or do you choose the conventional invasion that might ultimately cost more lives but doesn't cross the threshold into nuclear warfare? Some of the scientists involved in the Manhattan Project were seriously reconsidering their involvement in its creation. Leo Szilard, who had started the whole thing with his worries about German atomic research, now found himself trying to stop the use of the weapons he had helped create. He and several other scientists petitioned Truman to demonstrate the bomb's power without using it against populated areas, perhaps by detonating it over an uninhabited area where Japanese leaders could witness its destructive potential. But military planners argued that a demonstration might not be convincing enough to force Japanese surrender, especially if the bomb failed to detonate properly. They had exactly two operational atomic weapons, Little Boy, the uranium bomb, and Fat Man, the plutonium bomb, and using one for a demonstration would leave them with only one weapon for actual combat use. It was like having two bullets and wondering whether to fire one into the air as a warning shot. The decision-making process was complicated by the fact that many of the people involved still didn't fully understand what they were dealing with. The long-term effects of radiation exposure weren't well understood. The political implications of introducing nuclear weapons to warfare hadn't been fully considered. They were making decisions about the future of human conflict with incomplete information and under enormous time pressure. Japanese resistance was fierce and showed no signs of diminishing. The Battle of Okinawa had demonstrated the terrible cost of invading fortified Japanese positions, and intelligence suggested that the Japanese were preparing to defend their home islands with even greater determination. Kamikaze attacks were increasing in frequency and intensity. From a purely military perspective, anything that could end the war quickly was worth serious consideration. On the other hand, several high-ranking military officials questioned whether atomic weapons were necessary at all. Some argued that Japan was already on the verge of surrender due to conventional bombing, naval blockade, and the Soviet entry into the war against Japan. Others suggested that the primary motivation for using the bombs was not to defeat Japan, but to demonstrate American nuclear capability to the Soviet Union, thereby initiating the Cold War. The target selection process was grimly methodical. Military planners wanted cities that were militarily significant, but had not been heavily damaged by conventional bombing, so that the effects of the atomic weapon could be clearly observed and documented. They also wanted targets that would have maximum psychological impact on Japanese leadership. The final target list included Hiroshima, Kokura, Niigata, and Nagasaki. Kyoto was initially on the list as well, but Secretary of War Henry Stimson reportedly removed it from consideration because he had visited the city and appreciated its cultural and historical significance. It's one of those small human moments that had enormous consequences, a single person's aesthetic sensibility potentially saving a city and its hundreds of thousands of inhabitants from nuclear destruction. As the decision deadline approached, Truman was receiving advice from multiple directions, much of it contradictory. Military commanders wanted to use the weapons to save American lives. There was a divide among scientists between those seeking to demonstrate the bomb's power and those advocating for its decisive use. Political advisors were thinking about post-war relationships with both Japan and the Soviet Union. In the end, Truman made the decision that he believed would end the war most quickly and save the most lives overall. Whether he was right or wrong is a question that historians and ethicists continue to debate today. But in the summer of 1945, with incomplete information and enormous pressure, he chose to authorize the use of atomic weapons against Japan. It was a decision that would define not just the end of World War II, but the beginning of the nuclear age. On the morning of August 6, 1945, the crew of the Enola Gay, a B-29 bomber named after the pilot's mother, took off from Tinian Island carrying Little Boy, the uranium bomb that had never been tested but was expected to work based on theoretical calculations. It's important to take a moment to appreciate the surreal nature of this moment. They were piloting an untested nuclear weapon over the Pacific Ocean, relying on 3 years of theoretical physics and engineering to perform precisely as intended at the crucial moment. Colonel Paul Tibbets, the pilot, probably had the strangest job description in military history that morning. He was essentially a delivery driver, except his package could destroy an entire city, and his route included flying over enemy territory while carrying the most expensive and dangerous cargo in human history. The crew had been told they were carrying a very powerful bomb, but most didn't know they were about to witness the first use of nuclear weapons in warfare. Hiroshima was chosen as the primary target, partly because it was an important military centre, and partly because it had been largely spared from conventional bombing, making it ideal for observing the effects of atomic weapons. The city had about 350,000 people going about their morning routines, unaware that they were about to witness a historic moment. At 8:15 a.m. local time, Little Boy detonated about 1,900 feet above the city centre. The explosion created a fireball with temperatures exceeding those at the centre of the sun, followed by a shockwave that destroyed virtually everything within a 1-mile radius. The mushroom cloud rose to over 60,000 feet, and the flash of light was visible for miles. Suddenly, a bustling metropolis transformed into the epicentre of the nuclear era. The immediate destruction was almost incomprehensible. Buildings simply vanished. People who were close to the hypercentre were vaporised so quickly that their shadows were burned into concrete and stone surfaces. The intense heat, the crushing force of the shockwave, or the collapse of buildings killed others. Tens of thousands died immediately, and tens of thousands more would die in the following days and weeks from radiation sickness, burns and injuries. Back in Washington, the news of Hiroshima's destruction was received with a mixture of relief, satisfaction, and growing awareness of what had just been unleashed. Truman announced the attack publicly, explaining that the United States had developed a new and revolutionary increase in destruction, and warning Japan to surrender or face a rain of ruin from the air, the like of which has never been seen on this earth. But Japan did not immediately surrender. The Japanese government was still processing the implications of what had happened to Hiroshima when, 3 days later, another B-29 took off from Tinian carrying Fat Man, the plutonium bomb that had been successfully tested at Trinity. The original target was Kokura, but cloud cover forced the crew to divert to their secondary target, Nagasaki. Nagasaki was a port city with significant military industry, home to about 240,000 people. Fat Man detonated at 11:02 a.m. on August 9th, creating another mushroom cloud and another zone of complete devastation. The bomb was actually more powerful than Little Boy, but the hilly terrain of Nagasaki limited the destruction somewhat compared to the flat geography of Hiroshima. The 2 atomic bombings killed over 200,000 people, most of them civilians, and demonstrated that the United States possessed weapons of unprecedented destructive power. More importantly, from a strategic perspective, they showed that America could produce these weapons and was willing to use them. The message to both Japan and the rest of the world was unmistakable. The rules of warfare had fundamentally changed. Emperor Hirohito announced Japan's surrender on August 15, 1945, citing a new and most cruel bomb as one of the factors in his decision. The war was over, but the nuclear age had begun. The scientists and engineers who had worked on the Manhattan Project found themselves grappling with the reality that their theoretical calculations had translated into actual human destruction on an unprecedented scale. Some, like Oppenheimer, were haunted by what they had helped create. Others argued that the bombs had actually saved lives by ending the war quickly and preventing a costly invasion of Japan. Whether the atomic bombings were necessary or justified remains a topic of debate, but it is undeniable that they represented a significant shift in human history. The Manhattan Project had succeeded in its primary objective. It had created weapons powerful enough to end World War II. But it had also created something else, a world where the complete destruction of civilization was now theoretically possible, where the stakes of international conflict had been raised beyond anything previously imaginable. As the aftermath of Hiroshima and Nagasaki receded, the scientists, who had dedicated 3 years to their clandestine work, came to understand that their efforts were far from concluded. They had solved the technical challenge of nuclear weapons, but they had also created political, ethical and strategic challenges that would define international relations for generations to come. The atomic age had arrived and there was no going back. When the celebration parades ended and the newspapers stopped running headlines about the miracle weapons that had ended the war, The people who had created those weapons found themselves dealing with a peculiar kind of hangover. It wasn't the sort you get from too much champagne at a victory party, but the kind that comes from realizing you've fundamentally changed the world and aren't entirely sure whether you should feel proud or terrified. The Manhattan Project had been such a massive, all-consuming effort that many of the scientists involved hadn't really had time to think about what would happen after they succeeded. It's akin to devoting 3 years to the construction of a race car, only to abruptly discover you don't know where to steer it. They had solved the technical problem of nuclear weapons with brilliant efficiency, but they had inadvertently created problems that were much more complicated than mere physics. Oppenheimer, who had led the scientific effort at Los Alamos, found himself in the strange position of being simultaneously celebrated as a hero and viewed with suspicion as a potential security risk. He had become the most famous scientist in America, the father of the atomic bomb, but he was also someone who quoted Sanskrit poetry and had complicated political views that made government officials nervous. It's challenging to be a national icon when you keep reminding people that the thing that made you famous could also destroy civilization. The other scientists went to universities and research institutions, taking with them the knowledge of how to build nuclear weapons and the burden of knowing what those weapons could do. Some threw themselves into peaceful applications of nuclear technology, hoping to balance the destructive potential of their work with beneficial uses for atomic energy. Others became advocates for nuclear disarmament, arguing that the weapons they had helped create were too dangerous for any nation to possess. But the most significant change was in how countries thought about war and international relations. The atomic bomb had made the concept of total victory obsolete, because it now potentially meant total destruction for everyone involved. It was like discovering that winning an argument could result in both participants being struck by lightning. The traditional logic of warfare, where you could defeat your enemies without destroying yourself, no longer applied when nuclear weapons were involved. The Soviet Union, which had been America's ally during the war, immediately began working on its own nuclear weapons program. Joseph Stalin was not the sort of leader who was comfortable with other countries having weapons he didn't possess, especially weapons that could level entire cities. The race to develop nuclear weapons became the foundation of what would be called the Cold War, a decades-long standoff between superpowers armed with enough nuclear weapons to destroy each other many times over. The scientists who had worked on the Manhattan Project watched this development with a mixture of resignation and horror. Many thought that nuclear weapons would be so obviously bad that no sane leader would want to make more. Instead, they discovered that human nature was more complicated than nuclear physics, and that the existence of nuclear weapons seemed to make other countries want nuclear weapons even more desperately. Nuclear testing became a regular occurrence, with both the United States and the Soviet Union detonating increasingly powerful weapons in remote locations around the world. The hydrogen bomb, developed in the early 1950s, made the weapons used against Japan look small by comparison. It was comparable to the difference between a firecracker and a volcano, with both having the potential to destroy human civilization if misused. The legacy of the Manhattan Project extended far beyond military applications. Nuclear power plants began generating electricity, nuclear medicine revolutionized cancer treatment, and radioactive isotopes became essential tools for scientific research. The same knowledge that had created the most destructive weapons in history also led to innovations that saved lives and advanced human understanding of the natural world. But perhaps the most lasting legacy of the Manhattan Project was the way it changed how we think about the relationship between science and society. Before 1945, most people viewed scientific research as inherently beneficial, a pure pursuit of knowledge that inevitably led to human progress. After Hiroshima and Nagasaki, it became clear that scientific knowledge could be used for purposes that were anything but beneficial, and that scientists had responsibilities that extended beyond their laboratories. The Manhattan Project demonstrated that, given enough resources, brilliant people, and sufficient motivation, humans could solve almost any technical problem. But it also showed that solving technical problems was often easier than dealing with the consequences of those solutions. The scientists had successfully built nuclear weapons, but they had also built a world where the continued existence of human civilization depended on the wisdom and restraint of political leaders. As you settle in for sleep tonight, it's worth remembering that the story of the Manhattan Project is ultimately a story about human beings, trying to solve an unprecedented problem under enormous pressure, making decisions with incomplete information and dealing with consequences they couldn't fully anticipate. The scientists, engineers, and military personnel involved were not fundamentally different from people today. They were just people trying to do their jobs in extraordinary circumstances. The atomic age that began in the New Mexico desert in 1945 is still with us today, and probably always will be. The knowledge of how to split atoms and release enormous amounts of energy cannot be uninvented, and the weapons created during the Manhattan Project have shaped international relations for over 70 years. But perhaps that's not entirely a bad thing. The existence of nuclear weapons has made large-scale wars between major powers extremely risky, creating a strange kind of peace through the threat of mutual destruction. It's not the most comforting foundation for international stability, but it has worked so far. Picture this. You're settling in with your evening tea, maybe wondering what life was really like for women in one of history's most mysterious empires. Well, grab that blanket a little tighter, because the truth about Ottoman women is far more fascinating than any Hollywood movie ever suggested. Let's start by throwing out everything you think you know about harems. Could you imagine those gauzy, perfumed chambers filled with languishing beauties? This is pure fantasy, my friend. The reality was more like a cross between a boarding school, a finishing academy, and, if we're being honest, a very exclusive sorority house with serious political clout. You see, the Ottoman imperial harem wasn't just where the Sultan kept his wives. It was the nerve centre of female power in an empire that stretched from Hungary to Yemen. Think of it as the ultimate women's networking event that lasted for centuries. The women there weren't just sitting around eating Turkish delight and fanning themselves. They were running businesses, influencing politics, and quite literally shaping the future of 3 continents. Take Hurrem Sultan, for instance. You might know her as Roxolana if you've watched any Turkish dramas lately. This Ukrainian woman didn't just catch the eye of Suleiman the Magnificent. She completely revolutionised how imperial marriages worked. Before her, sultans didn't marry their concubines. After her, well, let's just say she rewrote the rules while having breakfast. But here's what really tickles me about Ottoman women's history. While European ladies were still asking permission to read books, Ottoman women were founding libraries, commissioning mosques, and running international trade networks. The Valide Sultan, the mother of the reigning sultan, wielded more real political power than most kings in Europe. She controlled her own court, budget, and intelligence network, surpassing the capabilities of any modern diplomat. The morning routine in the harem would put your yoga class to shame. These women started their days in communal baths that were architectural marvels. Imagine soaking in warm marble pools while discussing the latest political developments and planning which public works projects to fund next. The hammam wasn't just about getting clean, it was where deals were made, alliances formed, and the empire's future quietly decided over rose-scented steam. And speaking of morning routines, let's talk about coffee. Yes, coffee. Ottoman women were among the first to embrace this revolutionary beverage, turning coffee houses into informal centres of female social power. While the men were off conquering territories, the women were conquering hearts and minds over perfectly brewed Turkish coffee. They even developed elaborate coffee fortune-telling traditions that still exist today. Because apparently, reading the future in coffee grounds is both practical and entertaining. The clothing these women wore would make modern fashion designers weep with envy. Forget those flimsy hair and pants from costume shops. Real Ottoman women dressed in layers of silk and velvet that cost more than small kingdoms. Their kaftans were walking art galleries, embroidered with golden threads that told stories of their own. A single sleeve might feature motifs representing their hometown, their achievements, and their hopes for the future. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about these women was their education. While European women were considered well-educated if they could embroider nicely, Ottoman women were studying mathematics, astronomy, literature, and theology. They wrote poetry that influenced entire literary movements, composed music that echoed through palace halls, and engaged in philosophical debates that would challenge any modern academic. The evening entertainment in the harem wasn't what you'd expect either. Instead of belly dancing, which by the way wasn't even particularly Ottoman, these women organised sophisticated salons where they discussed everything from architecture to military strategy. They were patrons of the arts who discovered and supported some of the empire's greatest talents. So as you drift off tonight, remember this. The next time someone mentions Ottoman women, you'll know they weren't just beautiful ornaments in a sultan's collection. They were the backbone of an empire, the power behind the throne, and quite possibly having more fun than anyone gives them credit for. Now that you're comfortable, let's slip into the silk slippers of the most powerful woman in the Ottoman Empire, the Valide Sultan. Imagine waking up each morning knowing that your decisions could literally reshape the map of the world before lunch. There's no pressure, right? The Valide Sultan's day started before sunrise, not due to her preference for early mornings, but due to the unpredictable nature of running a transcontinental empire. Her morning briefing would make any modern CEO's head spin. Reports from provincial governors, updates on military campaigns, intelligence from the Venetian ambassador, and oh yes, making sure her son, the Sultan, remembered to eat something besides dates and honey for breakfast. These women weren't just figureheads with fancy titles. They controlled enormous budgets, managed vast real estate portfolios, and maintained diplomatic correspondence with queens and empresses across Europe. Safiye Sultan, mother of Mehmed III, once casually decided to fund the construction of a massive mosque complex in Istanbul. In response to the treasurer's concerns about the cost, she said, "Well, build it anyway. The empire can afford it, and if it can't, we'll just conquer somewhere wealthy." Talk about confidence in your family business. The bureaucracy these women had to navigate on a daily basis would cause modern politicians immense anxiety. Every morning brought a parade of officials, each with their agenda, their problems, and their own very creative interpretations of the truth. The Valide Sultan had to be part diplomat, part detective, and part mother hen, often all before her morning coffee had a chance to cool down. Interestingly, these women established their own informal communication networks, surpassing the capabilities of any modern social media platform. Through a system of loyal servants, strategic marriages, and carefully placed allies, a Valide Sultan could have information from the farthest corners of the empire on her desk, faster than official government reports. They practically invented crowdsourcing, except instead of entertaining cat videos, they were sharing intelligence about trade routes and military movements. The midday meal in the Valide Sultan's quarters wasn't just lunch. It was a diplomatic summit disguised as a social gathering. Picture this. You're trying to enjoy your stuffed grape leaves while simultaneously mediating a dispute between two provincial governors, planning your daughter's wedding to strengthen an alliance with Crimean nobility, and deciding whether to support your son's latest military adventure. It was just another Tuesday in the life of the most powerful woman in the empire. The real magic unfolded during afternoon audiences. Petitioners would line up, merchants seeking trade privileges, scholars requesting patronage, and mothers asking for their sons' release from military service. The Valide Sultan had to be Solomon, and Mother Teresa rolled into one, dispensing justice and mercy in equal measure. And she had to do it all while wearing about 15 pounds of ceremonial robes and a headdress that required its own architectural support system. The paperwork alone would terrify a modern administrator. Every decision had to be documented, every favour carefully recorded, and every alliance meticulously tracked. These women were managing complex political relationships across dozens of cultures and languages, all while maintaining the delicate balance between Islamic law, imperial tradition, and practical necessity. But perhaps the most exhausting part of a Valide Sultan's day was managing the family dynamics. Imagine trying to keep peace between multiple daughters-in-law who each think their son should be the next sultan, while also making sure your own son doesn't make any catastrophically bad decisions. It was like running family therapy sessions for people who had armies at their disposal. The evening hours brought a different kind of work, the meticulous cultivation of culture and learning that elevated the Ottoman court to a position of European envy. These women were patrons of poets, architects, musicians, and scholars. They commissioned breathtaking works of art, funded scientific expeditions that enriched human knowledge, and supported literary salons that produced some of the world's greatest poetry. And through it all, they maintained their grace, their dignity, and their sense of humour. Managing an empire spanning 3 continents requires one to either embrace the absurdity of the situation or succumb to complete insanity. Thankfully, the majority of them opted for laughter, which likely explains why their legacy endures today, despite the collapse of many other powerful dynasties. Pull that blanket up a little higher, because we're about to dive into the most misunderstood aspect of Ottoman women's lives: love and marriage. And trust me, it's nothing like what you've seen in those dramatic television series where everyone seems to spend their entire day gazing longingly through latticed windows. Firstly, let's tackle the most significant issue: the Sultan in the harem. Ottoman marriage politics were so complex they'd make modern dating apps look simple. These were not merely romantic arrangements. They were international treaties accompanied by a wedding cake. Entire regions awaited the marriage of an Ottoman princess, as the alliance had the potential to shift the balance of power from the Adriatic to the Black Sea. Take Princess Mihrama, daughter of Suleiman the Magnificent. Princess Mihrama's marriage to Grand Vizier Rustem Pasha was not merely a romantic union, despite their mutual fondness, but a strategic maneuver that solidified power, ensured loyalty, and extended her influence beyond the traditional realm of a wife. She basically became the empire's unofficial foreign minister, except with better jewellery and significantly more dramatic family dinners. But here's what's truly fascinating. Ottoman women had far more say in their marriages than their European counterparts. While English and French ladies were being traded like poker chips, Ottoman women, especially those of higher rank, could negotiate their marriage contracts, specify their rights, and even include divorce clauses. Before prenuptial agreements gained popularity, Ottoman women were crafting prenuptial agreements that would leave modern lawyers envious. The whole concubine system, while obviously problematic by today's standards, was actually more nuanced than most people realise. Many of these women wielded enormous influence, accumulated vast personal wealth, and maintained their households after their formal relationships ended. Some became powerful businesswomen, others devoted themselves to charitable works, and quite a few became the power behind various political movements. Rather than being passive victims, these women actively participated in the process, often outperforming their male counterparts. The marriage ceremonies in the Ottoman court surpassed the grandeur of modern royal weddings. We're talking week-long celebrations that involved the entire city, with processions, fireworks, and enough food to feed a small army. The bride's trousseau alone could fund a military campaign, featuring textiles from across the empire, jewellery that required its security detail, and household items crafted by the finest artisans in the known world. But the real drama happened after the wedding, when these women had to navigate the intricate social hierarchies of their new homes. An Ottoman bride wasn't just marrying a man, she was entering a complex web of relationships with other wives, concubines, children, and extended family members. Success necessitated the diplomatic abilities of an ambassador, the forbearance of a saint, and the strategic acumen of a chess grandmaster. The love letters that survive from this period are absolutely delicious. These women wrote with passion, wit, and sometimes a delightfully cutting sense of humour. One princess wrote to her husband during a military campaign, "The roses in our garden are blooming beautifully, much like my affection for you, though the roses require less maintenance and complain far less about the weather." Apparently, even royal romance came with a side of gentle teasing. Divorce, while not common, was possible and sometimes surprisingly amicable. Ottoman women could retain their property, their titles, and often their influence. Some divorced imperial wives went on to become major patrons of the arts, funding mosques, schools, and charitable foundations. They basically invented the concept of independent wealth and social influence after marriage, which wasn't exactly trending in 16th century Europe. The children from these marriages often became bridges between different cultures and traditions. Ottoman princesses who married into noble families across the empire didn't just bring political alliances, they brought languages, customs, artistic traditions, and culinary preferences that enriched the already diverse Ottoman cultural landscape. They were walking cultural exchange programs, minus the awkward icebreaker activities. And let's not forget the grandmothers, the former wives and mothers who had successfully navigated decades of imperial politics. These women became the unofficial advisors, the keepers of institutional memory, and the ones who could gently, or not so gently, remind everyone how things were supposed to work. They were living libraries of political wisdom, relationship advice, and probably some truly spectacular gossip. So tonight, as you're drifting off to sleep, remember that Ottoman love stories weren't just about passion and romance, though there was certainly plenty of both. They were about women who knew that love and politics could coexist, that the heart and mind could work together, and that writing your own rules about relationships could be revolutionary. Let's wander away from the palace now and into the bustling heart of Ottoman commerce, where women were quietly revolutionizing business practices while everyone else was arguing about trade routes. Grab your imaginary market basket, because we're about to discover that Ottoman women basically invented entrepreneurship centuries before anyone thought to call it that. The Grand Bazaar of Istanbul wasn't just a shopping destination, it was the New York Stock Exchange, Silicon Valley and Wall Street all rolled into one magnificent aromatic maze. And surprise. Women weren't just shopping there, they were running the show from behind the scenes, pulling strings like master puppeteers who happened to have excellent taste in textiles. Meet the Tukar Hanim, the merchant women who operated trading networks that spanned from Cairo to Crimea. These weren't small-time shopkeepers selling trinkets to tourists. We're talking about women who financed entire caravans, maintained warehouses across multiple continents, and could crash local economies simply by deciding not to buy silk that season. They were the original power shoppers, except they were shopping wholesale, and their purchasing decisions affected international trade. The textile business was particularly dominated by women, which makes perfect sense when you think about it. Who better to judge the quality of silk than someone who's been wearing it since childhood? These women developed quality control standards that European guilds couldn't match. They could determine the origin of a piece of fabric by touch alone, spot inferior dyes from across a crowded bazaar, and negotiate prices that would make modern corporate lawyers proud. But here's where it gets intriguing. Many of these businesswomen were also major creditors. They loaned money to everyone from village merchants to provincial governors, and their record-keeping systems were so sophisticated that European banking houses eventually adopted similar practices. They basically invented commercial banking, except with better customer service and considerably more style. The spice trade was another female-dominated arena, which honestly makes perfect sense. These women were knowledgeable about the freshness of cardamom pods, the value of saffron, and the art of blending spices to elevate ordinary meals into culinary masterpieces. They created preservation techniques, shipping methods, and quality grading systems that remain in use today. An Ottoman spice merchant could track her products from a village in India to a kitchen in Prague, surpassing the capabilities of modern supply chain management. The jewellery business was practically a female monopoly, and for good reason. Ottoman women understood gems not just as decorative objects, but as portable wealth, investment vehicles and insurance policies all rolled into one sparkly package. They could appraise a ruby faster than modern gemologists, create demand for specific stones through strategic wearing at social events, and time their sales to market fluctuations with an accuracy that would impress any modern-day trader. What's truly remarkable is how these women balanced their business empires with their family responsibilities. Imagine managing import-export operations across 3 continents, ensuring your daughter's wedding is adorned with the finest linens, your son's education incorporates the latest mathematical concepts, and your household functions smoothly enough to host diplomatic dinners on short notice. These women were the original multitaskers, juggling responsibilities that would overwhelm most modern executives. These businesswomen's networking capabilities surpassed those of modern professional organisations. They maintained correspondence with female merchants from Morocco to Malaysia, sharing market intelligence, warning each other about dishonest dealers, and coordinating prices to maintain profitable margins. They had created an informal international chamber of commerce centuries before anyone thought to formalise such organisations. Many of these women also became incredible philanthropists, using their wealth to fund public works projects that benefited entire communities. They built fountains that provided free water to travellers, established caravanserai that offered safe lodging for merchants, and funded schools that educated children regardless of their family's ability to pay. They understood that successful business required healthy communities, a concept that modern corporate social responsibility programs are just beginning to rediscover. The Ottoman system of private property rights for women was revolutionary for its time. Women could own businesses outright, inherit commercial properties, and pass their enterprises to their daughters without male interference. This created dynasties of female entrepreneurs that spanned generations, with business knowledge and trade secrets passed down through maternal lines like family recipes. And perhaps most importantly, these women proved that commerce and culture weren't separate spheres. They were patrons of the arts who commissioned beautiful objects that were also functional trade goods. They understood that beauty and practicality could coexist. that successful business could support cultural advancement, and that profit and principle weren't mutually exclusive. So as you're settling in for the night, take a moment to appreciate these forgotten pioneers of international commerce. They were building global businesses while wearing fabulous clothes, maintaining loving families and contributing to their communities, all without a single PowerPoint presentation or quarterly earnings call. Now that's what I call work-life balance. Let's dim the lights a little and settle into the literary salons and artistic workshops where Ottoman women were quietly creating some of the most beautiful and influential works in Islamic civilization. Pour yourself another cup of tea, because we're about to meet some women who wielded brushes and pens like other people wielded swords. Imagine walking into a room where poetry flows like wine, where mathematical equations are discussed with the same passion as love sonnets, and where the latest architectural plans are debated alongside philosophical treatises. This wasn't some fantasy literary society. This was just Tuesday evening in the household of any educated Ottoman woman worth her embroidered silk. Take Miri Hatun, a 15th century poet who wrote verses so beautiful that they're still quoted in Turkish literature classes today. However, it's important to note that she wasn't limited to writing about flowers and unrequited love, unlike her European contemporaries. She wrote sharp, witty social commentary that could slice through pretension like a well-sharpened scimitar. Her poetry was so influential that it shaped literary movements across the Ottoman territories, and her love poems were so steamy they probably made the censors blush. But poetry was just the beginning. Ottoman women were accomplished calligraphers at a time when beautiful handwriting was considered one of the highest art forms. They didn't just copy texts, they transformed them into visual masterpieces where the words themselves became decorative elements. A single page of their work could take months to complete, with each letter carefully crafted to create patterns that were both readable and breathtakingly beautiful. The manuscripts these women illuminated weren't just lovely books, they were the medieval equivalent of multimedia presentations. They combined text, illustration, decorative elements, and sometimes even mathematical diagrams into cohesive works of art. These women were essentially graphic designers working with gold leaf and crushed gemstones instead of Photoshop, and their creations have survived centuries. While most digital art from 20 years ago is already obsolete, music was another realm where Ottoman women excelled, though they faced the intriguing challenge of performing in a culture that valued privacy. So what did they do? They created intimate musical traditions that flourished in private spaces. They composed pieces specifically for small gatherings, developed new instrumental techniques suited to domestic settings, and passed down musical knowledge through female-only networks that preserved traditions for centuries. The mathematical achievements of Ottoman women are particularly impressive, mainly because nobody expected them to be interested in numbers. These women studied astronomy not just for intellectual curiosity, but because understanding celestial movements was crucial for everything from agricultural planning to navigation. Some became skilled enough to calculate prayer times for their entire regions, create accurate calendars, and even predict eclipses with remarkable precision. Despite the apparent male dominance in the field of architecture, Ottoman women were responsible for commissioning and designing buildings that continue to astonish today. They didn't just hire architects and say, "Make it pretty." They were intimately involved in every detail, from the mathematical proportions that created perfect acoustics to the decorative programs that told complex symbolic stories. The Mirama Sultan Mosque in Istanbul, for example, was designed to align with the sun so that on the anniversary of the Sultan's birthday, light would illuminate the interior in a specific pattern. That's not just architecture, that's poetry written in stone and sunlight. The textile arts reached levels of sophistication under Ottoman women that modern factories still struggle to match. They developed weaving techniques that created fabrics so fine they seemed to float, dyeing methods that produced colours of impossible vibrancy, and embroidery patterns so complex they required mathematical understanding to execute properly. A single Ottoman court kaftan might contain more artistic and technical innovation than most contemporary art installations. But perhaps most remarkably, these women understood that art and learning weren't separate from daily life. They were integral to it. They taught their children to appreciate beauty, alongside practical skills, integrated artistic elements into everyday objects, and created environments where creativity and intellectual curiosity were simply part of the family culture. The libraries these women established weren't just collections of books, They were community centres where knowledge was shared across social boundaries. They funded copying projects that preserved ancient texts, sponsored translations that made foreign knowledge accessible, and maintained correspondence with scholars across the known world. They were essentially running early versions of research universities, except with better food and more comfortable seating. Many of these women also became accomplished physicians, combining traditional knowledge with new medical discoveries. They maintained detailed records of their treatments, developed new remedies, and trained other women in medical arts. Some specialised in women's health, others in paediatrics, and a few became renowned for their surgical skills. They understood that healing was both an art and a science, requiring not just technical knowledge, but also intuitive understanding of human nature. What strikes me most about these Ottoman women artists and scholars is their confidence. They didn't apologise for their intelligence or hide their accomplishments. They signed their works, engaged in public debates, and claimed their place in intellectual traditions with the kind of bold assurance that modern women are still fighting to achieve. So tonight, as you're drifting towards sleep, remember these women who understood that beauty and knowledge were not luxuries but necessities, that creativity and intellect could flourish together, and that the most lasting revolutions are often fought with brushes, pens, and the radical act of refusing to be anything less than brilliant. Now, recline comfortably as we delve into the ways Ottoman women transformed their religious devotion into a potent force for social transformation, fostering communities and providing support to the vulnerable with a refinement that would impress any contemporary non-profit organisation. These women understood that faith without action was like tea without warmth, technically still tea, but missing the whole point. The concept of charitable giving in Islamic tradition provided Ottoman women with a unique opportunity to exercise public influence while maintaining their religious and social standing. They took this opportunity and ran with it, like marathon runners who happened to be carrying purses full of gold coins. The scale of their charitable works was staggering. We're talking about social programs that supported entire communities for generations. Consider Gülnush Sultan, who in the early 18th century established one of the most comprehensive charitable foundations in Ottoman history. Her kuliye, a charitable complex, included a mosque, a school, a hospital, a caravanserai for travellers, kitchens for the poor, and workshops for artisans. It was basically a one-stop social services centre that provided everything from emergency medical care to job training, all funded and managed by one remarkably organised woman who apparently never met a social problem she couldn't solve with careful planning and generous funding. The hospital system these women developed was revolutionary for its time. These women were not merely constructing a place for the sick to lie down and hope for recovery. Instead, they were establishing medical institutions equipped with specialised departments, skilled staff, and cutting-edge treatment methods. Some of these hospitals had separate wings for different ailments, libraries for medical research, and even music therapy programs, because these women understood that healing involved more than just physical treatment. But here's what's really impressive: the financial management systems they created to sustain these charitable works. These weren't just one-time donations. They were endowments designed to generate income in perpetuity. These women were essentially creating sustainable funding models for social programs, complete with diversified investment portfolios, professional management structures, and accountability measures that ensured their charitable intentions would be carried out long after they were gone. The educational institutions they founded were particularly groundbreaking. While Europe was still debating whether women should learn to read, Ottoman women were establishing schools that taught everything from basic literacy to advanced mathematics, often to students regardless of their ability to pay. They understood that education was the most effective form of charity because it gave people tools to improve their circumstances rather than just temporary relief. Many of these charitable foundations specifically focused on supporting other women and children. They provided dowries for orphaned girls, job training for widows, childcare for working mothers, and safe shelter for women fleeing difficult situations. They created support networks that function like early versions of social safety nets, except these were funded by voluntary contributions and managed by people who actually understood the needs of their communities. The soup kitchens, called imarets, that these women established weren't just places where hungry people could get a meal. They were community centres that served hot food to anyone who showed up, regardless of their religion, ethnicity, or social status. Some served thousands of meals daily, with menus that varied according to season and availability. These women understood that dignity was as important as nutrition, so they created spaces that treated every visitor with respect and care. The public works projects funded by Ottoman women's charitable foundations transformed entire cities. They built fountains that provided clean water to neighbourhoods, bridges that connected communities, roads that facilitated trade, and public baths that promoted health and hygiene. They understood that individual charity was important, but systemic improvements could benefit everyone for generations. What's particularly remarkable is how these women balanced their charitable works with their family responsibilities and social obligations. They weren't choosing between personal happiness and public service. They were integrating both into lives that were remarkably full and purposeful. They managed charitable foundations while raising children, maintained social relationships while overseeing construction projects, and fulfilled religious obligations while revolutionizing community support systems. The pilgrimage facilities these women established deserve special mention. They built caravanserais along pilgrimage routes that provided free lodging, meals and medical care to travellers making the Hajj to Mecca. These weren't just hostels. They were full-service travel centres with veterinary care for animals, security for valuable goods, and guides familiar with local conditions. They understood that facilitating religious obligations was itself a form of worship. Many of these women also became renowned for their personal accessibility to people in need. They maintained regular audiences where anyone could petition for help, advice, or intervention. They listened to family disputes, mediated business conflicts, and provided counsel on everything from marriage problems to career decisions. They were essentially serving as informal social workers, therapists, and career counsellors for their entire communities. The interfaith cooperation fostered by these charitable works was remarkable for any era. Ottoman women's foundations served people of all religious backgrounds, employed staff from diverse communities, and created spaces where different traditions could coexist peacefully. They understood that effective charity required setting aside theological differences in favour of shared humanity. Perhaps most importantly, these women created models of leadership that emphasised service rather than power, collaboration rather than competition, and long-term community benefit rather than short-term personal gain. They proved that religious devotion and social action could work together to create positive change, that wealth came with responsibilities as well as privileges, and that the most lasting monuments are often the ones that improve daily life for ordinary people. So as you're preparing for sleep tonight, take comfort in knowing that centuries ago, women were working tirelessly to create communities where everyone had access to food, shelter, education, and medical care. They understood that faith required action, that privilege demanded service, and that the best way to honour divine blessings was to share them generously with others. As we reach the end of our journey through the remarkable world of Ottoman women, let's pull back the curtains on history's grandest stage and see how these extraordinary women influenced not just their own time, but ours as well. Pour yourself one last cup of that evening tea, because their legacy is far more present in our modern world than you might imagine. The diplomatic networks these women created didn't disappear when the Ottoman Empire ended. They evolved into the informal cultural exchanges that still connect communities across former Ottoman territories today. When you taste authentic Turkish coffee in a Bosnian cafe, admire geometric patterns in Moroccan tilework, or hear certain melodic structures in Greek folk music, you're experiencing the lasting influence of women who understood that culture travels along relationship networks more effectively than through any official channels. The business practices pioneered by Ottoman merchant women became foundational elements of international commerce. Their understanding of quality control, customer service, and market diversification influenced trading practices across the Mediterranean and beyond. Some of the commercial families they established continued operating for centuries, adapting to changing political circumstances while maintaining the core principles of ethical dealing and community investment that these women had established. Modern feminism owes more to these Ottoman women than most people realise, though the connections aren't always obvious. Their assumption that women could own property, manage businesses, influence politics, and contribute to intellectual life created precedents that later reformers could point to when arguing for women's rights. They proved that female intelligence and capability weren't radical new concepts. They were historical realities that had been temporarily forgotten rather than recently discovered. The educational institutions they founded evolved into some of the most prestigious schools and universities in the modern Middle East and Balkans. The libraries they established safeguarded manuscripts and knowledge that the political upheavals of the 19th and 20th centuries might have otherwise erased. Their understanding that education should be accessible regardless of family background influenced later educational reforms across the region. But perhaps most importantly, these women demonstrated that power could be exercised with grace, that wealth could be managed with generosity, and that influence could be used for community benefit rather than personal aggrandizement. In an era when political leadership often seems divorced from moral consideration, their example of combining authority with responsibility feels remarkably relevant. The architectural legacy is impossible to ignore. Buildings commissioned by Ottoman women still dominate skylines from Istanbul to Damascus, their elegant domes and graceful minarets serving as daily reminders that beauty and function can coexist perfectly. Modern architects still study their use of light, space and proportion, finding inspiration in design principles developed by women who understood that buildings should nurture the human spirit as well as serve practical needs. The charitable foundations they established created models that influenced later development of social services throughout the former Ottoman territories. Their understanding that effective charity required sustainable funding, professional management, and community input helped shape modern approaches to non-profit organisations. Some of their original foundations are still operating today, nearly half a millennium after their establishment, a testament to the foresight of their founders. What most profoundly impresses me about these women is their ability to be both contemporary and innovative. They worked within the constraints and opportunities of their historical moment while consistently pushing boundaries and expanding possibilities. They understood that change often happens gradually, through the accumulation of small innovations and incremental expansions of what's considered normal or acceptable. Their approach to problem solving remains remarkably relevant. They combined practical intelligence with creative thinking, used available resources efficiently while maintaining high standards, and understood that lasting solutions usually required building consensus rather than imposing change through force. They were natural systems thinkers who could see connections and long-term consequences that others missed. The cultural synthesis they fostered, blending influences from across the empire while maintaining distinctive local characteristics, offers lessons for our increasingly connected but culturally anxious world. They proved that diversity could be a source of strength rather than division, that different traditions could enrich each other without losing their essential characteristics, and that cosmopolitan sophistication could coexist with deep local roots. Perhaps most encouragingly, these women remind us that individual action can have far-reaching historical consequences. They didn't wait for permission to build hospitals, establish schools, or create businesses. They identified needs, developed solutions, and implemented changes using whatever resources and authority they could access. They understood that history is made by people who decide to act rather than wait for ideal circumstances. Their lives also demonstrate that fulfillment comes from using whatever talents and opportunities you have to contribute something meaningful to the world around you. Whether they were writing poetry, managing trade networks, designing buildings, or caring for the sick, they approached their work with dedication, intelligence, and a deep sense of purpose that made their activities feel significant rather than merely busy. So as you're drifting off to sleep tonight, carry with you the knowledge that centuries ago, women were living fully realized lives, building businesses, creating art, shaping politics, and caring for their communities with a confidence and competence that still inspires. They face different challenges than we do, but their fundamental approach to life, combining ambition with compassion, intelligence with wisdom, and personal fulfillment with social contribution, remains as relevant today as it was 500 years ago. Their legacy whispers that you too can live boldly, think creatively, and leave the world a little better than you found it. And really, what better thought could there be to carry into your dreams than that timeless reminder that extraordinary lives are built from ordinary days lived with purpose, grace, and just enough audacity to believe that change is always possible? Let me tell you about a boy who would grow up to touch the ceiling of the most famous chapel in the world. Imagine yourself relaxing in a cosy chair on a calm evening. He was born on March 6th, 1475, in the small hillside town of Caprese, where the morning mist clung to old stone houses like slumbering cats. His name was Michelangelo Buonarroti, but his friends just called him Michel. Do you know how certain things appeal to certain kids? While some people chase butterflies and others adore books, young Michel had a peculiar obsession. He was gathering pebbles and examining their shapes, turning them over in his tiny hands as if they were secrets, while other 6-year-olds were playing with wooden toys. His father, Lodovico, was a local magistrate. Think of him as the town's official paper pusher, and he had grand plans for his son that definitely didn't involve getting dusty with the rocks. When Michel was little, the family relocated to Florence, which would later serve as both his inspiration and playground. In the 1480s, Florence was more than just a city. It was like living inside a jewellery box with ideas and art glistening on every surface. The Medici family ruled there as wealthy patrons who collected artists in the same way that some people collect rare coins. But they were not kings. When Michel was just 6 years old, his mother Francesca passed away. Children are shaped by loss. Sometimes it pushes them towards something bigger, and other times it makes them retreat inward. It appeared to do both for Michel. He grew quieter and more perceptive, spending hours observing stonemasons fix structures because he was captivated by their ability to bend hard marble. In an attempt to guide him toward a respectable career in banking or government, his father enrolled him in grammar school. Michel, however, had different plans. He would doodle in the margins of his books instead of focusing on Latin conjugations, creating intricate drawings of hands, faces, and the way light fell across a windowsill. Michel couldn't help himself, but his teachers weren't amused. For him, creating art was more than just a hobby. It was a way of life. At the age of 13, Michel joined Domenico Ghirlandaio, one of Florence's most prosperous painters, as an apprentice, defying his father's wishes and likely amid some heated family disputes. You can appreciate Lodovico's horror if you can picture your adolescent today declaring they're dropping out to pursue a career as a street artist. However, as is often the case with future geniuses, Michel was obstinate. The Ghirlandaio workshop resembled an art factory from the Renaissance. Apprentices prepared canvases, ground pigments, and picked up skills by imitating the master's methods. For Michel, painting was a bit confining, but most boys were excited to eventually paint a small portion of a larger piece. Because of the three-dimensional challenge of bringing life from inanimate stone, he continued to gravitate towards sculpture. His story takes an intriguing turn at this point. In his gardens, Lorenzo de' Medici, also known as Lorenzo the Magnificent, had established a sort of art academy. Young artists could study classical sculpture and receive instruction from the best at this experimental school. Michel was invited to join after Lorenzo's scouts saw his work. The boy who had been gathering pebbles was now touching marble that had been carved before the birth of Christ and strolling through gardens brimming with statues from ancient Rome. It was like winning the Renaissance lottery to live in the Medici household. Ideas crackled in the air like logs on a fire, poets recited new verses, and philosophers debated at the tables where you ate. Even though Michel was only 15 and still developing his lanky frame, he was taking in everything: the art, the conversations, and the realization that people could make beautiful things that would last. He once carved a sleeping Cupid that was so realistic and expertly done that someone proposed artificially aging it and marketing it as an antique Roman item. The strategy was successful, until the buyer realized the fraud. The collector, however, was impressed rather than incensed. Who was this young person capable of deceiving professionals? At that moment, Michel became aware of a significant aspect of himself. He was not merely talented, but exceptionally so. This type of talent only occurs perhaps once every generation. Like learning you can fly but not being sure you want to take off, it was both exhilarating and terrifying. As you go to sleep tonight, visualize that young man standing among marble statues in those Medici gardens, his hands already smeared with stone dust, his mind racing with ideas he had not yet been able to grasp. When Michel was 21 years old and packing his few possessions for Rome in 1496, he felt as though the world was waiting for him. His school had been Florence, but Rome, Rome was the birthplace of legends and the making of reputations. Imagine him travelling toward the city that had ruled the world on that dusty road, most likely on a borrowed horse, with his sketchbook securely tucked away in his saddlebag. In the late 1400s, Rome resembled a huge archaeological site where people continued to live and work. There were pieces of the ancient empire everywhere you looked. Walls constructed from stones that had seen Caesar's victories, marble statues without arms but still exuding strength, and broken columns supporting tavern roofs. It was like entering paradise for an artist who was enamoured with classical beauty. A French cardinal who wanted something unique for his tomb gave Michel his first significant commission. The young sculptor proposed a Pietà, Mary holding the dead Christ, and spent months sketching, studying anatomy, and preparing for what would become his masterpiece. The problem with marble, however, is that it is not forgiving of errors. A bad cut cannot be repaired or erased. Each chisel stroke is a tiny act of faith. He spent whole days in the workshop working on the Pietà like a man possessed, coming out with marble dust under his fingernails and in his hair. The tenderness of the sculpture he made was revolutionary. Michel carved Mary and Christ as though they were actual people, caught in a moment of great sorrow and grace, in contrast to the conventional medieval style that made figures appear rigid and symbolic. However, something annoying occurred when the piece was revealed. After admiring it, visitors would inquire, "Who carved this?" and shake their heads incredulously when informed that it was a young man from Florence. One night, Michel did something he would never do again in his career. He sneaked back and carved his name directly on Mary's sash, saying, "Michelangelo Buonarroti, Florentine, made this." Like a Renaissance graffiti artist claiming credit, it's funny to imagine this future universe master sneaking around St. Peter's Basilica in the dark with his chisel. However, it was successful. Everyone in Rome was suddenly aware of Michelangelo's identity after the Pietà established his reputation. He also produced his well-known sculpture of the Roman wine god, Bacchus, around this period. Now, the majority of artists depicted Bacchus as a godlike and dignified figure, but Michel had a different vision. His Bacchus has the soft body of someone who has had too much good living, and he appears to be a little inebriated, swaying a little. It was witty and clever, demonstrating that Michel was aware of human nature, even when he was portraying gods. The achievement presented new difficulties. Rich customers started vying for his attention by paying progressively higher prices for his sculptures. Michel, however, was picky about his commissions. He desired projects that would challenge his abilities and allow him to test the limits of what marble could accomplish, not just financial gain. Representatives from Florence showed up one day with an interesting proposal. A huge block of marble that had been there for decades was in the city. After a few attempts, earlier sculptors had abandoned it, claiming it was defective and useless. The Florentines pondered whether Michel would want to look. The block would have to be moved back to Florence because it was so big, 17 feet high. Like a physician examining a patient, Michel studied the marble. He walked around it, felt its surface with his hands, and examined the cuts and grain. He saw potential where other sculptors saw problems. He could already picture the figure imprisoned inside, awaiting release, in his imagination. This commission would become David. It wasn't just any commission. Months passed during the negotiations. Michel desired a suitable workspace, sufficient compensation, and total creative control. The city officials agreed to everything, possibly believing that someone would solve their marble problem. They were unaware that they were commissioning the world's most well-known sculpture. Michel took a final stroll through the historic streets of Rome as he got ready to head back to Florence. He was departing as a master, having arrived as a budding young artist. He had learned from the Eternal City that beauty could endure centuries of conflict and turmoil, that art could transcend empires, and that a talented hand could transform stone into a language that would endure forever. As you drift off to sleep tonight, picture Michel, already seeing David's face in his dreams, loading that massive block of marble onto a cart. Those times when everything in your life falls into place, when all of your knowledge and abilities come together to work on the ideal project at the ideal moment, have a certain allure. That moment for Michel, who is now 26 and back in Florence, was when he first saw the enormous block of marble that would eventually become David. The marble had a fascinating backstory. Decades before, it had been taken from Carrara and used to make a sculpture of David for Florence Cathedral. 2 previous sculptors had attempted it. Agostino di Duccio had started carving but abandoned it, and Antonio Rossellino had been commissioned to continue but also gave up. By 1501, the block, which the locals called the Giant, had devolved into a public disgrace, akin to a costly piece of exercise equipment collecting dust in a corner. In order to safeguard his work and his privacy, Michel constructed a wooden shelter around the marble in the cathedral courtyard, where he set up his workshop. This was his world for the next 3 years. He would get there before the sun came up and work until it went out, frequently skipping meals. City officials defended their investment despite complaints from the neighbours about the continuous tapping of a chisel on stone. They had a sneaking suspicion that something extraordinary was taking place behind those wooden walls. Reimagining a well-known tale was more important to David's creation than technical proficiency. Earlier artists had depicted David standing over Goliath's severed head following his victory. Michel, however, saw things differently. His David is shown just before the fight, his muscles tensed, his gaze fixed on the approaching giant, a young man mustering the will to fight an impossible battle. David represented everyone who had ever had to overcome insurmountable odds, which in plague-stricken, war-torn Renaissance Italy meant almost everyone. The physical difficulties were tremendous. The marble weighed more than 6 tons and stood 17 feet tall. Michel had to climb ladders and scaffolding, constantly changing his perspective in order to check his proportions. He devised a method for creating tiny wax models and then enlarging them, applying mathematical ratios to translate his concepts onto the enormous stone. There were disadvantages to working alone. On some days, when a certain muscle wouldn't look right, or the marble showed an unexpected flaw, doubt would creep in like morning fog. At times, Michel would dedicate whole days to carving and recarving a single finger until it reached the level of perfection he had imagined. His hands were permanently discoloured, his back hurt from looking up all the time, and he became known for being antisocial, though this was partially due to the fact that he simply had no time for socialising. It was a slow breakthrough. Months went by, and David's shape appeared on the stone like a sunrise cresting hills. The fundamental form came first, followed by the definition of the muscles and features, and lastly the amazing detail that gave the appearance of living flesh to marble. Michel focused particularly on David's eyes, which still appear to track movement, and his hands, which were large to highlight his humanity and resolve. By 1504, word had gotten out that something extraordinary was taking place in that workshop in Florence. The response was swift and overwhelming when David was finally unveiled by officials. Crowds of citizens gathered merely to gaze. To learn the technique, artists travelled from all over Italy. Even people who knew nothing about art could sense they were seeing something that would outlive them all. But then came a delightful problem. Where to put a 17-foot naked man? David was supposed to be positioned high on the cathedral, but the sculpture was too magnificent to be concealed on a rooftop. The placement was discussed by a commission of citizens and artists, including Leonardo da Vinci, who had his own views. As a representation of the power of the Republic, some wanted David to stand in front of the Palazzo Vecchio. Others favoured a more secure area. The topic of politics came up. Like David and Goliath, Florence was a republic encircled by hostile territories. The sculpture came to represent democratic principles opposing oppression. When David was eventually erected in front of the Palazzo Vecchio, it was both an artistic and a political statement. The installation was a feat of engineering. Using an intricate system of ropes and wooden rollers, 40 men moved David the half-mile from the workshop to the piazza over the course of 4 days. The procession turned into an unplanned celebration of civic pride as people gathered in the streets to watch. Michel, who was now 29, had given Florence an icon in addition to a sculpture. In addition to his artistic accomplishments, David embodied the Renaissance belief that anyone could achieve anything with talent, bravery, and willpower. As you fall asleep, imagine the moment when the scaffolding was finally taken down, and David was standing there in all his splendour, prepared to take on any giants the world might send. Something happens that completely upends everything you believe to be true about yourself, just when you think life has settled into a comfortable pattern. Pope Julius II, who combined the artistic aspirations of Lorenzo de' Medici, the temperament of a Renaissance warlord, and the spiritual authority of the papacy, was the source of that disruption for Michel. In order to design and sculpt a massive tomb that would rival the monuments of the ancient emperors, Julius had called Michel to Rome. With dozens of figures adorning the 3-story marble masterpiece, Michel spent months making models and drawings. His sculpture legacy would be the work of a lifetime. Then Julius had second thoughts. Imagine Michel's annoyance. Your guests decide they would rather have pizza after you've prepared the perfect dinner party, purchased all the necessary supplies, and begun cooking. The Pope was the guest in this instance, though, and you couldn't exactly dispute papal authority. Julius came up with a novel idea. He wanted Michel to paint the Sistine Chapel's ceiling. Michel objected, "But I'm a sculptor." And he was correct. He had little experience painting, and he'd never tried anything as large as Julius had in mind. 68 feet above the ground, the Sistine Chapel's ceiling covered more than 5,000 square feet of curved surface. Lying on your back would be like painting the interior of a cathedral. Michel's worries didn't interest Julius. Discussions were short and obedience was expected when the Pope made a request. According to some historians, Bramante, the Pope's architect, suggested Michel for the project despite the fact that it was all but impossible, possibly in the hopes that the sculptor would falter and withdraw from the race for Julius's favour. If that's the case, they misjudged Michel's stubbornness. In 1508, Michel was 33 years old and looking up at a ceiling that seemed to go on forever, trying to figure out how to turn plain plaster into the most amazing painted surface in Christian art. He would have to come up with ways to paint above without getting blinded by paint dripping in his eyes, design scaffolding that wouldn't collapse, and somehow come up with a cohesive composition that made sense from 68 feet below. The topic was just as intimidating. Julius wanted prophets, sibyls, and hundreds of other characters to surround scenes from Genesis, such as the creation of the world, Adam and Eve, and Noah's flood. It was more than just a painting. It was a comprehensive theological program that had to function as both separate scenes and a cohesive whole. Reasoning that he would begin the story chronologically, Michel started with the flood scene. However, it was extremely challenging to work overhead while lying on scaffolding. His neck ached from the awkward position, paint dripped continuously, and the figures he thought were flawless up close looked warped down from floor level. He struggled for weeks before scraping everything off and starting over. This time, working backward through Genesis, he started with God distinguishing between light and darkness. He created clever methods, such as thickening his paint mixtures to minimize dripping, making cartoon templates to project designs onto the ceiling, and modifying proportions to take the viewing angle into consideration. Most significantly, he discovered that the ceiling was an architectural space that could give the impression of depth and movement rather than a flat surface. The work took up all of his time. During his 4 years as a painter, he frequently worked by himself in the chapel after dark, using only candles for illumination. Every brushstroke of those magnificent figures was created by his hand, but his assistants prepared the paints and cartoons. His own lamentable poem about becoming a hunchback from looking up all the time describes the chronic neck and back pain he developed that would follow him for the rest of his life. Psychological pressure matched the physical toll. Julius would show up out of the blue, scaling the scaffolding to check on progress and give unsolicited advice. The Pope was impatient, constantly asking when the work would be finished. Michel almost got hit with Julius's walking stick for his well-known reply, "When it's finished." But over time, magic occurred. Figures of amazing beauty and strength started to emerge from the ceiling. His god wasn't the distant, symbolic deity of medieval art, but a dynamic creator sweeping through space with cosmic energy. The most well-known gesture in art history is Adam's awakening touch. The flat ceiling became a vision of heaven, as the prophets and sibyls appeared to occupy actual architectural spaces. The way all of these components came together was the most amazing accomplishment. Visitors could follow the creation story while being awed by the individual figures' exquisite beauty, as they read the ceiling from the chapel floor, which resembled a huge illuminated manuscript. Tonight, as you close your eyes, picture Michel standing atop that scaffolding, exhausted and covered in paint, producing pictures that will awe future generations. Every great endeavour has a turning point when you take stock and discover that you've produced something that even you were surprised by. When the scaffolding was eventually taken down in October 1512, Michelangelo was able to see the finished Sistine Chapel ceiling for the first time from the ground floor, just like any other visitor who might happen to wander in from the Roman streets. The unveiling was a combination of religious ceremony, political theatre, and art exhibition, as one might anticipate from a papal event in Renaissance Rome. In their finest robes, cardinals and diplomats assembled, artists travelled from all over Italy to observe what everyone knew would be unprecedented, and inquisitive Romans flocked outside to catch a glimpse of what their city's master had achieved. There was an instantaneous and profound silence as those heavy wooden doors opened and the crowd filed in. When something is so exquisite that it leaves people speechless, do you know what I mean? That's precisely what took place. standing with their necks craned back and their mouths open. Grown men who had lived their entire lives surrounded by art attempted to take in what they were witnessing. The ceiling had been turned into a window to heaven, not just painted. Michel had created an architectural illusion so convincing that visitors felt they were looking up through actual stone frameworks at real figures inhabiting celestial space. Each scene, God sweeping the cosmos, Adam waking up, Eve emerging from Adam's side, was flawless on its own, but they all came together like the movements of a symphony. Of course, Pope Julius was victorious. He had commissioned the piece for political as well as artistic reasons, demonstrating to the world that Papal Rome was capable of creating wonders on par with those of classical antiquity. However, Julius appeared astonished by the accomplishments of his erratic sculptor. Undoubtedly, the ceiling was propaganda, but it was propaganda of such sublime beauty that it took on a much higher significance. As usual, Michel was already planning his next endeavour. He was still essentially a sculptor, even though the 4 years of painting had been an unusual diversion. He desired to go back to the marble statues that had been patiently waiting in Julius's workshop to his tomb. But like popes, Julius had other ideas. The relationship between Michel and Julius was fascinating to observe. Both of them had strong wills, were ardent art lovers, and were completely confident in their own abilities. Their arguments were legendary. At one point, Michel actually left Rome and had to be brought back by papal apologies. However, they were able to understand one another in the way that challenging people occasionally do. Despite his complaints, Michel flourished under the pressure of impossible commissions, and Julius saw genius where he saw it. Michel likely believed that he would finally be able to work on his own projects after Julius's death in 1513. Michel had been raised in the Medici family, so it should have been good news that he was now dealing with the new Pope Leo X, who was a Medici. But Leo had his own artistic vision and his own favourite artists, including Raphael, who was painting the papal apartments while Michel was working overhead in the Sistine Chapel. The rivalry with Raphael gives Michel's story a humorous side plot. Charming, tactful, at ease around customers, and capable of running sizable workshops, Raphael was everything Michel wasn't. Raphael was hosting elegant dinner parties and graciously accepting commission after commission, while Michel was up on scaffolding covered in paint, complaining about papal meddling. Nonetheless, the two artists valued one another's creations. Although he would never publicly acknowledge it, Michel valued Raphael's compositional abilities and technical innovations, and Raphael used elements he had learned from studying Michel's ceiling in his own paintings. It was the kind of high-level professional rivalry that motivates both sides to achieve more. Leo X wanted Michelangelo to be involved in the facade design of St. Peter's Basilica, because he had big plans for it. One of the most frustrating periods in Michel's career resulted from this. Years of building architectural models and drawings, visiting marble quarries, and setting up workshops, only to have the project shelved when papal funds ran out. Michel had made promises, signed contracts, and hired staff, and all of that vanished overnight due to politics at the Vatican. Michel learned a valuable lesson about the risky nature of artistic patronage from these papal letdowns. Money vanished, priorities shifted, and popes passed away. He needed to choose projects more carefully and guard against the whims of influential patrons if he hoped to produce work that would last. But his reputation was set in stone by the Sistine ceiling. People travelled from all over Europe to witness it. It was the subject of intense study by other artists who sought to comprehend his methods. Poets started writing about it. Michel had accomplished something that goes beyond typical artistic achievement. He had produced art that people would travel great distances to view. As sleep draws near tonight, imagine those first viewers in the Sistine Chapel, their faces lit by candlelight, looking up in awe at pictures that seem to make Genesis come to life. Mastery in one area frequently leads to unexpected opportunities in other areas, a lesson that life has a way of imparting to us. Michel experienced this lesson dramatically in his later years. New challenges that would push him well beyond his comfort zone and uncover talents he was unaware he possessed came as he approached his 50s, old age by Renaissance standards. When Pope Clement VII asked him to design a library, it was the first surprise. The Laurentian Library in Florence, a groundbreaking facility that would house the Medici family's priceless manuscript collection, was not just any library. Similar to his approach to sculpture, Michel viewed architecture as an expression of the fundamental character of a building, rather than as ornamentation. His design was audacious. With its rows of wooden reading desks and well-proportioned windows that let in soft light, the reading room resembled the serene hull of a ship. However, his true genius was displayed in the vestibule at the entrance. With steps that curved and divided in ways that gave the impression that stone was liquid, he constructed a staircase that appeared to flow like frozen lava. Even now, visitors still stop on those stairs, feeling as though they are viewing architecture as sculpture. It was both happy and sad to work in Florence once more. The city of his youth had changed. Political upheavals had scattered old friends, and the optimistic humanism of his early years had been tempered by war, plague, and religious reformation. Michel's interest in poetry grew, and he began penning verses that showed a more reflective side of himself. His poems weren't masterpieces, but they were deeply personal, exploring themes of aging, faith, and the meaning of artistic creation. Vittoria Colonna, a remarkable woman who was a poet, religious reformer, and intellectual force in her own right, became one of his most significant friends during this time. Their deep, spiritual bond, founded on a mutual interest in poetry, art, and religious issues, was unique for its time. Few people ever faced the intellectual challenges that Michel faced from Vittoria, and their correspondence shows a gentle, thoughtful side of the great artist. When Vittoria died in 1547, Michel was devastated. At 72, when most men of his age had long since passed away, he was grieving the loss of a person who had recognised his art and his inner turmoil. He was questioning everything at the time of her death, including his faith, his artistic legacy, and the significance of his worldly success, which had brought him fame but not necessarily peace. Pope Paul III asked him to paint a scene of the Last Judgment on the Sistine Chapel's altar wall during this depressing time. Michel was hesitant because the chapel already held his best painting. He was a sculptor first and foremost, and the subject matter required him to confront uncomfortable, personal themes of death and divine justice. However, his most emotionally impactful painting turned out to be The Last Judgment. The hopeful humanism of the ceiling had vanished, to be replaced by a more somber picture of humanity being held ultimately responsible. His Christ figure is a strong judge whose gesture separates the saved from the damned, not the kind redeemer of traditional art. With figures rising toward salvation, or falling toward damnation, in a cosmic drama that filled the entire wall, the composition whirls with movement and emotion. The painting immediately sparked controversy. His figures, according to some critics, were too intense, too muscular, and too nude for a place of worship. Michel's strong humanistic vision was becoming outdated as the Counter-Reformation got underway, and new restrictions were placed on religious art. He became known as the underwear painter, because later artists would actually paint draperies over some of his figures. The criticism didn't matter to Michel. He painted not for the acclaim of the day, but for God and future generations. His mature view of human nature was embodied in The Last Judgment. He was profoundly aware of both human potential and human frailty, without being cynically pessimistic or naively optimistic. Having been named chief architect in 1547, he was also supervising the building of the new saint, Peter's Basilica. Creating a structure that would represent Christianity while resolving massive engineering and design issues was possibly his biggest architectural challenge. His solution, a huge dome that would dominate the Roman skyline and serve as an inspiration for cathedral builders for centuries, was characteristically audacious. His last years were spent working on St. Peter's. He approached the project with the commitment of someone who knew it would be his last masterpiece and refused payment, believing it to be a service to God. By fusing traditional proportions with cutting-edge engineering, the dome's design produced a building that was both technically outstanding and spiritually uplifting. As you drift off to sleep, picture Michel in his 70s, still scaling scaffolding, pushing the envelope, and finding new ways to use paint and stone to further his endless creative vision. Seeing a great artist face their own mortality while continuing to create with unwavering passion is incredibly moving. This is precisely the story that Michel's last decades tell. A man in his 70s and 80s who never slowed down, who continued to push boundaries despite his body reminding him every day that he was, after all, human. Michel was 75 years old by 1550, which is nearly unthinkable for a person born in the 15th century. His peers were mostly long dead. Raphael had passed away in 1520, and Leonardo in 1519. In addition to his artistic competitors, Michel had outlived entire generations of admirers, critics, and patrons. Nevertheless, he kept up his work on St. Peter's Basilica with the vigour of a man half his age. His last obsession, and what an obsession it was the dome of St. Peter's. Not only was he designing a roof, but he was also building what would become Rome's most iconic silhouette. A building so precisely proportioned that it appears to hover over the Vatican like a visible prayer. How to support that much weight at that height, while designing an interior space that inspires rather than intimidates, was a huge engineering challenge. As usual, Michel came up with a creative solution. He created a double-shell dome, with an outer dome that would form the external profile, and an inner dome that guests would see from inside the basilica. This enabled him to maximise the architectural impact on the outside, as well as the spiritual experience within. Despite the dome's 452-foot elevation, it feels cosy and protective from within rather than intimidating. Delegating more than Michel had ever felt comfortable with was necessary to work on such a large project in his last years. He had to entrust assistants with details that he would have insisted on carving himself earlier in his career. For someone who had always felt that only his own hand could accomplish the perfection he desired, this was both challenging and freeing. While others took care of the execution, he could concentrate on the big picture. During these years, his poetry increased in frequency and intimacy. For him, writing verses was similar to sketching. It allowed him to process thoughts and feelings without the physical strain of painting or carving. His poems show a man struggling with issues that success was unable to resolve, such as what happens to people when they die. Given eternity, what purpose do accomplishments on earth serve? How does an artist get ready to abandon incomplete pieces? One of his most poignant final poems questions his art directly, asking whether all of his painted scenes and marble figures were merely a diversion from deeper spiritual issues, or if they were actually prayers. This was no pretense. Michel truly questioned whether his life's work had made him more or less like God. Ironically, some were acknowledging his work as possibly the greatest artistic accomplishment in human history, while Michel was doubting its spiritual worth. People travelled from all over Europe to view his artwork. His methods were assiduously studied by young artists. While he was still alive, authors started writing biographies, treating him as a living legend. This attention was both rewarding and taxing for Michel. Always a recluse who felt more at ease with marble than with people, he was suddenly expected to play the part of a Renaissance master for a never-ending parade of admirers. He became known for being rough with guests, but those who knew him well saw this as shyness rather than conceit. 3 weeks before his 89th birthday on February 18th, 1564, Michel passed away quietly at home in Rome. Even though he had been feeling ill for a few days, he had nearly finished the architectural drawings for St. Peter's. Witnesses claim that his final remarks discussed finishing the dome. Even as he was dying, he was contemplating unfinished business. He had completely changed Renaissance culture, as evidenced by the immediate reaction to his death. As a church prince, Pope Pius IV wanted him to be buried in St. Peter's. His body was ordered to be returned to his birthplace by the city of Florence. In Rome, artists started organising ornate funeral rituals. An era came to an end with Michel's passing. He was no longer just an artist, but a cultural force. His impact goes well beyond art history. You can see Michel's legacy every time you see a government building with a classical dome. He helped create the concepts that are echoed whenever someone discusses the divine spark of creativity. Artists are always imitating him when they refuse to sacrifice their vision for financial gain. As you fall asleep, visualize Michel's dome rising over Rome in the evening light, a monument to one man's conviction that people are capable of producing art that endures for centuries, monuments that bridge the gap between earthly craft and eternal aspiration, and beauty that surpasses empires. Dream sweet dreams. The man history would call Augustus was born Gaius Octavius on September the 23rd, 63 BCE, in a modest neighbourhood on the Palatine Hill. Though his lineage traced to a once influential equestrian family, few guessed he'd one day transform Rome from a republic steeped in centuries of tradition into something new. By heritage, he was Julius Caesar's grandnephew, but the link hardly guaranteed a grand destiny. As a child, Gaius Octavius was overshadowed by civil strife that had already scarred the Republic. Politicians feuded in the Senate, while distant generals, Sulla, Pompey, and eventually Caesar, vied for supremacy. Young Octavius lost his father early, leaving him under the care of a determined mother, Attia, and a circle of influential relatives. She recognized her son's potential, but also grasped the swirl of political tension that might devour him if he didn't maneuver cleverly. By adolescence, Octavius had gleaned that survival in Rome demanded alliances, strategic marriages, and unwavering loyalty, at least publicly. In private, one had to maintain a flexible mindset. He read oratory, studied Roman law, and learned to interpret the subtle power plays among senators. Observers described him as quiet, watchful, and possessed of a composure beyond his years. The biggest shift in his fortunes came in 46 BCE, when Julius Caesar, fresh from triumphs in Gaul and a decisive civil war victory, adopted Octavius as his posthumous son and designated heir. Caesar brought the teenager to Spain for a minor campaign, giving him a taste of military life. The young man's seriousness impressed Caesar's aides, though few predicted that this untested youth could ever fill Caesar's sandals. Indeed, Caesar himself was at the apex of power, proclaiming reforms and holding lavish triumphs. He restructured the Senate and extended citizenship to many. To some, he teetered close to monarchy. Rumours whispered he might declare himself king. Then came the Ides of March, 44 BCE. Caesar fell under 23 knife thrusts in the Senate, a betrayal orchestrated by supposed friends like Brutus and Cassius. While studying in a Greek city, Octavius received news of Caesar's assassination. At first, he reeled. The consequence was not only the loss of a powerful figure in his life, but also a potential threat to his security. He learned, however, that Caesar's will named him heir. It was an astonishing leap for someone barely out of adolescence. Many Roman elites dismissed him as a mere pawn. Mark Antony, Caesar's longtime ally, seemed the natural inheritor of Caesar's legacy, overshadowing the youth. But Octavius was no pawn. He returned to Italy with measured caution, adopting the name Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus, commonly shortened to Octavian, flaunting that he was Caesar's son in every sense but blood. His presence ignited Roman politics. Antony, charismatic and bold, tried dismissing him as the boy, while the Senate, still reeling from Caesar's dictatorship, sought to exploit friction between Antony and Octavian. The entire city braced for another civil war. Octavian played a subtle game, forming alliances with Caesar's veterans, distributing funds from Caesar's estate, and projecting an image of filial piety. In the meantime, Octavian experimented with the Senate, suggesting that he might back them in their opposition to Antony's aspirations. A pivotal moment occurred when Cicero, the renowned orator who harboured animosity towards Antony, realised that Octavian could potentially serve as a useful instrument. Cicero's scathing speeches, known as the Philippics, lambasted Antony as a new tyrant. He portrayed Octavian as a necessary bulwark to restore the Republic. Perhaps Cicero believed he could guide this youth like a puppet. Yet Octavian's mild demeanour masked a decisive streak. Using the Senate's endorsement, he raised legions to confront Antony, culminating in skirmishes near Mutina Oschere in northern Italy. Though Antony survived, the scuffles burnished Octavian's reputation. He was no figurehead. But the alliance of convenience between Octavian and the Senate didn't last. The cunning youth recognised the Senate's hypocrisy. They wanted to destroy Antony, but had little interest in truly elevating him. So Octavian pivoted, forging the second triumvirate with Antony and Lepidus in 43 BCE. This formal pact was sealed with the legal authority to reshape the state. Through proscription lists, they purged enemies, including Cicero. The triumvirs divided the Roman world among themselves. Lepidus got Africa, Antony the East, and Octavian the West. The teenage upstart had ascended to the pinnacle of power in just over a year since Caesar's murder. Rome reeled, uncertain if this triumvirate would restore order or simply replicate the horrors of past civil conflicts. As Octavian settled into his portion of the empire, he realised the West, Italy, Gaul and Spain would test his capacity for governance. He faced rebellious legions, distrust from veterans, and a public exhausted by war. Meanwhile, Antony pursued campaigns in the east, forging ties with Cleopatra of Egypt. Lepidus drifted into irrelevance. The seeds for fresh rivalry were sown. Thus began a pivotal chapter in which Octavian would refine his political acumen, balancing brutality with promises of stability. From there, the path to becoming Augustus, the revered first citizen of Rome, would be paved by cunning, alliances, and a strategic mind that never blinked at compromise or confrontation. Having seized power in the second triumvirate, Octavian found himself juggling alliances with two older, more seasoned strongmen, Antony and Lepidus. Lepidus, though nominally part of their ruling coalition, soon revealed himself incompetent in handling the African provinces. Antony posed a far more formidable presence. He commanded legions loyal to Caesar's memory, yearned for glory in the east, and, more crucially, was forging a personal and political bond with Cleopatra VII, the charismatic queen of Egypt. This union combined Antony's martial reputation with Cleopatra's wealth and strategic position, an alliance that might overshadow anything Octavian could muster in Italy. In Rome, Octavian projected a measured calm, claiming to restore order to the western provinces. He oversaw land distributions to veterans, an often messy process that displaced countless small farmers and generated local resentment. He skillfully transformed these forced resettlements into acts of generosity, expecting each settled veteran to express gratitude. With each step, Octavian built a personal loyalty network, parting ways with older elites who stood in his way. This era remained soaked in the blood of proscriptions, though some historians note that the violence receded once the triumvirate had purged the most threatening opposition. By 41 to 40 BCE, tensions exploded between Octavian and Antony's supporters. In Perusia, near modern-day Perugia, Lucius Antonius, Antony's brother, and Fulvia, Antony's wife, led a revolt, hoping to reassert Antony's claims in Italy. Octavian's legions besieged Perusia, starving the rebels into surrender. The city's inhabitants suffered a cruel fate. The siege left them starving, and after victory, Octavian ordered harsh reprisals, while Antony himself was absent in the east. This event underscored the deepening rift within the triumvirate. Despite these skirmishes, Antony and Octavian patched things up temporarily at the Treaty of Brundisium in 40 BCE, dividing spheres of influence anew. To cement the deal, Antony married Octavian's sister, Octavia, a gesture meant to signal familial harmony. But the truce felt shaky. Those close to the corridors of power sensed a deeper competition for the ultimate prize, undisputed control of Rome. Indeed, as Antony returned east, resuming his romance with Cleopatra and planning campaigns against Parthia, Octavia lingered behind, a lonely testament to the alliance's fragility. Back in Rome, Octavian's attentions turned to naval struggles. Sextus Pompey, son of the famous Pompey the Great, controlled Sicily and menaced Italy's grain supply with a pirate fleet. With famine threatening Rome, Octavian recognized he needed a strong admiral. Enter Marcus Agrippa, his most trusted lieutenant and a brilliant naval mind. Together, they reconfigured Roman naval strategy, training fresh crews and building advanced ships. By 36 BCE, Agrippa defeated Sextus Pompey in a series of engagements, notably at Nolocus. This victory brought Sicily under Octavian's sway, securing vital grain routes to feed Italy's population. Meanwhile, Lepidus foolishly tried to flex power in Sicily, but his legions defected to Octavian. Lepidus was stripped of triumviral power and exiled to a minor religious post, leaving just two men left from the original triumvirate, Octavian and Antony, each commanding vast territories, each suspicious of the other's ambitions. Antony's eastern campaigns fared poorly. His attempt to conquer Parthia in 36 BCE ended in a costly retreat. Cleopatra, determined to preserve her influence, financed his next moves, forging a mutual interest in controlling the eastern Mediterranean. Antony openly acknowledged Cleopatra's children, one fathered by Julius Caesar, others by himself, and showered them with territorial grants. In Roman eyes, his donations of Alexandria looked scandalous. Bestowing Roman-conquered lands to Cleopatra's brood was borderline treason. Rumours proliferated in Rome that Cleopatra had bewitched Antony, or that he aimed to set up a parallel empire in the east with her as co-ruler. Octavian seized the propaganda advantage. He depicted Antony as a man enthralled by an Egyptian seductress, betraying Roman traditions. The Roman populace, weary of foreign entanglements and suspicious of queens from the east, responded to such rhetoric. Octavian skillfully spun Cleopatra as a threat to Rome's sovereignty and Antony as a traitor lost to Oriental decadence. To formalise the break, Octavian had the Senate revoke Antony's powers in 32 BCE, spurred by the revelations that Antony's will recognised Cleopatra's children as heirs. The final countdown to civil war was underway. Octavian, though lacking Antony's battle-hardened image, had Agrippa. In 31 BCE, the decisive confrontation loomed off the coast of Greece. The site would be Actium, where Antony and Cleopatra mustered their combined fleet against Octavian's forces led by Agrippa. The stage was monumental, two massive fleets jostling for strategic advantage in the Ionian Sea, and the outcome was set to determine the fate of the Roman world. With Cleopatra by Antony's side, everything was on the line. Victory might reshape the Mediterranean power map, but if Antony fell, so might Cleopatra's dream of an Eastern Empire. In the lead up to Actium, desertions plagued Antony's ranks. Morale sank as men realised Cleopatra's presence overshadowed purely Roman concerns. In contrast, Octavian's message was crisp: preserve Rome from a foreign queen's grasp. The families of legionaries pinned their hopes on his victory for stability. Clouds of tension gathered, poised to break in the greatest naval showdown Rome had seen in generations. By now, Octavian's transformation from an underestimated youth to a political colossus was unmistakable, yet he still had to seize final legitimacy from the swirling chaos of war. Actium, September 2nd, 31 BCE, Rome's future hinged on the Ionian Sea's choppy waters. Antony's fleet, bolstered by Cleopatra's Egyptian squadrons, faced off against Octavian's ships under Agrippa's command. Many expected an even fight. Both sides fielded formidable war galleys, but intangible factors loomed large: morale, discipline, and the stark difference in leadership unity. By midday, the swirling melee erupted. Agrippa's nimble vessels employed better tactics, staying mobile and exploiting the heavier, less manoeuvrable designs of Antony's ships. Cleopatra lingered in the distance, her presence more symbolic than militarily decisive. In a dramatic twist, Cleopatra abruptly withdrew her squadron mid-battle, perhaps panicked by the unfolding chaos or following a secret plan. Seeing her sail away, Antony, torn between loyalty to his Roman forces and devotion to Cleopatra, abandoned the fight to chase after her. With their commander gone, the remaining ships collapsed in confusion. Agrippa snatched a decisive victory. The battered remnants of Antony's fleet either surrendered or burned. The news rapidly disseminated. Antony and Cleopatra had absconded, condemning thousands of soldiers to an unwinnable battle. This victory altered Rome's destiny. Actium wasn't just a naval triumph, it shattered the last credible threat to Octavian's ascendancy. Over the following months, Octavian pursued Antony and Cleopatra to Egypt. By August 30 BCE, with his forces surrounding Alexandria, their fate was sealed. Upon discovering the rumoured death of Cleopatra, Antony collapsed onto his sword, overcome with despair. Cleopatra, witnessing the city overrun and refusing to be paraded as a captive in Rome, reportedly took her life. Her method, a venomous asp pressed to her breast, became legendary. With that, Ptolemaic Egypt, the last Hellenistic kingdom, ended. Falling under Roman control, having neutralised every rival, Octavian returned to Rome in 29 BCE, triumphant. The gates of Janus, symbolising war's presence, re-shut, indicating peace across the empire for the first time in ages. The Senate, exhausted by decades of civil strife, pinned their hopes on this young victor. They hailed him as Imperator, commander, and showered him with honours. But Octavian realised the critical lesson from Caesar's demise. Openly brandishing monarchical power risked stirring republican resentment. He needed a new blueprint for dominance, something that would calm old fears while granting him absolute authority. This balancing act would define his next steps. In 27 BCE, Octavian performed a grand gesture. He ceremoniously returned power to the Senate and people of Rome, an act broadcast as humility, even though the real levers of control remained in his hands. The Senate, keen to maintain stability, bestowed upon him the name Augustus, meaning revered or venerable. This moment signalled the official birth of the Principate, a veneer of republican tradition cloaking a de facto monarchy. Augustus accepted titles carefully: Princeps, first citizen; Imperator, commander-in-chief; Pontifex Maximus, chief priest, and others. Combined, these roles gave him unassailable control over the army, religion, and state. A wave of reforms followed. Augustus reorganized the legions, stationed them in provinces under long-term command, ensuring their loyalty was to him personally. He restructured provincial governance, reducing corruption by rotating officials more often. The Senate oversaw peaceful provinces, while the emperor kept direct rule over trouble spots. Professional civil service emerged, staffed by freedmen and equestrians, loyal to the emperor's system. This team quietly undercut the old aristocratic networks that once jockeyed for magistracies, diminishing potential rebellion from senatorial upstarts. Culturally, Augustus recognized the power of propaganda. He sponsored monumental building projects, proclaiming he found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble. Temples were restored, public baths constructed, and aqueducts extended, visible tokens of a new golden age. Poets like Virgil, Horace, and Ovid flourished under imperial patronage, weaving narratives of Rome's glorious heritage and the necessity of a singular leader. The Aeneid recast Trojan myth to bolster the idea of a divine destiny culminating in Augustan rule. Yet not all were content. Some whispered that this restored republic was merely subjugation under a cunning autocrat. Traditionalists bemoaned the end of the truly free consuls and tribunes. Others, recalling the terror of endless civil wars, found solace in the Pax Romana that Augustus offered. Occasional conspiracies flared, typically from disillusioned nobles or neglected generals. Augustus handled them discreetly, exiling troublemakers or co-opting them with honours. Rarely did open rebellion form, a testament to how thoroughly he'd integrated power. In everyday life, a sense of renewal pervaded. Farmers returned to fields, trade routes revived, and legionaries redeployed to secure frontiers from Germany to Syria. The border wars never ceased entirely, but within the heart of the empire, travellers found roads safer and commerce steadier. The younger generation, lacking first-hand memories of the Republic, simply accepted that Rome's fortune lay in a stable principate. Indeed, many became ardent supporters, naming children Gaius or Lucius after Augustus's chosen heirs. By the close of the 20s BCE, Augustus was effectively king in all but name. The Senate still convened, magistrates still took office, but real decisions were funneled to him. Some historians label the period the dawn of the Roman Empire, though Augustus himself stuck to republican slogans. He had forged a new political order that would endure for centuries, bridging the fierce independence of old Rome with the pragmatic necessity of a single guiding hand. The cost? The cost lay in the fleeting illusions of republican liberty. But after generations of civil conflict, many Romans gladly paid that price. As Augustus consolidated authority, he turned to ensuring the stability of his succession. No small feat in a state once steeped in the tradition of elected magistracies. With no biological son from his marriages, Augustus tried weaving a family dynasty through strategic adoptions and marriages. His only child, Julia, became a political pawn, married off to potential heirs to cement alliances. First came Marcellus, Augustus's nephew, then Agrippa, his trusted general and companion, and later Tiberius, his stern, capable stepson. The empire watched these unions with fascination, hoping that a suitable successor might emerge to prolong the Pax Romana. Meanwhile, Augustus took a hands-on approach to moral and social reforms. He championed legislation encouraging marriage and childbirth among Rome's elite, penalising adultery and childlessness. Publicly, these laws aimed to revive traditional Roman virtues, populating the empire with upright citizens. Privately, they served as a moral anchor for the new regime, contrasting with the preceding decades of bloody infighting and public decadence. Critics grumbled that Augustus meddled too far into personal lives, yet many recognised the sense of direction and unity he sought to impose. On the frontiers, the empire's expansion seesawed between triumph and tragedy. Along the Rhine, Augustus installed garrisons to keep the Germanic tribes at bay. In the east, stable alliances with client kings prevented major upheavals, yet not all expansions succeeded. The infamous Varian disaster in 9 CE saw 3 Roman legions annihilated in the Teutoburg forest by Germanic warriors under Arminius. Rome reeled at the blow, losing about 15,000 men, Augustus, shattered by the news, was said to roam his palace, crying, "Quintilius Varus, give me back my legions." The defeat forced him to abandon major conquests in Germania, shifting the boundary to the Rhine. This trauma proved the empire had limits. Augustus recognized that consolidating existing provinces might matter more than indefinite conquest. Politically, the Principate's outward face promoted consensus. The Senate passed glowing decrees, awarding Augustus tribunician power for life, letting him veto or propose legislation. He used these powers sparingly, at least in the public eye. Freed of immediate threats, Augustus's reign embraced pageantry, grand triumphal arches, elaborate religious festivals, and coinage bearing his image with the title Father of the Fatherland. Roman aristocrats vied to outdo each other in praising the imperial household, sometimes exaggerating their devotion to secure favour. Meanwhile, the populace revelled in the improved city infrastructure, circuses, and public banquets. Bread and circuses indeed, though Augustus prided himself on not indulging in personal extravagance. He lived relatively simply in a house on the Palatine, not in a gilded palace. Yet within his family, strife simmered. His daughter Julia, stuck in strategic marriages, rebelled through scandalous conduct. She partied with younger patricians. Rumour said she engaged in affairs that ridiculed Augustus's moral edicts. Ultimately, he exiled his own daughter, a move he found deeply painful but saw as necessary to preserve the regime's moral authority. The public gossiped, concluding that even Augustus, the paragon of virtue, couldn't tame personal scandal in his household. Another blow came when favoured grandsons died young, fracturing the carefully plotted succession line. Tiberius, austere and aloof, gradually emerged as the likely heir, though father and stepson had an uneasy dynamic. In the realm of culture, a golden age flourished, or so the retrospective label claimed. Patronage from Augustus and his confidants, like Maecenas, supported literary talents who produced enduring works. Virgil's Aeneid wove Trojan legends into Rome's destiny, subtly legitimizing Augustan rule as fate. Livy wrote monumental histories praising Roman virtues, carefully tiptoeing around the civil wars that had cemented the Principate. Ovid's verses charmed readers with witty takes on love and mythology, until his exile for unspecified indiscretions, or perhaps for offending the imperial moral code. The tension between creative freedom and political lines became a hallmark of the era's art. Master sculptors and architects harnessed Greek influences, producing distinctive Roman designs that still grace surviving ruins. The Arapachis, celebrating Augustan peace, stands as a prime example. By the dawn of the 1st century CE, Augustus's principate had reigned over 2 decades of relative stability. Children grew up knowing no civil war, a remarkable shift from older generations. The memory of the Republic's freedom drifted into nostalgia for some, while others believed that a single guiding figure was the best bulwark against future chaos. Indeed, many equestrians and senators quietly recognized they were better off under predictable central rule than risking the unpredictability of competitive elections that often spiraled into assassinations or civil conflict. Yet the question of the empire's longevity remained. If Augustus died unexpectedly, would Tiberius or another figure hold the empire together? Could the Principate outlast one man's lifetime? In the twilight of his reign, Augustus orchestrated subtle transitions of authority to Tiberius, conferring powers gradually. He hoped to avoid the abrupt vacuum that had ensnared Caesar. Whether the Roman world was truly ready for a dynastic monarchy, a concept so alien to its older republican ethos, was an open question, but there was no turning back. The age of Augustus had irreversibly shaped a Roman identity now intertwined with a single ruler's guiding hand. By 14 CE, Augustus was an aging figure. His hair had greyed, his health grew frailer, yet his grip on power remained firm. He'd spent decades refining the Principate's mechanics, ensuring his direct or indirect control over the military, legal, and religious spheres. Mentally, he pondered the last acts of his storied life. If the Principate was to endure, he needed Tiberius, his designated successor, to seamlessly assume control. Some suspected Tiberius possessed neither Augustus' charisma nor compassion, but there was no other candidate left with enough legitimacy. That summer, Augustus embarked on a journey with Tiberius to southern Italy. Perhaps it was a symbolic handover, or perhaps it was simply a final inspection tour. Along the way, His health deteriorated quickly. Near Nola, the place of his father's death decades prior, he lingered in bed, occasionally conversing with Tiberius and others from his retinue. According to tradition, his last words carried a hint of the theatrical flourish, comparing life to a play and imploring them to applaud if he had performed well. On August 19th, 14 CE, Augustus passed away. He was 75, having ruled the empire effectively for over 4 decades, longer than anyone had predicted. News of his death spread swiftly. In Rome, a tide of mourning ensued. The Senate declared him a god, Divus Augustus, continuing a trend that had begun with Caesar's deification. The city's populace, which had never experienced an adult life without him as a guiding presence, faced uncertain times. Rituals, eulogies, and processions offered the veneer of continuity. Tiberius stepped into the role of princeps, observing the formalities that Augustus had established. Among the masses, grief mingled with apprehension. No single figure had done more to shape the new era of Pax Romana. In the subsequent months, the city of Rome processed Augustus's memory in different ways. Loyal senators commissioned arches and statues. Families recounted how their grandparents had lived through civil wars until Augustus restored order. Freedmen who had worked in his administration wept or exploited the transition to jockey for new positions. Across the provinces, local elites who had thrived under Augustan patronage worried whether Tiberius would maintain the same approach. Despite the news unsettling the legions, they remained loyal to the new emperor. Some among the legions expected bonuses or reforms, leading to brief mutinies in the Rhine and Pannonia, but Tiberius and his capable nephew, Germanicus, resolved them. As time passed, historians began weaving Augustus's reign into grand narratives. Some, like Livy, had already praised him in near mythic terms. Others were more subdued, acknowledging that while Augustus ended civil strife, he had also strangled the old republican liberties. A new generation born under Pax Romana, however, only understood the Republic through ancestral stories. They took for granted that a single figure guided state policy, minted coins with their face, and overshadowed the Senate. The heritage of civil wars receded into second-hand accounts, leaving Augustus as an almost fatherly figure in the Roman psyche, the man who brought peace. The deeper subtleties of his rule, his cunning manipulations, the purges that built the Principate, the clandestine power plays, were overshadowed by the public facade of piety, tradition, and moderation. Indeed, the final version of his life story, shaped by his supporters, cultivated an image of a reluctant ruler who accepted power only for the public good. Detractors existed, but they rarely had a platform to challenge the official line. Over centuries, subsequent emperors embraced or distanced themselves from Augustan ideals. Some attempted to emulate his delicate balance, while others failed, allowing cruelty or extravagance to overshadow statesmanship. An essential Augustan legacy was the ongoing Pax Romana, a relative peace that spanned from Britain to the Euphrates. Though wars on the frontiers never vanished, Germanic raids, revolts in Judea, tensions with Parthia, the empire's core heartlands prospered. Trade routes thrived, carrying goods from across the Mediterranean and beyond, while Roman law codes extended deeper into newly integrated communities. This stability boosted population growth, urban development, and cultural exchange, fostering an environment where future historians, philosophers, and architects found the resources to flourish. In subsequent centuries, Christians, when they emerged in the empire, pointed to the stable Roman roads built under Augustan expansions as an inadvertent gateway for their missionaries to travel. Even mundane aspects, standardized coinage, consistent administrative provinces, owed much to the Augustan blueprint. Emperors like Trajan and Hadrian, centuries later, recognized that forging a stable rule required a delicate dance, not entirely different from Augustus's approach, securing the loyalty of armies, appeasing the Senate, and wooing the populace. The memory of Augustus, therefore, served as an archetype for the good emperor, never mind that the path to his power was littered with cunning and bloodshed. Ultimately, Augustus's success lay in a melding contradictory impulses. He revived old festivals yet rewrote the political structure. He promised the Senate respect yet controlled them with cunning. He championed moral reforms yet exiled his daughter due to a scandal. The story of his life remains a mosaic of ambition, altruism, caution, and ruthlessness. Without him, Rome might have shattered under repeated civil wars. With him, the Republic mutated into an empire anchored by one man's authority. That delicate compromise monarchy dressed in Republican costume carried Rome forward for generations, shaping Western history in ways no one in the smoky Senate halls of yesteryear could have fully foreseen. Long after Augustus' death, the Roman world recited legends of his early days, from the moment he claimed Caesar's inheritance to the final quieting of civil strife. Poets retold how he found Rome in chaos and forged a new dawn of order. Even ordinary citizens, travelling along roads lined with his milestones, felt the echoes of an emperor who merged subtlety with power. Yet historians then and now debate whether Augustus truly believed in the facade of republican restoration or simply harnessed it to quell potential opposition. The notion of restoring the Republic was more than political spin, it was a psychological necessity. Romans had long prided themselves on hating kings since the Etruscan monarchy was expelled centuries earlier. By adopting titles like princeps, first among equals, and parading virtues such as modesty, Augustus defected the spectre of tyranny. He decorated official ceremonies with illusions of senatorial collaboration. In practice, though, every key office and province was under his watchful eye. By centralising the means to wage war, i.e. controlling legions, he rendered any senator-led rebellion almost impossible. This system had its share of paradoxes. Freed from the cycle of civil wars, the Senate could resume its dignified debates on laws, awarding triumphs or passing judgments, but only so far as it aligned with the emperor's overarching interests. Younger senators, who never experienced the chaotic republic, found comfort in the Principate's security. They advanced in a structured career path, quaestor, praetor, consul, under Augustan oversight. Freed from the anxiety of violent contests, they pivoted to administrative tasks like refining legal codes or sponsoring public games. These changes drained some vitality from senatorial life, but also eliminated the lethal rivalries that once stained Roman politics in blood. Religious transformations also underscored his reign. The imperial cult, venerating the emperor's family, took root in the provinces. Temples to Divus Julius, the deified Julius Caesar, dotted Asia Minor and Gaul, bridging local traditions with Roman identity. Augustus carefully navigated the line between piety and blasphemy. He never outright demanded worship of himself in Italy, but in distant provinces, cult centres proclaiming his divine status arose. This practice fostered unity, as local elites built shrines to Augustus to curry favour, blending indigenous gods with Roman imperial reverence. On a personal level, Augustus's household dramas had shaped his paternalistic posture toward the empire. The heartbreak with Julia, the succession fiascos, and the manipulative marriages taught him that absolute power came at the cost of familial strain. Ancient gossip lines claimed he was cold or unfeeling to those who fell out of favour. But gleaning from the letters that survive, we see glimpses of a man torn between fatherly instincts and political necessity. He exiled those he loved to maintain the moral facade he'd cultivated for the public. Real or staged, that posture anchored the moral authority behind his social reforms. Nor were the provincial expansions always peaceful. In the Spanish interior, Augustan generals waged campaigns to quell tribes that refused Roman oversight. The Alpine passes were brought under direct Roman control to secure transalpine trade routes. Fortress lines sprung up along the Danube to repel or monitor the restless Dacians. These expansions weren't often accompanied by grand triumphal processions. Augustus himself rarely took personal credit, preferring to let generals hold subdued ceremonies. He recognised that the empire needed no flamboyant displays reminiscent of earlier warlords. Instead, stable frontiers, a robust commerce network, and the Pax Romana's sense of normalcy proved enough to maintain public favour. When Tiberius finally stepped into the imperial role, most people expected continuity. The new emperor inherited not just the institutions, but also the attitudes Augustus had sown. Tiberius adhered to many Augustan precedents, though his personal style was more reclusive and severe. The senatorial class realised that Augustus's blueprint, an emperor overshadowing the facade of a free republic, would continue. No major push to resurrect a purely republican system emerged. Some die-hard republicans still existed in the shadows, but after decades of peace and the empire's continued growth, the majority accepted the Principate as the new normal. Across centuries, Augustus's memory soared to near mythic. Emperors from Nero to Constantine either invoked or reshaped Augustan tropes. On coinage, they displayed genealogical ties or spelled out slogans reminiscent of Augustan virtues. Augustus itself became more than a name. It was an honorific for all subsequent emperors, signifying the same revered status. Writers compiled accounts of his reign, both praising his modesty and hinting at cunning. The next generations faced their crises: Caligula's mania, the Jewish revolts, or the Year of the Four Emperors, yet Augustus's era stood out as a time of relative harmony, even if precariously balanced. Looking back from a vantage point centuries later, historians see Augustus as the pivot from a fractious republic to a stable, if autocratic, empire. Freed from crippling civil wars, the Mediterranean world blossomed in trade and culture. The seeds of an architectural revolution took root in Rome's new monuments, bridging Greek artistry with Roman engineering. And though the Principate eventually shifted toward more overt emperors like Caligula or Domitian, the Augustan model never vanished. The notion of a first citizen, quietly sustaining the illusions of senatorial dignity, underpinned the empire's structure until the West crumbled centuries later. Augustus's example, subtle, multifaceted, and deeply embedded in Roman tradition, remains a testament to how a single individual can reshape the trajectory of an entire civilization. Now, with millennia gone since Augustus's death, we possess a panoramic view of his life and legacy, a vantage point that reveals both the glimmering heights and the murky corners. His youthful cunning, harnessed after Caesar's assassination, established a pattern of strategic alliances and relentless ambition. That fierce drive paved his ascent from an underestimated heir to the architect of Rome's first imperial system. But behind the luminescent facade of the Pax Romana, one notices the ashes of republican liberties, countless casualties of proscriptions, and a well-managed propaganda machine smoothing over the sharp edges of absolute power. Modern scholars often debate whether he was a benevolent autocrat, or a sly manipulator who exploited war weariness to install a monarchy in all but name. The truth likely straddles a delicate boundary. Augustus's reforms, streamlining taxation, professionalizing the army, and encouraging moral and cultural revival, point to a genuine desire for a robust, enduring order. However, he did not hesitate to use lethal measures when they strengthened his position. For every temple he built, there was a political rival he sidelined or a province subjugated under Roman authority. In rhetorical terms, Augustus was no flamboyant orator, but his mastery lay in setting the narrative. He let others speak extravagantly on his behalf: poets, loyal senators, provincial allies, and rarely contradicted the glowing accounts that cast him as Rome's saviour. Over time, this cultivated persona sank deep into Rome's collective psyche. Even the Senate, once proud and fractious, resigned to his overarching presence, content to pass decrees endorsing him as father of the fatherland. The city's plebeians, exhausted by previous turmoil, embraced the peace and spectacle, grand gladiatorial games, public feasts, and the distribution of grain. With daily life less precarious, who dared demand the intangible freedoms of an older era? Augustus's family tragedies, especially around succession, highlight the precarious nature of hereditary rule. The difference between the Principate's carefully curated facade and personal heartbreak ran stark. The exiles of Julia and Ovid, along with the disgraced heirs who died prematurely, pointed to a regime that valued moral discipline and uniformity over personal indulgence. This was the official narrative. In private, some cunning courtiers thrived, whispering half-truths to maintain favour. This dynamic would plague future emperors, from Tiberius's suspicious watchfulness to Nero's flamboyant paranoia. Archaeologically, we see Augustan footprints across the empire. The city of Rome was adorned with the Forum of Augustus, the Temple of Mars Ultor, and the Ara Pacis, each a testament not just to religious devotion, but to the synergy between art and political messaging. In provincial cities from Spain to Asia Minor, local elites mirrored Augustan styles, erecting temples to the imperial cult and adopting Roman architectural motifs. This cultural assimilation contributed to the forging of a Roman identity that transcended narrow, tribal or local loyalties. Even in the Greek East, where Hellenic culture had once overshadowed Rome's, the Augustan age catalyzed a new synthesis. merging Greek traditions with Roman rule under the notion of a shared Pax Romana. When analysing Augustus's reign, one can't ignore the question of how it impacted future governance. The next 4 centuries of Roman history revolve around the tension between the illusions of Augustan modesty and the realities of emperors who demanded worship or indulged capricious whims. The 5 good emperors, from Nerva to Marcus Aurelius, tried to echo Augustan virtues, focusing on stoic administration and public works. Others, like Caligula or Commodus, abandoned the pretenses, exposing the empire to the rawness of untempered autocracy. Through all these fluctuations, the concept of the princeps never truly vanished, only mutated, eventually morphing into the openly acknowledged dominus by the time of Diocletian. In popular imagination, Augustus remains a figure akin to a sculptor who took the shards of a fractured republic and moulded them into something new. He didn't just pacify Rome, he re-envisioned its institutions so thoroughly that later Romans struggled to imagine returning to the old ways. Even centuries after the Western Empire fell, echoes of his centralized governance influenced medieval and modern states. His name, Augustus, became shorthand for a just but firm overlord. The weight of that transformation cannot be overstated. Rome grew from city-state to world empire under the shadows of the triumvirates and the many civil wars, culminating in a regime that, for better or worse, outlasted 1,000 nuances of politics. Ultimately, Augustus's greatest triumph was forging a stable system where once only warlords contended. His greatest cost was the republican spirit that withered in the process, replaced by an empire reliant on one man's judgment. Whether that trade was worthwhile depends on the lens of perspective. Those craving order and prosperity, or those lamenting lost civic freedoms. Even now, his story stands as a masterclass in political reinvention of how flexible ambition, tempered by paternal imagery, can reconstruct a government from ashes. And so ends the tale of Augustus, the understated youth turned imperator, who quietly slipped a monarchy into Rome's heart while draping it in the garments of tradition. With that cunning, he forever reshaped the course of Western civilization. Picture yourself settling into a wooden chair by your hearth on a crisp autumn evening in the year 1066. You've just finished your barley soup and dark bread, and the fire crackles with that particular satisfaction that comes from a belly that's finally full after a long day of backbreaking work. Your bones ache in that familiar way, the kind that reminds you that you've earned your rest. You step outside to check on the chickens one last time, and that's when you see it. A blazing sword hangs in the western sky, its fiery tail streaming behind it like the banner of some celestial army. Your heart pauses, not because you're witnessing one of nature's most spectacular shows, but because you know, with the certainty that comes from a lifetime of sermons and warnings, that this thing in the sky means trouble. See, you don't live in a world where comets are chunks of ice and rock following predictable orbits of the sun. You live in a world where the heavens are God's own theatre, and when something unusual appears up there, it's not astronomy, it's a divine telegram. And this particular message looks pretty ominous. Your medieval brain doesn't think, oh, fascinating, a celestial visitor from the outer reaches of our solar system. Instead, it thinks something more along the lines of, well, that's it then. Someone's about to die, probably horribly, and it might just be me. The thing is, you're not being irrational, not by the standards of your time anyway. You live in an age where the line between the natural and supernatural is as blurry as your vision after too much ale. Angels and demons are as real as your neighbour's cow, and the sky serves as God's bulletin board, announcing his disapproval of humanity's latest misdeeds. You know the stories. Everyone knows the stories. How a blazing star appeared before Jerusalem fell to the Romans. How strange that lights in the sky preceded the death of emperors and the fall of kingdoms. Your grandfather told you about the time a comet appeared just before the terrible famine that killed half the village. For you, these stories are more than mere entertainment. They serve as historical records. And here's the thing that makes it even worse. You can't just shrug and go back inside. Everyone else in your village has also witnessed it, and their thoughts align with yours. Tomorrow there'll be worried whispers at the well and anxious glances toward the manor house. The priest will have that particular expression. That means he's about to deliver some very unwelcome news from the pulpit. You pull your woolen cloak tighter around your shoulders and try to remember if you've been particularly sinful lately. Did you take that extra turnip from the Lord's field? Were you uncharitable toward your neighbour when his pig got into your garden? These things matter now because clearly the Almighty is paying attention and he's not happy about something. The comet hangs there like a cosmic reproach, and you can't help but wonder what fresh disaster it's announcing. Do you think the Normans will eventually follow through on their threats to invade? Will there be another plague? Will your Lord decide to raise the taxes again? In your world, bad news swiftly spreads across the night sky with a fiery tail. You stand there for what feels like hours but is probably only minutes, watching this unwelcome visitor. You want to appreciate its awful beauty, but mostly you want it to leave with the disaster it's advertising. If there's one thing you've learned in your hard-scrabble medieval life, it's usually not the kind of show you want front row seats for. The next morning arrives with all the subtlety of a mule kick to the head. You wake to the sound of church bells, not the regular call to morning prayers, but the urgent, irregular clanging that means Father Benedict has something important to announce. And judging by the frantic quality of the ringing, it's probably not good news about the harvest festival. You stumble out of your cottage, still pulling on your boots, to find half the village already gathered in the square. Everyone looks like they've seen a ghost, which in a way they have. It's the celestial ghost of impending doom, complete with a fiery tail and a profoundly negative outlook on humanity's moral state. Father Benedict stands on the church steps, his expression as troubled as everyone else's. His usually neat tonsure is dishevelled, and he's clutching his prayer book like it might sprout wings and carry him away from this mess. When he speaks, his voice has that particular tremor that suggests he's been up all night wrestling with theological implications. "My dear children," he begins, and you know immediately that whatever follows is going to be the opposite of reassuring. "The Lord has sent us a sign in the heavens, a reminder of his divine displeasure with the sins of this world." Now, here's where medieval logic gets particularly intriguing. In your time, everything happens for a reason, and that reason is usually either God rewarding the faithful or God punishing the wicked. There are no random cosmic events or natural phenomena that occur simply due to the laws of physics. When a comet appears, it's because God grabbed it by the tail and flung it across the sky like a cosmic javelin, aimed directly at whatever kingdom, village or individual has been getting too big for their britches. The mathematics of this system are beautifully simple and absolutely terrifying. Bad things happen because someone, somewhere, has offended the Almighty. The bigger the wicked thing, the bigger the sin that caused it. And a comet? A comet is not just any ordinary bad thing. That's the cosmic equivalent of God taking a serious stance. You glance around at your neighbours, all of whom are doing their own moral inventory. There's Thomas the miller, who you're pretty sure has been watering down the flour. Margaret the baker undoubtedly overcharges for bread and likely fabricates the weight. Old Henrik is known by everyone to poach rabbits from the Lord's forest, but he is clever enough to avoid getting caught. In fact, upon reflection, your village resembles a catalogue of petty sins and moral compromises. A flaming harbinger of divine justice suddenly casts a shadow over your village, making it seem less amusing and more like a poor strategic decision. Father Benedict continues his sermon, explaining how comets have historically appeared before great disasters. The medieval catastrophes, which included the destruction of cities, the deaths of kings, famines, plagues and invasions, were all preceded by fiery visitors from the afterlife. Father Benedict provides detailed explanations for most of his points, supplemented by insightful quotes from various saints who shared their perspectives on celestial phenomena. The truly maddening part is that this system of cosmic cause and effect actually makes sense within the medieval worldview. If God is all-powerful and all-knowing, then nothing happens without his permission. If something dramatic happens in the heavens, it's because he put it there. And if he put it there, it's because he's trying to tell you something. The only question is if you possess the intelligence to decipher that message before it's too late. You find yourself nodding in agreement with the priest's explanation, despite a part of your mind resisting the overwhelming unfairness of it all. After all, you've been a reasonably decent person. You go to church, you don't murder anyone, you only steal when you're really hungry, and you've never coveted your neighbour's ox with any serious intent. But apparently, the cosmic justice system operates on a collective guilt principle, and your village's moral credit rating has just been downgraded to pray for your souls. As Father Benedict wraps up his impromptu sermon with a call for increased piety, and possibly some emergency donations to the church roof fund, you can't help but stare up at the morning sky. The comet isn't visible now, but you know it's still there, lurking behind the sun like a cosmic bill collector waiting to serve papers. By midday, your village has descended into a state of organised hysteria. It's remarkable, really, how quickly a community can pivot from mundane concerns about grain storage and pig breeding to full-scale apocalyptic anxiety. Everyone becomes an expert on divine wrath and celestial omens after witnessing a fiery visitor in the night sky. While you attempt to carry out your daily tasks, such as feeding the chickens and fixing the leaky thatch in your cottage, it becomes difficult to focus when half of your neighbours are convinced that the world is on the verge of a catastrophic end, and the other half are debating the specifics of this end. The blacksmith has become convinced that the comet is specifically targeting smiths because he once made a horseshoe on a Sunday. The baker thinks it's about bread prices, which honestly might not be wrong given what she charges for a decent loaf. Young William from the mill is certain it's because he's been having impure thoughts about the merchant's daughter, though frankly, half the village has been having impure thoughts about the merchant's daughter, so if God punished every lustful glance with cosmic fireworks, the sky would look like a continuous celebration. What's fascinating is how everyone's personal guilt is suddenly cosmic in scope. Do you remember the apple you stole from your neighbour's tree last autumn? Clearly grounds for divine retribution via a flaming celestial messenger. The occasion when you informed your supervisor that you were too ill to work, even though you simply wished to sleep in. This is undoubtedly the type of moral transgression that necessitates a correction from a higher power. You're sitting on your doorstep trying to patch a hole in your boot and listening to the increasingly creative theories about what the comet means, when old Martha shuffles over. She's the village's unofficial historian, the keeper of all the local disasters and their supposed celestial announcements. If anyone knows about comets and their terrible implications, it's Martha. "Saw one just like it 40 years ago," she says, settling onto the wooden bench beside your door with the careful precision of joints that complain about everything. It was the same colour, the same terrible brightness. You know what happened next. You're not sure you want to know, but Martha is going to tell you anyway. There's a gleam in her eye indicating that she's about to reveal a particularly juicy piece of historical catastrophe. The great sickness came through. The sickness claimed the lives of every third person in the village, including my first husband. God rest his soul. Though between you and me, she leans closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Harold had it coming. Man never met a commandment he couldn't find a way around. This is the thing about medieval life that makes comet fear so perfectly reasonable. Bad things really do happen with alarming regularity. Plagues, famines, wars, floods, droughts, fires, invasions. It's like living in a cosmic pinball machine where you're the ball and disaster is every bumper. When your baseline existence includes regular encounters with death, disease and destruction, the appearance of something unusual in the sky isn't just superstition, it's pattern recognition. Martha continues her catalogue of comet-related disasters, and you start to understand why your ancestors developed such a healthy fear of celestial visitors. In a world where medical science consists largely of bloodletting and prayer, where crop failure means starvation, and where political stability is whatever mood the local lord happens to be in that day, any advance warning of trouble is valuable, even if that warning comes in the form of astronomical phenomena that won't be properly understood for another few hundred years. The truly clever thing about comet fear is that it's almost impossible to disprove. Something bad always happens eventually. That's just the nature of medieval life. When a calamity occurs, everyone recalls the comet and reverently acknowledges the divine warnings and cosmic justice. The fact that bad things also happen when there aren't any comets around is conveniently forgotten in favour of the much more satisfying narrative of celestial cause and effect. As the day progresses, you observe that the panic begins to assume a distinctly practical aspect. People are checking their food stores, making sure their tools are in good repair, settling old debts, and being unusually nice to people they normally can't stand. If a calamity is imminent, it's crucial to prepare thoroughly, and the last thing you want is to confront divine wrath while in debt to your neighbour or harbouring resentment towards the miller. Evening comes again, and with it, the return of your unwelcome celestial visitor. The comet hangs in the western sky like a cosmic sword of Damocles, and you're beginning to understand why your medieval ancestors developed such elaborate theories about what these things meant. When you don't have telescopes or orbital mechanics or any real understanding of what's happening beyond the atmosphere, Pattern matching becomes your primary scientific method. You must admit, the patterns are quite compelling. Comets appear. Bad things happen. Sometimes the timing is remarkably coincidental, like the comet everyone still talks about that showed up just weeks before the terrible winter when the rivers froze solid and half the livestock died. Occasionally the connection is more general. A comet appears, and then sometime in the following months or years there's a war or plague or famine or political upheaval. Of course, given that wars, plagues, famines and political upheavals are basically the background noise of medieval existence, connecting them to any unusual celestial event isn't exactly a stretch. It's like predicting that sometime after you see a strange cloud, it will rain. In medieval Europe, the analogous prediction would be that upon witnessing a comet, a calamitous event would inevitably befall someone, and this prediction would almost always prove accurate. You're contemplating this prediction while sitting outside your cottage, sharing a cup of weak ale with your neighbour Edmund. He's been unusually thoughtful all day, which is notable because Edmund's usual approach to complex problems is to ignore them until they either go away or become someone else's responsibility. "Been thinking about that thing up there," he says, gesturing toward the comet with his cup. "Wondering if maybe we're looking at this all wrong." The subject is intriguing. Edmund having an original thought is like seeing a comet, unusual enough to merit attention. "How do you mean?" you ask. "Well," Edmund continues, warming to his theme, "what if it's not a warning about something that's going to happen? Could it be a warning about something currently occurring that we have not yet observed? This interpretation of cosmic messaging theory is surprisingly sophisticated. Rather than the comet serving as a foreshadowing of future events, it's akin to God gently reminding you to take notice of a situation that has been unfolding while you've been preoccupied with other matters. This interpretation has the advantage of being almost impossible to argue with. Is there political tension brewing between neighbouring lords? Has there been an unusual number of sick cattle lately? Are the crops looking a bit too good this year, setting up for complacency and eventual disaster? Any of these could be the something that the comet is highlighting. Edmund's theory also explains why comets seem to precede disasters rather than directly cause them. They're not cosmic artillery shells fired by an upset deity. They're more like divine highlighter markers, drawing attention to problems that were already in the works. You find the idea oddly comforting. It suggests that maybe, just maybe, there's still time to address whatever issue the comet is pointing out, if you can figure out what it is anyway. The two of you sit in companionable silence, watching the comet and sipping your ale. Around the village, other people are doing the same thing, standing in doorways, sitting on benches and gathering in small groups to stare at the sky and speculate about meaning. It's like the entire community has become a philosophical society dedicated to the interpretation of celestial phenomena. The funny thing is, all this comet watching and disaster theorizing is actually bringing people together. Shared anxiety has a way of dissolving petty grievances and social barriers. The miller, who usually can't be bothered to acknowledge your existence, nods gravely when you pass him on the road. The Lord Steward, normally as approachable as a rabid badger, actually stops to ask your opinion about what the comet might signify. You realise that fear serves as a powerful equaliser. When everyone's worried about the same cosmic threat, suddenly the normal hierarchies and social divisions seem less important. Everyone, rich or poor, noble or peasant, has the same view of the troubling visitor in the western sky, and the same questions about what it means and what to do. This communal aspect of comet fear is probably one of its most valuable functions in medieval society. It provides a shared experience that transcends individual concerns and creates a sense of common purpose. Everyone is on the same cosmic journey, collectively rowing towards an uncertain yet potentially disastrous destination. As the evening deepens and the comet becomes more visible against the darkening sky, you can't help but appreciate the elegant simplicity of medieval cosmology. Everything has meaning, everything is connected, and everything ultimately serves a divine purpose. It's a worldview that leaves no room for chance or meaningless coincidence, which means it also leaves no room for the kind of existential anxiety that comes from living in an apparently purposeless universe. Within 3 days of the comet crisis, your village has established an advanced system of apocalyptic management. It's impressive, really, how quickly a community can organise itself around the shared belief that the sky is trying to tell them something important and probably unpleasant. The blacksmith has taken on the role of the village's spiritual audit committee, conducting door-to-door assessments to identify everyone's recent transgressions and recommend suitable penances. The baker has started giving away day-old bread to the poor, apparently reasoning that excessive charity might offset whatever cosmic imbalance has attracted divine attention. Even the Lord Steward has been unusually lenient about tax collection, which is either a sign of genuine piety or evidence that he's just as worried as everyone else. You're beginning to understand that medieval comet fear isn't just about superstition or ignorance. It's actually a pretty sophisticated social technology for dealing with uncertainty and managing collective anxiety. When faced with something potentially threatening but fundamentally incomprehensible, the community has instinctively developed a response that serves multiple practical functions. First, it creates social cohesion. Everyone's focused on the same problem, which means everyone's pulling in the same direction. The usual village feuds and petty grievances have been temporarily set aside in favour of more pressing cosmic concerns. When you're all potentially facing divine judgment together, it's easier to forgive your neighbour for letting his pigs root through your garden. Second, it encourages moral reflection and behavioural improvement. The prospect of celestial retribution effectively prompts individuals to reconsider their recent ethical decisions. The village has become noticeably more civil, more generous, and more cooperative since the comet appeared. If divine threats can achieve what sermons and social pressure couldn't, perhaps a little cosmic anxiety holds merit. Third, it provides a framework for collective action. Instead of everyone panicking individually, the community has organised its worry into productive channels. Food stores are being checked and consolidated, tools are being repaired, debts are being settled, relationships are being mended. If disaster is coming, at least everyone will face it together and prepared. You're pondering these sociological insights while helping Edmund repair his roof, a task he's been putting off for months, but suddenly considers urgent given the current celestial circumstances. It's remarkable how the possibility of divine displeasure can motivate home maintenance projects. "You know what I find interesting?" Edmund says, pausing in his hammering to gesture toward the sky where the comet will soon become visible. "How come we never get good comets? Comets that mean prosperity and favourable harvests and peaceful relations with our neighbours." This query is actually a profound question about the nature of divine communication through astronomical phenomena. Why are comets always harbingers of doom? Why can't they be harbingers of exceptional wine vintages or unusually cooperative weather patterns instead? You consider this while handing Edmund another nail. Maybe because good things don't need warnings, you suggest. If God wanted to send us prosperity, he'd just send it. But if trouble's coming, we need time to prepare, Edmund nods thoughtfully. So comets are like divine early warning systems? Exactly. God's way of saying, heads up, things are about to get complicated. This interpretation has the advantage of making comet fear seem not just reasonable, but practically wise. Of course, you should be worried when unusual celestial phenomena appear. They're not just random cosmic events, they're intelligence briefings from the highest possible authority, delivered via the most dramatic communication medium available. The more you think about it, the more you appreciate the elegant efficiency of the system. Complex bureaucracies or elaborate communication networks are not necessary. Just grab a convenient chunk of ice and rock, set it on a spectacular trajectory through the inner solar system, and let human pattern recognition instincts do the rest. Every culture on Earth will see it. Everyone will understand that it means something significant, and everyone will start taking appropriate precautions. As evening approaches and the comet becomes visible again, you and Edmund climb down from the roof to join the usual community comet watching session. It's become a nightly ritual now, this collective observation and interpretation of your unwelcome celestial visitor. People bring cups of ale or weak wine, share theories about what the comet might signify, and generally turn astronomical anxiety into a social event. Tonight, Father Benedict has joined the group, which adds a certain official theological weight to the proceedings. He's been consulting various religious texts about comets and their meanings, and he has some intriguing insights to share about the historical relationship between celestial phenomena and earthly events. "The thing about divine warnings," he explains, settling onto a wooden stool that someone has thoughtfully provided, "is that they're not just about predicting the future. They're about giving us the opportunity to change it. A week has passed since your celestial visitor first appeared, and you're beginning to suspect that medieval comet interpretation might be more art than science. The village has now generated approximately 17 different theories about what the comet means, ranging from Father Benedict's scholarly assessment that it represents divine displeasure with moral laxity, to young William's conviction that it's specifically about his lustful thoughts regarding the merchant's daughter. The most creative interpretation so far has come from old Henrik, who believes the comet is actually a beneficial sign, God's way of burning away evil influences so that righteousness can flourish. This theory is notably popular with people who consider themselves generally righteous and would prefer cosmic events to work in their favour for once. You're sitting by your hearth, mending a torn shirt, and contemplating the remarkable human capacity to find meaning in random events when there's a knock at your door. It's Margaret from the bakehouse, looking unusually flustered and carrying what appears to be an entire loaf of her best bread. "I need to talk to someone," she says, settling into your spare chair without waiting for an invitation. "About the comet, about what it might really mean." You set aside your mending and give her your full attention. Margaret rarely indulges in fanciful or theological speculation. If she's worried about cosmic implications, there's probably a good practical reason. "I've been thinking about timing," she continues, breaking off a piece of bread and offering it to you. "When exactly the comet appeared, and what was happening right around then. And I think I might have figured something out." This line is intriguing. Margaret has apparently been conducting her own investigation into comet-related causation, while everyone else has been focusing on moral inventory and spiritual preparation. Remember how Lord Geoffrey's son came back from his travels just 2 days before the comet showed up? And how did he bring all those strangers with him? The ones who've been staying at the manor house. You do remember, there had been quite a bit of village gossip about the young lord's companions. Foreign-looking men with expensive clothes and secretive conversations. The general consensus was that they were probably merchants of some sort, though nobody seemed quite sure what they were selling. "Well," Margaret continues, lowering her voice even though you're alone in your cottage, "I heard from Alice, who heard from the cook at the manor house, that those aren't merchants at all, they're soldiers, mercenaries, and they've been asking many questions about the local roads and the best routes to the neighbouring lordships." Suddenly the comet takes on an entirely different significance. If Margaret is right, then your celestial visitor isn't warning about divine displeasure with moral failing. It's a warning about human plans for very earthly conflict. The cosmic telegram isn't about spiritual concerns, it's about political ones. This revelation is both relieving and terrifying. This revelation is both relieving and terrifying, as it implies that mere improvements in piety and charitable giving may not be sufficient to address the issues the comet is announcing. Terrifying because it suggests that your village might be about to become involved in the kind of armed conflict that tends to leave places looking significantly less village-like than they did before. So, what do we do, you ask? Margaret shrugs with the practical fatalism of someone who has survived several decades of medieval uncertainty. Same thing we'd do if it was about divine wrath. Prepare for potential difficulties, maintain optimism, and avoid becoming entangled in the impending chaos. You spend the rest of the evening discussing practical preparations for potential conflict, and you realise that the village's response to the comet has actually been pretty sensible, regardless of what the comet actually means. Food stores checked and consolidated, tools repaired and sharpened, debts settled, relationships mended. All of these things are just as useful for surviving human-caused disasters as divine ones. The next morning, you share Margaret's theory with Edmund, who receives it with the thoughtful consideration he's been applying to all comet-related intelligence. After some discussion, you both agree that it doesn't really matter whether the comet is warning about spiritual crisis or political conflict. The appropriate response is pretty much the same. Get ready for trouble and hope you're wrong about how awful it's going to be. This insight into the practical wisdom of comet fear is oddly comforting. Your medieval ancestors weren't just superstitious primitives jumping at shadows in the sky. They were people living in genuinely dangerous and unpredictable circumstances, and they developed a system for interpreting unusual events that encouraged useful precautionary behaviour, regardless of the specific nature of the threat. Whether the comet means divine wrath, political upheaval, natural disaster, or just cosmic coincidence, the response is the same. Pay attention, prepare for difficulties, work together, and try to be the kind of person you'd want to be if you knew the world was watching. As evening approaches and the comet becomes visible once again, you find yourself looking at it with something approaching appreciation. Not because you're happy it's there, but because you're beginning to understand the elegant simplicity of a worldview that treats every unusual event as potentially meaningful, and every bit of meaning as a call to appropriate action. 2 weeks after your cosmic visitor first appeared, Lord Geoffrey's son makes his announcement. There will indeed be a military campaign, though he has the diplomatic courtesy to call it a defensive expedition to secure regional stability. The mercenaries Margaret spotted were advanced scouts, and the young lord has been planning what amounts to a small-scale invasion of his neighbour's territory over a disputed claim to some particularly fertile farmland. The comet, it turns out, was neither a divine warning nor a celestial coincidence. It was just excellent timing, a cosmic spotlight illuminating a very earthly drama that was about to unfold whether the heavens cooperated or not. But here's the thing about comet fear that you're beginning to truly appreciate. It doesn't actually matter whether the comet caused the crisis, or just happened to show up for it. What matters is that its appearance motivated your community to prepare for trouble, and that preparation is about to prove extremely valuable. The village is in better shape than it's been in years. Food stores are organised and adequate. Tools are repaired and ready. People have settled their debts and mended their relationships. The community is more cohesive and cooperative than anyone can remember. When Lord Geoffrey's steward comes around to requisition supplies for the campaign, your village is able to contribute without facing starvation. When he demands men for military service, the community is unified enough to negotiate reasonable terms instead of just accepting whatever conscription he imposes. Most importantly, when the inevitable refugees start arriving from the disputed territory, families fleeing the advancing soldiers and the chaos that always accompanies armed conflict, your village is prepared to help. Not only does your village provide material assistance, but it also provides social and emotional support. The comet has reminded everyone that we're all vulnerable to forces beyond our control, and that mutual support is the best defence against uncertainty. You're helping to distribute blankets to the refugee families when old Martha shuffles over, wearing the satisfied expression of someone whose theories have been validated by events. "Told you that comet meant something," she says, settling beside you on the bench outside the church. "Maybe not exactly what we thought, but something important all the same." "So you think the comet actually caused all this?" you ask, genuinely curious about her perspective. Martha considers this with the careful deliberation of someone who has seen enough history to understand its complexity. Maybe yes, maybe no, but does it matter? The comet got us ready for what was coming, whether it knew what was coming or not. That certainly holds significance. This is the final wisdom of medieval comet fear. It's not really about understanding cosmic causation or predicting specific disasters. It's about maintaining the kind of adaptive alertness that helps communities survive in genuinely uncertain circumstances. The comet reminds us that the future is uncertain, that we should prepare, and that we're all in this together. As you settle into bed that night, you step outside one last time to look at your celestial visitor. It's noticeably dimmer now, beginning its long journey back toward the outer darkness, where comets spend most of their time. In a few more weeks, it will fade from visibility entirely, leaving your village to deal with the earthly consequences of Lord Geoffrey's territorial ambitions. But the comet's real work is already done. It appeared at exactly the right moment to motivate exactly the right kind of preparation for exactly the right kind of crisis. Whether this event was divine providence, cosmic coincidence, or just the inevitable intersection of astronomical mechanics and human foolishness doesn't really matter. What matters is that when unusual things appear in the sky, it's probably wise to pay attention. This is not because the sky is attempting to convey a message, but rather because observing unusual occurrences often serves as an effective survival tactic. The universe is full of surprises, some of which require preparation, cooperation, and the wisdom to distinguish between the things you can control and the things you can't. Your medieval ancestors understood these facts instinctively. They lived in a world where unexpected events could be fatal, and preparation often made the difference between survival and disaster. They developed comet fear not because they were superstitious primitives, but because they were practical people dealing with practical problems using the best information available to them. As you drift off to sleep in your cottage, listening to the familiar sounds of your village settle into the night, you find yourself oddly grateful for your cosmic visitor. The experience taught you valuable lessons about community, preparation, and the importance of taking unusual events seriously, even if you don't fully understand them. The comet blazes on through the darkness, carrying its tail of fire toward distant appointments with other worlds and civilizations who will look up at it and wonder what it means and what they should do about it. Perhaps if they are wise, they will follow the same path as your village, brace for challenges, hold on to optimism, and keep in mind that we are all merely transitory occupants of a small planet, orbiting a common star in a universe brimming with both wonders and dangers. Sometimes the sky catches fire, and sometimes that's exactly what we need to see. Born in the port city of Genoa, Christopher Columbus entered the world under a roof that smelled of salt air and fish scales. His father, a wool weaver by trade, held lofty aspirations that his son might avoid the repetitive, grinding tasks of carding, spinning and weaving, the bustle of people coming to trade in the harbour, yelling over each other in half a dozen dialects, made an indelible impression on young Christopher. As he wandered the narrow alleys that snaked through the city, he would often pause beside ships being loaded with cargoes bound for foreign horizons. No matter the dampness or the fierce winds rolling in from the Ligurian Sea, he remained entranced by the idea of distant lands. This fascination set him apart from others his age. He was far less interested in the local gossip about the new bishop or who would marry into which family. Instead, he chased fleeting rumours about gold-laden shores, where people spoke in languages sounding like music. When he was old enough to leave home, Columbus began to sail modestly, short voyages in which he served as a messenger or a humble hand, making sure to note every detail. Once, while aboard a small merchant ship, he encountered a fierce storm that pitched the vessel so violently several men were lost at sea. Yet Columbus persevered, occasionally gripping the rigging and feeling both dread and a certain strange euphoria. He later recalled this episode as the exact moment he realised that fortune favoured risk-takers. The wind stung his face, but he felt alive in a way that overshadowed the fear. At that time, the known world for most Europeans was bracketed by misunderstandings about what lay beyond the horizon. Maps were often imaginative, featuring sea monsters, swirling vortexes, or vast empty spaces labelled terra incognita. Columbus devoured any chart or ragged bit of parchment he could find. In taverns, he listened to old sailors speak of land glimpsed through squalls and thick fog, and not shown on official charts. While some dismissed these tall tales as bar-brawlers' fables, Columbus tucked them away in his mind like precious cargo. He made sure to learn from the best navigational minds available. By day, he subjected himself to the strict discipline of mathematics, angles, distances, how to track the sun and stars. By night, he pored over translations of Ptolemy, or any scraps referencing far-off kingdoms. His curiosity was insatiable, but always tinged with pragmatism. Even as he immersed himself in daydreams of unknown continents, he meticulously built his fundamental knowledge. The pursuit of novelty was anchored in the discipline of rigorous study. A lesser-known anecdote concerns a letter Columbus received from a Venetian traveller whose name has been largely forgotten by mainstream history. This Venetian teased glimpses of a rumoured passage, a route leading west across the Atlantic to Asia's riches. The letter wasn't coated with the florid hyperbole common in travel accounts at that time. Instead, it was almost stark, describing a place where the sun set over expanses of water few dared to traverse. Columbus cherished that letter, convinced it held the kernel of a secret known only to a handful of traders or explorers who lacked the means to follow up on it. The Venetian might never have expected his words to incite one of the most daring voyages of the age. Yet for Columbus, that letter represented a subtle push, a sign that the improbable might be real. In the decades leading up to his famed expeditions, Europe wrestled with power shifts. Italy's city-states squabbled with each other. The Ottoman Empire flexed control over trade routes, and Portugal angled for maritime dominance. People in Columbus's circles debated the viability of sailing west to reach the spice-laden east. The question was more than academic curiosity. It came down to wealth, alliances, and bending the map to serve power. Genoa, sitting at the crossroads of so many trading arteries, was itself a testament to how maritime acumen could drive prosperity. Columbus was neither the best educated nor the wealthiest visionary of his time, but he excelled in marrying lofty dreams with a canny political sense. It became apparent to him that some power, be it Portugal, Spain, or another kingdom, would eventually roll the dice on a transatlantic venture, and he, poised with a solid track record of smaller voyages, aimed to be the chosen instrument of that gamble. He saw himself as indispensable in bridging the gap between the idea and the deed. Others might excel in theorizing or financing. but Columbus believed he alone carried the peculiar mix of unwavering faith and nautical competence necessary for success. During these formative years, what truly set Columbus apart was not just his willingness to take leaps, but his ability to accumulate allies and supporters behind closed doors. He had a gift for speech, particularly when discussing navigation or potential wonders that might lie across the Atlantic. People described him as a steadfast man, perhaps even stubborn, whose vision shone through in conversation. Some dismissed him as overzealous, others were swept up in his unwavering confidence. Either way, they remembered him. In a society where reputations were currency, that was the first step toward finding patrons who could turn imagination into tangible backing. Stories about Columbus often skip from his boyhood in Genoa straight to his lobbying at the Spanish court. Yet these in-between years, during which he sharpened his craft, cultivated friendships, and scoured every port for whispered tales, were pivotal. They formed a crucible in which the idea of sailing west to reach what Europe called the Indies hardened into a driving obsession. By the time he embarked on the journeys that would etch his name into history, he was already a seasoned navigator with connections in multiple courts. Many might have possessed theoretical knowledge or raw courage, but Columbus combined them with a strategic sense of timing and persuasion. Ultimately, the sum of these experiences, the near-death storms, the midnight confessions of old sailors, the letters penned by obscure travellers, wove together. Columbus stood as a man on the cusp of forging something vast. He was ready to propose a radical plan to whichever monarchy had the audacity to endorse him. And that moment was inching closer every time he set foot on a dock, every time he gathered new bits of intelligence, and every time he closed his eyes at night, visions of uncharted coast dancing just beyond the darkness. Spain in the late 15th century was an agitated tapestry of ambition, religious devotion, and a desire to surpass other emerging European powers. After the Reconquista and the unification under the Catholic monarchs, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella sought new ways to cement their place in the world. While Portugal was establishing itself along the African coast, using caravels to probe new waters, Spain faced the possibility of being left behind. Columbus perceived this anxiety like a cat sniffing out opportunity. He had tried pitching his westward plan to the Portuguese crown previously, but was met with hesitation, some say scorn. His proposition sounded suspiciously like gambling with the unknown. Portugal, after all, already had an established route circling Africa. But the Spanish court was more impressionable, perhaps because they were eager to leapfrog over rivals in the exploration race. Columbus bided his time in Andalusian port towns, forging friendships with local captains, cartographers, and the occasional monk with an interest in exotic geography. He cultivated a sense of mystique around himself, dropping hints about rumoured islands beyond the horizon. And yet, winning over the Catholic monarchs demanded more than grand promises. Columbus needed to demonstrate some shred of credibility. So, he appeared at court armed with numbers and references. Although many modern experts debate the accuracy of his calculations, especially his underestimation of Earth's circumference, he was undoubtedly passionate about them. He insisted that the distance westward to Asia wasn't as colossal as mainstream scholars maintained. Moreover, he insisted on titles and privileges for himself if he were successful. This wasn't mere hubris. He believed that if he discovered new lands or profitable routes, he deserved recognition and wealth. It's worth noting that Columbus, as a man of his era, cloaked his intentions in religious justifications. He talked about bringing Christianity to the far reaches of the world. This approach resonated with an Iberian court fresh from the triumph over Granada and eager to spread Catholic influence abroad. But behind the religious language, there was also a shrewd negotiator who understood that spiritual rhetoric often smoothed the path toward funding. If you could couch your proposed voyage in terms of salvation or the glory of God, you'd find fewer obstacles in the corridors of power. What followed were months, some say years, of haggling. Advisors to the crown debated whether Columbus was an inspired savant or a fool. Traditional geographers scoffed, referencing ancient authorities who argued that the Atlantic was vast, filled with unknown dangers. A few murmured that even if Columbus did find land, it could be an inhospitable wilderness unworthy of the trouble. Columbus, however, radiated a calm sense of certainty. He occasionally flashed a map, though how detailed these charts were remains a mystery. Scholars have speculated for centuries about the source of his unwavering assurance. Some posit hidden documents or secret knowledge, gleaned from seafarers who stumbled upon unknown islets. Others assume it was sheer stubbornness, an unshakable conviction that a western sea route must exist. Eventually, the Catholic monarchs took a calculated risk. They granted Columbus the funds for 3 ships, a modest investment from their perspective. The arrangement was that if he found nothing, the loss would be brushed aside by the Spanish treasury, but if he succeeded, Spain would catapult ahead in the scramble for new lands and trading routes. The recollection of Portugal's prosperity from gold and spices weighed heavily on their minds. Nobody wanted to miss out on the next wave of riches. Columbus, exultant with the royal nod, hurried to assemble a crew. People often overlook the question of how Columbus gathered those men. It's true many were from modest backgrounds, with some rumoured to be on the run from the law, hoping to escape their past in the expanse of the ocean. But it wasn't just desperados who signed up. Skilled navigators from Palos, Huelva, and beyond joined, intrigued by the potential for fortune. The ships, commonly referred to in simplified form as the Niña, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, were repurposed commercial vessels, not the grand, specialised craft of some modern imagination. In those final days before departure, Columbus prayed publicly at small monasteries and confided in a handful of confidants. The air crackled with anticipation. Coastal communities whispered about the boldness of it all. Some saw it as an act of madness or vanity. Others felt the giddiness of perhaps witnessing the dawn of a new era, though they likely didn't phrase it that way. For his part, Columbus maintained a controlled composure, but one can imagine the swirl of thoughts in his head. What if the critics were right, and Asia lay much farther than he had predicted? What if the currents were too treacherous, or the men mutinied out of fear? Despite the swirling uncertainty, Columbus pressed on. In the context of the times, caution often yielded smaller gains, while boldness, especially in exploration, could reshape kingdoms and redefine maps. And so, in August of 1492, with the last fleeting gusts of summer wind, he led his ragtag armada out of Palos de la Frontera. Spain's coastline faded behind them under a brilliant sky, and all that remained was the emptiness of the Atlantic. No one aboard those 3 ships fully grasped the magnitude of what they were about to set in motion. Columbus was convinced that on the other side of that endless horizon lay a gateway to Asia. What he actually found would ripple through history in ways neither he nor his patrons could have envisaged. Yet that departure day, so often depicted in simplified paintings, was anything but routine. The tension on deck, the unspoken prayers of the men, the spectre of turning back if storms threatened, it all brewed a potent mix of hope and dread. Columbus, unwavering, stood near the ship's helm, mentally rehearsing his route, likely feeling the weight of his deal with Spain's monarchy on his shoulders. But as a faint breeze pushed them out to open sea, he also might have felt an intoxicating rush of possibility. Sailing into the unknown demanded more than bravado. It demanded an unspoken agreement among the crew that they would trust Columbus's instincts, for better or worse. For weeks, the men heard nothing but the wind snapping the sails and the hull creaking under the pressure of the open sea. Fears of sea monsters and bottomless whirlpools circulated in hushed conversations. Each day, Columbus measured the sun's position with the astrolabe, jotting figures in a logbook he kept hidden from prying eyes. Rumour has it he maintained 2 sets of records, one genuine, one skewed to soothe anxious sailors. As time wore on, their diet, initially bread, onions, salted meat, became stale and monotonous. Water turned brackish, tempers flared as frustrations boiled over. The sense of distance from any known shore was paralysing for some. A few men muttered that they should force Columbus to reverse course. Yet each evening, Columbus delivered a kind of pep talk, reminding them of the wealth rumoured to be waiting just beyond the horizon, of the possibility that each day's sail brought them closer to Asia's spice markets. From a modern perspective, such promises might seem manipulative, but within their historical context, Columbus was playing the necessary role of morale builder. Along the voyage, certain signs stirred fleeting moments of optimism: floating clusters of seaweed, stray birds overhead, even the faint smell of unfamiliar vegetation on the breeze. Sailors latched onto these clues like lifelines, interpreting them as evidence that land must be near. Some historians argue that these were the crucial threads holding the expedition together when minds threatened to unravel. Columbus, however, rarely displayed his own doubts. His journals hint at the internal turmoil he felt when days stretched into weeks and no solid coastline materialized. But to the men, he projected unwavering determination. Then came a fateful night in October, when the cry of "Tierra, Tierra" finally broke the silence. The men scrambled to the sides of the ship, eyes scanning the dark horizon. Shrouded in moonlight was a low, dark outline that could only be land. Relief, excitement, and a twinge of disbelief shot through the crew. They had survived the dreaded emptiness. When morning came, they saw a lush island, beaches gleaming under the sun. Columbus, convinced he was near Asia, unfurled the Spanish flag and claimed the land for the crown. In his diary, he described the island's inhabitants as friendly, curious, and naive about European ways, though he likely wrote with the tinted lens of an outsider imposing his own worldview. The early interactions between Columbus and the indigenous people, often referred to as the Taino, began with gestures of goodwill. Small gifts of glass beads and trinkets were exchanged for parrots, cotton, and rudimentary gold ornaments. Columbus interpreted these gestures in a context shaped by centuries of European feudal and mercantile culture. He wrote excitedly about the potential for future riches and the ease with which Spain might extend its reach across these lands. That initial moment of wonder, two distinct worlds meeting for the first time, held a fragile promise of mutual discovery. Yet history shows us how illusions can fracture under the weight of greed and cultural misunderstanding. Columbus recorded that some of the islanders directed him farther to the south and west, mentioning places with greater wealth. So, he pressed on, navigating among the islands of what we now call the Caribbean. The further he travelled, the more he convinced himself that the Grand Khan's palaces might lie just around the next coastline. He heard stories, interpreted them through his own lens, and wrote letters back to Spain brimming with excitement. However, the land was not the Asia of silks and spices he had imagined. The mistake was largely geographical. The world was far bigger than he had presumed. Unwittingly, Columbus had stumbled upon a separate continent that was new only to Europeans, though not to the millions who already lived there. The seeds of future conflict were sown in these early encounters. The Spanish crown's policy was expansionist, steeped in an ideology of superiority, and Columbus's reports about malleable islanders only fueled the monarch's ambitions. He built a makeshift fort on Hispaniola, leaving some men behind while he returned to Spain with captured islanders as evidence of his discoveries. In modern eyes, that action signals a grim foreshadowing of how the New World's inhabitants would be treated, as curiosities, labour sources, or impediments to colonial aims. But in Columbus's time, such manoeuvres were considered strategic. He wanted to ensure further funding by demonstrating tangible results. Returning with natives, though entirely unethical by contemporary standards, served as proof that he wasn't just spinning tall tales. As he sailed back, Columbus already envisioned subsequent expeditions, likely anticipated wealth, honours, and a permanent place in the aristocracy. He had entered the islands as an emissary of a new empire in the making. Much like a businessman presenting a prototype to investors, he came back with enough evidence to secure additional patronage from Spain. Royal receptions greeted him upon his return, and he responded by describing the islands as paradises brimming with potential for Christian conversion and resource extraction. The tale of first contact is often romanticised, but the reality was more complex and ominous. Suspicion lurked beneath the surface, both from the Spanish who found less gold than rumoured, and from the indigenous peoples who now witnessed the arrival of more foreigners seeking land and labour. Columbus's navigational victory had unknowingly unlocked a door that would soon see waves of conquistadors. Missionaries and fortune-seekers flood these shores. For now, though, in the immediate aftermath of that first voyage, Europe saw Columbus as a triumphant discoverer who validated the westward route. The next chapters would unveil the consequences of that discovery. For a brief flickering moment, there existed an in-between time when Europeans and native islanders engaged without fully understanding what was at stake. The aura of curiosity pervaded their interactions, but behind the curiosity lay a chasm of cultural difference and the looming possibility of violence. Columbus, for all his zeal and cunning, remained somewhat oblivious to the Pandora's box he had pried open. His mind was fixed on proving to the Spanish crown that he was the man to lead the next wave of expeditions into these unfamiliar waters, confident that wealth and glory lay just over the horizon. Not long after Columbus's celebrated return to Spain, Word spread throughout Europe about the new lands. The name Indies stuck, reflecting Columbus's ongoing misbelief that he had neared the outskirts of Asia. In response, the Spanish crown organised a second expedition on a much grander scale. Columbus would no longer command a modest trio of ships, but rather a flotilla aimed at establishing a permanent foothold. Soldiers, settlers, and clergy accompanied him, each with their own agenda. What was the ultimate objective? Transform these islands into profitable colonies for the Spanish realm. The spectacle of this second voyage contrasted sharply with the tentative nature of the first. Resources flowed in: cannons, livestock, seeds for European crops. The monarchy envisioned these distant shores as an extension of Spanish civilization. In Columbus's eyes, the project was both an opportunity and a test. He welcomed the chance to govern as a viceroy of sorts, but the weight of responsibility also rested heavily on his shoulders. He had to turn uncharted islands into functioning colonies, maintain favour with the crown, and keep the natives from slipping out of Spanish control. Upon arrival back in Hispaniola, the atmosphere was palpably different. Where before there had been curiosity, now there was tension. The men Columbus had left behind in the makeshift fort had engaged in violent conflicts with locals, straining relations. The Taino were not a monolithic group. They had their own leadership, alliances, and internal politics, but collectively, they recognised that these foreigners sought to claim land and resources as their own, ignoring existing structures. Discontent and confusion spread on both sides, often fueled by the language gap. Columbus tried to govern, but the role required more than just navigation skills. Administering a settlement demanded diplomacy, patience, and foresight. Pressed by the Spanish crown for gold, he imposed demands on the Taino for tribute. This policy alienated them, transforming a guarded tolerance into outright hostility. Rebellions flared, and the Spanish met them with harsh reprisals. Columbus found himself caught between his promise to Spain that these territories would yield wealth, and the reality that extracting riches from these communities required force or, at the very least, intimidation. Meanwhile, friction also arose among the Spanish settlers themselves. Not everyone respected Columbus. Aristocrats resented taking orders from a Genoese outsider. Soldiers chafed under what they viewed as incompetent leadership. A swirl of accusations circulated: mismanagement of supplies, favouritism, and even cruelty toward both settlers and Minton natives. Columbus strove to maintain a grip on the situation, but as ships came and went, they carried back to Spain letters and rumours that cast him in a questionable light. People who once heralded him as a visionary began to wonder if he was a tyrant. And yet, Columbus managed to launch further exploration from these colonial footholds. He navigated around Cuba, ventured into Jamaica, and glimpsed more of the Caribbean's island chain. Each landfall brought new interactions with indigenous populations. Some initial encounters seemed peaceful enough, featuring small exchanges of goods or gestures of amity. But as Spanish ambitions grew, tensions invariably escalated into conflict. Even so, Columbus's spirit for exploration never truly dimmed. He continued sketching rough maps, confiding in his journals about how these islands might connect to the broader Asian continent. One underappreciated dimension of Columbus's second voyage was the attempt to introduce European agriculture and husbandry to the New World. Horses, pigs, and cattle unloaded from Spanish ships trotted across Caribbean shores for the first time. Wheat and sugarcane seeds were planted with the hope that they would thrive. These experiments would eventually reshape local ecosystems, though Columbus and his contemporaries didn't foresee how foreign plants and animals could disrupt native habitats. They also didn't foresee the profound demographic collapse that would befall the Taino due to disease, forced labour, and armed confrontation. Amid the daily swirl of colonial administration, Columbus also wrestled with personal disappointment. Precious metals seemed less abundant than he had hinted in his early letters. The dream of easy gold faded, forcing him to tighten the screws on both colonists and native populations to meet Spain's expectations. This pressure fueled further discontent. Some settlers plotted against him, drafting scathing reports to royal officials. Columbus responded with imprisonments and strict measures, hoping to maintain order and prove he could handle the responsibilities vested in him. He was not entirely oblivious to the unravelling situation. Letters he penned to the Spanish crown reveal a weary individual, pleading for more support, complaining that rebellious colonists undermined his policies. and to defending his harsh treatment of natives as necessary under the circumstances. Historians continue to debate whether these pleas stemmed from genuine concern or a desperate attempt to preserve his authority. Possibly it was both. By this stage, Columbus was no longer just the triumphant mariner who had revealed unknown islands to Europe. He was an embattled governor, pinned between colonial demands, rebellious factions, and indigenous resistance. Eventually, the tensions reached a point where the Spanish crown could no longer ignore the colonial chaos. The Spanish crown dispatched officials across the Atlantic to conduct an investigation. Columbus's name, once applauded in royal halls, started to be whispered with skepticism. The monarchy needed order and profit, not unending complaints and allegations of brutality. Columbus, for his part, insisted he remained steadfast in his loyalty, that his measures were misrepresented, that others were sowing discord against him. But the drumbeat of criticism was relentless. These were pivotal years in which the promise of new lands collided with the practical realities of conquest. The idea of finding a paradise was replaced by the harsh realities of colonization. Columbus's navigational achievements could not shield him from the complexities of trying to rule a far-flung colony under the watchful, profit-hungry eyes of the skull of the Spanish crown, and so, amid fractious settlers and indigenous communities on the brink, the stage was set for a reckoning. The once celebrated admiral, whose unwavering conviction had brought him so far, found himself ensnared in the bureaucracy and violence of empire building, an empire that demanded more than a dreamer's spirit could easily deliver. When people talk about Christopher Columbus today, they often reduce him to a single act, that of discovering America. In that narrative, the nuance of his multiple voyages and the complexities of his tenure as a colonial administrator often vanish. Yet it's precisely in the aftermath of these voyages that the full dimensions of his influence and his failures come into stark relief. As Columbus initiated further journeys, some leading him toward the coasts of Central and South America, he found himself increasingly marginalized by Spanish bureaucracy. This shift manifested most dramatically in the arrival of Francisco de Bobadilla, a royal commissioner tasked with investigating complaints about Columbus's governorship. The new bureaucrat, carrying the weight of royal authority, wasted little time in gathering testimony. Both Spaniards and local islanders recounted episodes of cruelty, nepotism, and questionable decisions. Bobadilla was apparently so appalled that he arrested Columbus and his brothers, sending them back to Spain in chains. Legend has it that Columbus wore his shackles defiantly, even when given the chance to remove them on the ship. He saw them as a symbol of injustice, proof that his loyalty and service were being repaid with humiliation. It was a potent image for someone who once stood triumphant before the same crown that now authorized his imprisonment. The question of guilt remains tangled in historical debate. Some accounts suggest that Columbus, overwhelmed by the labyrinth of colonial politics and the pressure for gold, resorted to extreme measures. Others argue Bobadilla's actions were also politically motivated, using Columbus as a scapegoat to appease the crown's dissatisfaction with the colony's performance. Upon returning to Spain in disgrace, Columbus managed to secure an audience with Queen Isabella. Accounts from the time suggest that he pleaded his case with tears in his eyes, lamenting how he had been treated. The Queen, who once supported him so fervently, was moved enough to release him. However, his authority over the New World territories would never be fully restored. The monarchy recognized his contributions as an explorer, but deemed his administrative methods unacceptable, or at least too fraught with controversy to continue under his leadership. Despite these setbacks, Columbus managed to mount a fourth voyage, albeit with far fewer resources and a more modest mission, to find a passage to the Indian Ocean. He skirted the coasts of Central America, enduring hurricanes, shipwrecks, and near mutinies. This journey carried a distinct sense of desperation. Columbus remained convinced he could unstumble upon a maritime strait that would vindicate his original thesis, that these lands were indeed part of Asia's outskirts. He found no such passage, of course, and ended up stranded in Jamaica for a time, relying on the uneasy goodwill of local communities to survive. During that ordeal, Columbus famously exploited his knowledge of an upcoming lunar eclipse to secure provisions from the indigenous people. By predicting the moon would turn dark as a sign of divine displeasure if they withheld supplies, he manipulated the local population. This episode underscores the lengths he would go to maintain authority in precarious circumstances, and it also points to the lopsided power dynamics at play. Even when cut off from Spanish support, Columbus found ways to leverage advanced European knowledge, like astronomy, for short-term advantage. Eventually, he managed to return to Spain in failing health, battered by the years at sea. The illusions that he might still be recognised as the viceroy of a new empire, or that he might uncover the golden cities of Asia, had diminished. Queen Isabella's death in 1504 further eroded his political support. King Ferdinand was far more pragmatic and less inclined to indulge Columbus's petitions for power or wealth. Over time, other explorers, such as Amerigo Vespucci, began to map the contours of the so-called New World, inadvertently challenging Columbus's fixation on Asia. In his later years, Columbus lived in semi-retirement, dogged by lawsuits over revenues he believed were owed to him based on his original contract with the Crown. The once bold dreamer was reduced to lodging legal complaints. He penned letters that oscillated between self-justification and appeals to higher Christian purposes. Even on his deathbed in 1506, he seemed unwilling to let go of the conviction that he had indeed found a western route to Asia. From a purely human perspective, these final chapters present a poignant figure. A man once lauded as an unrivaled pioneer, brought low by the machinery of the empire he helped expand. It's tempting to cast him as either victim or villain. He was, in truth, a complex amalgamation of ambition, faith, calculation, and tunnel vision. His voyages unleashed colossal consequences for countless indigenous peoples who bore the brunt of colonization's brutality, disease, and cultural upheaval. And yet, from a European standpoint, he undeniably altered the map and opened an era of unprecedented maritime expansion. One might argue that his ultimate downfall was that he neither adapted nor let go of his initial misconceptions. Had he recognized these territories as a separate landmass, he might have adjusted his strategies, perhaps forging alliances or seeking more sustainable ways to govern. Instead, he persisted, year after year, in claiming that Asia was just around the corner, that a strait or a city of gold would validate his calculations. This inflexibility collided with the messy reality of empire building. The monarchy demanded tangible riches and stability, not unending quests based on outdated assumptions. By the time Columbus died, he had seen only fragments of his grand vision realized. The world had indeed changed, but largely beyond his personal control. Ships from other European nations would soon arrive, each with their own agendas, as the scramble to exploit the newly unveiled continents gained momentum. Columbus's name would echo through centuries, but his latter days were marked by a troubled sense of having been eclipsed. The shimmering illusions that guided him across unknown waters faded into a legacy far more complicated and far more transformative than even he could have imagined. The ramifications of Columbus's journeys extended far beyond the man himself, unleashing a chain of events that would reshape the globe. With each subsequent ship sailing westward, more European settlers landed on Caribbean shores and, eventually, the mainland. While the Spanish crown extracted gold and silver from mines carved out of the soil, indigenous societies buckled under forced labour and diseases like smallpox, measles, and influenza. These illnesses, new to the Western Hemisphere, devastated populations who had no immunity. Communities that had thrived for generations collapsed, their cultural practices disrupted or erased. Within a single generation, the vibrant tapestry of the Taino and other native groups was forever transformed. Some scholars estimate mortality rates well over 70% in certain areas due to epidemics alone. The Spanish approach was typically to establish encomiendas, a system in which settlers were granted control over local communities. They were supposed to protect and educate them in Christianity, but in practice, the system turned into a form of enslavement, extracting labour while paying minimal heed to well-being. Columbus's initial governance might not have single-handedly created these policies, but his methods and the Crown's encouragement of resource exploitation set the tone. The idea of the Columbian Exchange is often used to describe the massive transfer of plants, animals, people, and ideas between the old and new worlds. From the Americas came crops like maize, potatoes, tomatoes, and cacao, which would revolutionize European cuisine and agriculture. Conversely, Old World animals like horses, cattle, and pigs quickly became fixtures in the Americas, changing landscapes and indigenous livelihoods. This exchange also included the forced migration of African slaves who were brought in to replace decimated local labour forces, grim escalation that Columbus may never have directly orchestrated, but that followed from the colonial blueprint he helped lay out. In a broader sense, Columbus's voyages sparked the European imagination. Portugal, England, France, and the Netherlands soon launched their own missions across the Atlantic, driven by rumours of riches and unconquered lands. Competing claims ignited conflicts over territory, opening a new age of imperial rivalry. The lines on maps were redrawn countless times, each iteration leaving a trail of treaties, wars, and boundary disputes. And so, the impetus that began with Columbus's belief in a westward path to Asia spiralled into a global upheaval that reached far beyond the Caribbean. As these powers jostled for control, indigenous nations across two continents faced waves of new arrivals. Some groups formed alliances with Europeans, leveraging firearms and trade relationships to gain regional advantages. Others resisted colonization with every means at their disposal, whether through warfare or diplomatic negotiation. In that unfolding drama, Columbus's role was recast, overshadowed by conquerors like Cortés and Pizarro, whose direct subjugation of massive civilizations, Aztec and Inca, dwarfed the smaller-scale conquests of the first islands. Yet the initial spark, the template for claiming land under royal charters, traced back to Columbus's insistence that these lands belonged to Spain. Over the centuries, his reputation waxed and waned. In Spain, he was intermittently lionized as a national hero, though he was Italian-born. In the emerging United States, Columbus was mythologized as an emblem of pioneering spirit, particularly during the 19th century, when a young nation sought founding myths disconnected from British colonial rule. Monuments sprouted in his name. Poets and chroniclers polished away the unseemly details, painting him as a visionary chosen by fate. But as the modern era approached, historians began to piece together the darker facets, the enslavement of native peoples, the ruthless tactics to extract tribute, and the catastrophic demographic collapse that accompanied European arrival. Within academic circles, Columbus's identity has been dissected with increasing rigour. Was he a brilliant, if flawed, mariner caught in the unstoppable tide of empire? A cunning opportunist who used royal favour to pursue his quest for personal glory? Or a tragic figure who stumbled into a continent he never understood, living long enough to see his illusion crumble? The man's diaries, the letters he exchanged with monarchs, and the records of those who travelled with him reveal contradictions and complexities that defy easy categorization. Social movements in the late 20th and early 21st centuries further heightened scrutiny. Protesters targeted Columbus Day celebrations, calling attention to the brutal legacy of colonization for indigenous peoples. Statues were defaced, public debates raged, and local governments declared alternative holidays like Indigenous Peoples Day. The conversation shifted from glorifying Columbus's navigational triumphs to examining the price others paid for his endeavours. Some people clung to the older narrative, seeing him as an icon of exploration and progress, while others demanded a more candid acknowledgement of the suffering woven into his story. In many ways, Columbus embodies the paradox of exploration, a thirst for new knowledge and wealth, coupled with the violent imposition of power over those encountered. Modern sentiments often try to reduce historical figures to moral absolutes, hero or villain, but people, and particularly those who lived centuries ago, exist in moral shades shaped by the context of their times. Columbus was no exception. He followed the traditions of his society, exploitation, religious zeal, hierarchical rule, while also forging new paths that irrevocably altered the world's trajectory. Reflecting on this, one sees that the significance of Columbus's voyages cannot be understated. Regardless of how one judges his personal character, entire continents were thrust into a new era of connectivity and strife. Commodities, pathogens, and cultural practices mingled in a transoceanic dance, with consequences that continue to unfold. That global transformation can be traced to this determined navigator who, despite incorrect assumptions and an inflexible mindset, was the catalyst for an epical shift. History, for all its tumult and tragedy, hinged on that moment he and his crew sighted land in 1492. With the benefit of hindsight, we might picture Columbus standing at a symbolic crossroads, holding the map of his flawed calculations in one hand and a fervent sense of destiny in the other. To some, he remains an adventurer who proved the feasibility of crossing the Atlantic, bridging worlds that for thousands of years had developed independently. To others, He represents the darkest impulses of colonial ambition, unleashing oppression and subjugation on societies that neither desired nor invited his arrival. Through the prism of 5 centuries, perhaps both views hold merit, intertwined in the complexities of historical momentum. In contemporary times, the story of Columbus resonates differently depending on cultural, educational, and national perspectives. For those whose ancestors hailed from Europe, his voyages might be hailed as the dawn of a new chapter in global affairs, an invitation to expand horizons and share in cultural exchanges. For the descendants of indigenous peoples, it can symbolize the devastating onset of invasion and loss of sovereignty. And for countless African families, Columbus's breakthroughs in navigation would pave the way for a transatlantic slave trade, forcibly uprooting millions from their homelands to labor in plantations across the Americas. If we peel away the mythic layers, we find a man both guided and blinded by the convictions of his era. Columbus believed in a cosmology that insisted Earth's size was smaller than many experts claimed. He also adhered to the conviction that Christianity had a mission to spread to every corner of the globe, by force if persuasion failed. Even as a young boy, haunted by the brine-scented air of Genoa's docks, he likely never pictured how far-reaching the consequences of his ambitions would be. If anything, his early dream was to find a direct route to Asia's wealth, not to become the instigator of a massive reordering of human societies. His navigational prowess remains undeniable. Crossing the Atlantic in those small vessels demanded skill, courage, and an uncanny ability to rally terrified crews. He navigated with rudimentary tools under harsh conditions, forging routes that would later become standard passages for ships of exploration, trade, and conquest. Indeed, the staying power of his story rests partly on the maritime accomplishment itself, proving that a transoceanic crossing could be repeated and systematized. Yet the same willpower that made him persist in the face of skepticism also fueled his unwillingness to abandon his original assertion that he was in Asia. This insistence might appear almost comical, given our modern knowledge, but in his time, admitting error could jeopardize not just personal pride but the entire framework of royal patronage. Stubbornness, ironically, became a tool for survival in a cutthroat political environment. Historians continue to unearth documents that colour in the details of Columbus's relationships with both the Spanish monarchy and his relatives. Personal letters reveal a man vexed by the shifting allegiances at court and haunted by financial concerns. He yearned for the wealth and social status that successful explorers could attain, believing that divine providence had chosen him to fulfill a monumental role in human destiny. This near-messianic self-perception sometimes contradicted the messy and often brutal realities he oversaw in the colonies. Whether reviled or revered, Columbus stands as a testament to how individual actions can reverberate through the centuries. The controversies surrounding how modern societies commemorate him reflect broader debates about how we confront our collective past. How do we honour navigational feats while acknowledging the suffering inflicted by colonial pursuits? How do we teach the achievements of exploration alongside the tragedies that followed in its wake? The question of where Columbus fits within the moral landscape of history has no simple answer. For people in their middle years, like those between 45 and 54, revisiting Columbus can be a striking exercise in re-evaluation. Many of us learned a sanitized version in our youth, a simplistic epic of heroic discovery. Over time, reading more broadly or hearing stories from descendants of colonized communities might challenge those old narratives. The hallmark of historical awareness in one's middle years often involves reconciling childhood lessons with a more nuanced and frequently uncomfortable truth. Columbus's story exemplifies this process. Today, as technology allows us near-instant access to the world's knowledge, it's sobering to recall the day Columbus ventured into the unknown with only sails and unwavering belief. That leap, underpinned by flawed assumptions, still gave birth to our interconnected modern world. A world where the ripple effects of his crossing shape our politics, cultures, and environment. Whether we choose to cast him as a visionary, a reckless conqueror, or both, the fact remains, his voyages forever altered the course of history. And in contemplating his legacy, we peer into this broader quandary of how explorations, well-intentioned or not, can unleash forces that transcend the visions of those who first set them in motion. In closing, the life of Christopher Columbus offers us no tidy moral resolution, only an evolving dialogue about exploration. legacy, and the burdensome complexity of the past. If there's a final takeaway, it might be this: to remember that progress and tragedy can arrive hand in hand. Columbus dared to sail into the unknown, an act that simultaneously expanded horizons and contracted the futures of countless others. Through his story, we see the power and peril of bold endeavours, reminding us that behind every famous voyage stands a mosaic of human lives, some forging destiny, others swept aside by its relentless tide. Picture yourself settling into your favourite chair, maybe with a warm cup of tea, as we travel back to a time when America was a very different place. It's the late 1800s, and if you wanted to get somewhere, you'd better have a good pair of shoes, a reliable horse, or access to a train. The idea of every family owning their own personal transportation device, well, that was about as likely as having a computer in your pocket that could connect you to anyone in the world. Oh, wait. Our story begins with a young man named Henry Ford, born in 1863 on a farm in what's now Dearborn, Michigan. Now, Henry wasn't your typical farm boy. While other kids were content to milk cows and plant corn, Henry was the kind of kid who'd take apart the family's pocket watch just to see how it worked. His father probably wasn't thrilled about this habit, much like how you might feel if your teenager decided to fix your smartphone. Henry had what we'd call today a classic case of mechanical curiosity. He couldn't see a machine without wondering how it ticked, literally and figuratively. When Henry first laid eyes on a steam engine at the age of 13, it was an instant connection. Not the romantic kind of love, mind you, but the kind of obsession that makes you forget to eat dinner because you're too busy sketching gear ratios. By 16, Henry had left the farm for Detroit, which was already becoming a hub of American industry. He found work as a machinist's apprentice, earning $2.50 a week. To put that in perspective, that's about what you might spend on a fancy coffee drink today, except Henry had to live on it for 7 days. But he was learning, absorbing everything about how things worked, from steam engines to the newfangled electricity that was just beginning to light up cities. What made Henry different from other tinkerers of his time wasn't just his mechanical aptitude, it was his vision. While others saw machines as individual marvels, Henry began to see them as part of something bigger. He understood that the real magic wasn't just in making something work, but in making it work for everyone. The project wasn't just about building a better mousetrap, this was about reimagining how society itself could function. During these early years in Detroit, Henry worked for the Edison Illuminating Company, eventually becoming their chief engineer. Yes, that Edison, Thomas Edison himself. Working for the man who brought us the light bulb gave Henry front row seats to the biggest technological revolution of his time. He watched how Edison didn't just invent things, but created entire systems around them. The light bulb was useless without power plants, wiring and switches. Henry was taking notes, but Henry's real passion project was happening in his spare time in a little brick shed behind his house. He was building what he called a horseless carriage, basically a carriage without the horse, powered by a gasoline engine. The carriage wasn't a completely original idea. Other inventors were working on similar projects, but Henry had something different in mind. While others were creating expensive toys for the wealthy, Henry was already dreaming of something that ordinary people could afford. In 1896, at 2 a.m. on a June morning, Henry fired up his first successful automobile. There was just one problem. The car was wider than the door of his workshop. So what did he do? He took an axe to the brick wall. His wife Clara, watching from the doorway in her nightgown, probably wondered if she'd married a genius or a madman. Time would reveal that it was a combination of both genius and madness. That first car, the quadricycle as he called it, could reach the blazing speed of 20 miles per hour. To put that in perspective, that's slower than most people jog today, but it was fast enough to scare horses and create quite a stir in the neighbourhood. Henry had achieved a significant milestone. He'd proven that his vision wasn't just a dream, it was possible. As you drift off tonight, imagine that moment when Henry first drove his quadricycle down Detroit's dirt roads. The neighbours peered out their windows, wondering what that strange contraption was. Henry himself probably grinning from ear to ear, knowing that he'd just taken the first step toward changing not just how people got around, but how they lived, worked and thought about the future. Now you might think that after building his first car, Henry Ford would have immediately started mass-producing them. But here's where our story gets interesting and where Henry shows he was more than just a good mechanic. He was a dreamer with a practical streak. and he understood something that many inventors miss. Building something once is engineering, but building it affordably for millions of people, that's revolution. Henry's early attempts at starting a car company were, to put it gently, learning experiences. His first company, the Detroit Automobile Company, folded faster than a cheap lawn chair. The cars were too expensive, too unreliable, and frankly too much like the luxury playthings that other manufacturers were making. Henry wanted something different, but he wasn't quite sure how to get there yet. This is where Henry's story becomes relatable to anyone who's ever had a big idea that seemed impossible. You know that feeling when you can see exactly what you want to accomplish, but every practical step seems to lead to another obstacle. That was Henry in the early 1900s. He could envision millions of Americans driving affordable cars, but the math just didn't add up. Cars were assembled by skilled craftsmen, one at a time, like handmade furniture. The result was beautiful but expensive, about $3,000 for a basic model, which was more than most people made in 2 years. But Henry was stubborn in the best possible way. Instead of giving up or settling for the luxury market, he became obsessed with a single question. How do you make something both good and cheap? It's the same question that would later drive entrepreneurs to create everything from affordable computers to budget airlines. Henry was researching cars at a time when most people considered them a fleeting trend. The breakthrough came when Henry started studying other industries. He spent time in slaughterhouses, not the most pleasant research locations, but bear with me here. He watched how they processed cattle, with each worker performing one specific task as the carcass moved along overhead rails. He visited flour mills and watched grain being processed in stages. He was seeing the power of breaking down complex tasks into simple, repeatable steps. The process wasn't just about efficiency, it was about democratization. You can only make a few of them and they'll be expensive. But if you can teach someone to do one task well, you can make a lot of them and they can be cheap. It's the same principle that makes your smartphone possible. Instead of one person handcrafting each phone, thousands of people each do one small part of the process. Henry's breakthrough occurred when he realized that instead of workers circling a stationary car, the car could move past these workers. Each person would install one component, then the car would move to the next station. It sounds simple now, but it was revolutionary then. It was like rearranging the entire world of manufacturing. But here's what made Henry different from other industrialists of his time. He didn't just want to make cars efficiently, he wanted to make them so efficiently that his own workers could afford to buy them. This wasn't just good business, it was visionary. He understood that the people who made the cars should also be able to enjoy them. It's a lesson that some modern companies are still learning. In 1903, Henry founded the Ford Motor Company with $28,000 in capital. That's roughly $850,000 in today's money. Significant, but not the billions we associate with major companies today. From the beginning, he was clear about his mission: I will build a car for the great multitude. He was not building a car for the wealthy or the elite, but for everyone. The first Ford Model A sold for $850, which was still expensive but considerably less than the competition. More importantly, Henry was already planning for the future. He knew that the present was just the beginning, that the real goal was to make cars as common as bicycles. His partners thought he was crazy. They wanted to focus on more expensive cars with higher profit margins per unit. But Henry had a different vision of profit. Instead of making a lot of money on a few cars, why not make a little money on many cars? As you settle in for the night, picture Henry in his office, sketching and calculating, surrounded by the noise and smoke of early Detroit industry. He's not just designing a car, he's designing a new way of life. He's imagining families taking Sunday drives, workers commuting to better jobs, and young people exploring the world beyond their neighborhoods. He's dreaming of an America where mobility isn't a privilege but a possibility for everyone. Let's talk about what might be the most important car ever built. A car so revolutionary that it changed not just transportation, but the entire fabric of American society. In 1908, Henry Ford introduced the Model T, and if you've ever heard someone jokingly say, "You can have any colour you want as long as it's black," you're hearing an echo of this moment in history. But here's the thing about that famous quote. It wasn't about Henry being stubborn or lacking imagination. It was about something much more profound. The power of standardization. By offering the Model T in just one colour, and it was actually dark green initially, but black dried faster, Henry could streamline production and keep costs down. It's the same principle that makes modern fast food possible. Limited options, but consistent quality and low prices. The Model T wasn't just affordable, it was practically indestructible. Henry understood that if you're going to sell cars to farmers, factory workers, and middle-class families, those cars better be able to handle whatever life throws at them. The Model T could drive through mud that would stop a modern SUV, and it was so simple that just about anyone could learn to repair it. It was the era's smartphone, not due to its complexity, but because it was easy to use. Now, imagine you're living in 1908. Your world is still largely organised around walking distance. You live near where you work, you shop at the stores in your neighbourhood, and if you want to visit family in the next town over, that's a major expedition requiring careful planning. The Model T changed all of that. Suddenly, distance became less important than time. You could live in one place and work in another. You could shop where prices were better, not just where things were closest. But here's where Henry's real genius shows. He didn't just build a car, he built a system. He understood that selling cars was useless if people couldn't get parts, fuel or repairs. So Ford created a network of dealerships across the country, trained mechanics, and standardized parts. When your Model T broke down in rural Kansas, you could fix it with Detroit parts and procedures. It's the same thinking that makes your phone work the same way whether you're in New York or Nebraska. The production innovations were just as revolutionary as the car itself. Henry's assembly line didn't just make cars faster, it made them consistently better. When each worker becomes an expert at one specific task, quality actually improves. It's like the difference between a home cook making one elaborate meal and a specialist making one perfect dish hundreds of times. In 1908, the Model T sold for $825. By 1925, the price had dropped to $290, even though the car had gotten better. That's the opposite of what usually happens with products. They typically get more expensive over time, not cheaper. Henry found the learning curve. The more you make something, the better you get at it, and the cheaper it is. But the real revolution was social. The Model T democratized mobility in a way that changed everything about how Americans lived. Young people could court someone from the next town over. Families could live in suburbs and commute to city jobs. Farmers could get their products to market faster and cheaper. It's hard to overstate how fundamentally these innovations changed daily life. The Model T also created something we take for granted today, the weekend road trip. Before cars, leisure travel was something only the wealthy could afford. But with a Model T, a middle-class family could pack up on the Saturday morning and explore places they had only heard about. This marked the start of America's passion for the open road. Extending from Route 66 to the interstate highway system, Henry's workers were among the first to benefit. In 1914, he made a decision that shocked the business world. He doubled his workers' wages to $5 a day. Other industrialists believed he'd gone insane, but Henry understood something they didn't. If his workers could afford to buy the cars they were making, he'd have a whole new market. It wasn't just generosity, it was brilliant business strategy. The $5 a day did more than boost sales. It created a new kind of middle class. Ford workers could afford not just cars, but homes, appliances, and education for their children. They became consumers, not just producers. This era was the beginning of the consumer economy that would define 20th century America. As you drift towards sleep, imagine the sound of a Model T puttering down a dirt road in 1915, perhaps carrying a family on their first real vacation, or a young entrepreneur heading to the city to start a business. That simple black car wasn't just transportation, it was possibility itself, rolling down American roads and into the future. Now we come to the most important part of our story, when Henry Ford changed how everything was made. The assembly line wasn't just a manufacturing technique, it was a complete rethinking of how work itself could be organised. Like many revolutionary ideas, it began with a simple observation and a willingness to challenge traditional methods. Picture the world of manufacturing before Henry's innovation. If you desired a car, a skilled craftsman would construct it from beginning to end. He'd be part mechanic, part artist, and part engineer. Each car was unique, like a handmade piece of furniture. It was beautiful in its way, but it was also slow, expensive, and required workers with years of training. It's like the difference between having a master chef prepare your meal from scratch versus having a kitchen staff where each person specialises in one aspect of the meal. Henry's breakthrough came from watching that slaughterhouse we mentioned earlier, but also from studying his workers. He noticed that when someone did the same task repeatedly, they got remarkably quick at it. They became not just slightly faster, but significantly faster. A worker who could install a dashboard in 20 minutes could do it in 5 minutes after doing it 100 times. The steep learning curve led to substantial improvements, but the real innovation was moving the work to the worker, instead of the worker to the work. Instead of craftsmen walking around a stationary car with their tools, the car would move along a line while workers stayed in one spot with their tools organised exactly how they needed them. It sounds obvious now, but it was revolutionary then. It's akin to the difference between a chef frantically gathering ingredients in a kitchen and having everything they need within easy reach. The first assembly line at Ford's Highland Park plant was almost comically simple. They used a rope and pulley system to drag car frames past workers onto a wooden floor. But it worked. The time to build a car dropped from 12 hours to 2.5 hours almost immediately. And this improvement was just the beginning. As they refined the process, adding conveyors and optimizing the workflow, the time kept dropping. But here's what made Henry's approach different from other industrialists. He obsessed over the details that made workers' lives better, not just more productive. He studied how high the conveyor belt should be, so workers didn't have to bend over or reach up. He figured out the optimal speed, fast enough to maintain efficiency, but not so fast that workers felt rushed or made mistakes. He was essentially inventing ergonomics, though that word wouldn't be coined for decades. The results were staggering. By 1914, Ford's Highland Park plant could produce more cars in a day than most manufacturers could make in a month. The Model T, which had taken 728 minutes to assemble in 1930, was taking just 93 minutes by 1914. That's not just improvement, that's transformation. But with this efficiency came new challenges. Repetitive work could be mind-numbing. Worker turnover was initially high as people found the work boring compared to the variety of traditional craftsmanship. Henry's solution was typically direct. He paid workers well enough that they wanted to stay. The famous $5 a day wasn't just about buying cars, it was about creating jobs that people actually wanted to keep. This is where Henry's philosophy really shines through. He understood that efficiency without humanity was ultimately self-defeating. Happy workers were productive workers. Well-paid workers were loyal workers. Workers who could afford the products they made were also customers. It was a virtuous cycle that benefited everyone. The assembly line also democratized skill. Previously, making cars required master craftsmen with years of training, but Henry's system could take someone with no experience and make them productive in days. The initiative wasn't about replacing skilled workers, it was about creating a new kind of skilled work. Workers became experts in their specific tasks, often innovating better ways to do their jobs. Other industries took notice. The assembly line principle spread to everything from appliances to electronics to food processing. Even today, when you unwrap a smartphone or open a packaged meal, you're benefiting from principles Henry Ford pioneered. The modern world of abundant, affordable goods traces back to that first rope and pulley system dragging car frames across a factory floor in Detroit. But perhaps the most important thing to understand is that Henry didn't just speed up production, he made it more predictable. Before the assembly line, you never knew exactly when a car would be finished. With the assembly line, you could plan production weeks in advance. This predictability made everything else possible: supply chains, dealer networks, even consumer financing. As you rest tonight, think about how many things in your daily life exist because of Henry's innovations. The device you're listening to this on, the car in your driveway, even the grocery store where you shop, they all owe something to that moment when Henry decided to move the work to the worker instead of the worker to the work. He didn't just change how cars were made, he changed how everything was made. January 5th, 1914 was a day that changed not just Ford Motor Company, but the entire relationship between workers and employers in America. On that day, Henry Ford announced something so radical that newspapers across the country struggled to believe it was real. He was going to pay his workers $5 a day. To understand why the news was so shocking, you need to know that the average industrial wage at the time was about $2.50 a day. Henry wasn't just raising wages, he was more than doubling them. Other business leaders believed Henry was insane. The Wall Street Journal called it an economic crime and predicted it would ruin Ford Motor Company. Competitors were furious, worried that they'd have to raise their wages to compete for workers. But Henry had done his math, and his reasoning was both simple and brilliant. If we pay our workers well, they'll be able to buy our cars. The immediate effect was chaos, but the good kind of chaos. The next morning, thousands of men lined up outside Ford's Highland Park plant, hoping for jobs. Police had to use fire hoses to control the crowds. Word spread that Ford was paying wages that could actually support a family, and workers came from across the country. It was like the gold rush, except instead of searching for gold, people were searching for good jobs. However, Henry's $5 day was not without its limitations. Workers had to meet certain standards, not just at work but in their personal lives. Ford created a sociological department that would visit workers' homes to ensure they were living properly. This meant no drinking, no gambling, keeping a clean house, and sending children to school. By modern standards, the arrangement seems intrusive and paternalistic, but in the context of 1914, many workers saw it as a fair trade, a middle-class wage in exchange for middle-class behaviour. The programme worked better than even Henry expected. Worker turnover dropped to under 20%, down from over 300% annually, meaning they had to hire 3 people for every job just to keep positions filled. Quality improved dramatically. Productivity soared. The workers who stayed were invested in their jobs in a way that had never been seen before in industrial America. But the real revolution was what happened after work. For the first time in American history, you had industrial workers who could afford more than just survival. They could buy homes, not just rent them. They could purchase appliances, furniture, and yes, cars. They could send their children to high school instead of putting them to work at age 14. They could plan for the future instead of just surviving the present day. Henry had essentially created a new social class, the industrial middle class. These weren't farmers or shopkeepers or professionals, they were factory workers who lived like middle-class people. The idea was revolutionary. Throughout history, people who worked with their hands had always been poor. Henry changed that equation. The ripple effects were enormous. When Ford workers could afford to buy homes, the construction industry boomed. When they could afford appliances, the appliance industry grew. When they could afford cars, the entire automotive industry expanded. Henry had discovered something that economists would later call the multiplier effect. When you put money in workers' pockets, they spend it, which creates more jobs, which creates more spending. Other companies slowly began to follow Ford's lead, not out of generosity, but out of necessity. They discovered what Henry had already figured out. Well-paid workers were more productive, more loyal, and more innovative. The idea that paying workers well could build a better business challenged the notion that paying them as little as possible would work. But the $5 day was about more than wages. It was about dignity. For the first time, industrial workers experienced a sense of partnership in the business, rather than being mere components. They had a stake in the company's success because that success directly affected their lives. When the Model T sold well, Ford workers benefited. When the company grew, their job security increased. Henry also understood something that many modern companies have forgotten. Training workers is an investment, not an impulse. The sociological department didn't just monitor workers' behaviour, it provided education and support. Workers could learn English, take classes in personal finance, and get help navigating the bureaucracy of home ownership. Ford was creating not just employees, but citizens. The program wasn't perfect. The intrusion into workers' private lives was problematic, and the standards were sometimes arbitrary and culturally biased. But the fundamental principle that workers should share in the prosperity they help create was revolutionary and remains relevant today. By 1915, Ford workers were buying Model Ts with their own paychecks. Henry's forecast had materialized. His employees had transformed into his clients. More than that, they had become tangible evidence that the American dream was achievable for individuals who employed their hands, not just their minds. As you settle into sleep, imagine what it must have felt like to be a Ford worker in 1915, driving home in a car you built and paid for with wages that seemed impossible just a few years earlier. You weren't just going home from work, you were driving toward a future that previous generations of workers could never have imagined. By the 1920s, something remarkable had happened in America. The country had become mobile in a way that no society in human history had ever been before. Thanks to Henry Ford's vision and the Model T's success, cars were no longer luxury items for the wealthy. They were becoming as common as telephones and electric lights. And this transformation was changing everything about how Americans lived, worked, and thought about themselves. The numbers tell an incredible story. In 1910, approximately 500,000 cars were present throughout the United States. By 1920, there were 9 million. By 1930, there were 26 million. That's not just growth, that's a complete transformation of society. It's like the adoption of smartphones. But even more fundamental, because cars changed where people could live, work and play. Think about what this development meant for a typical American family. In 1910, your job options were limited to what you could reach on foot or by streetcar. Neighbourhood stores were the only places you could shop. Your social life was limited to people who lived nearby. Your children's education was limited to the local school. By 1925, all of those limitations had been swept away. The car had given ordinary people a kind of freedom that had previously been available only to the wealthy. The transformation was especially dramatic in rural areas. Farmers had been among the most isolated people in America, sometimes going weeks without seeing anyone outside their immediate family. The Model T changed that overnight. Farmers could drive to town for supplies, attend church regularly, and send their children to better schools. They could get their crops to market faster and cheaper. They could access medical care that had been unreachable before. The car didn't just change rural life, it saved it. But perhaps the most profound change was in how young people lived. Before cars, courtship was a highly supervised affair. Young men would visit young women in their family's parlour, under the watchful eye of parents. The car changed all that. Suddenly young people could go out together, alone, and explore their feelings without constant supervision. It's hard to overstate how revolutionary the invention was. The car didn't just change transportation, it changed romance, marriage, and family formation. Cities began to reshape themselves around the automobile. New suburbs sprang up, connected to downtown areas by roads rather than streetcar lines. Shopping centres moved from downtown to the outskirts, where land was cheaper and parking was abundant. The mall, that quintessentially American institution, was born from the marriage of cars and commerce. People could live in quiet residential areas and commute to work, shop at convenient locations, and still have access to urban amenities. The car also democratized leisure in ways that are difficult to imagine today. Before cars, vacation travel was something only the wealthy could afford. Working families might take a day trip to a nearby lake or park, but real travel required trains and hotels that were beyond most people's budgets. The car changed that. Families could pack up and drive to national parks, beaches or mountains. They could camp along the way, making vacation travel affordable for the first time. This phenomenon gave birth to an entirely new industry: roadside America. Gas stations, motor courts, the predecessors of motels, diners, and tourist attractions sprang up along major highways. Route 66, the famous highway from Chicago to Los Angeles, became a symbol of American freedom and adventure. Railroads had bypassed small towns, but if they happened to be along a major highway, they suddenly found themselves back on the map. But the car revolution wasn't just about leisure, it was about opportunity. Workers could live in one place and work in another, which meant they could choose jobs based on quality rather than just proximity. Businesses could locate where land was cheaper and still attract workers. The entire economic geography of America was being redrawn by the automobile. Henry Ford had predicted this transformation, but even he was probably surprised by how quickly and completely it happened. The Model T had become more than just a product, it was the catalyst for a new way of life. Americans were becoming a mobile people, always ready to move toward better opportunities, new experiences, and different ways of living. The psychological impact was just as important as the practical one. Owning a car gave people a sense of control over their lives that they'd never had before. They weren't dependent on streetcar schedules or limited to walking distance. They could make decisions about where and when to go there. It was a kind of personal freedom that was entirely new in human experience. Of course, this transformation brought challenges too. Traffic jams, parking problems, and air pollution were the price of mobility. Traditional communities began to break down as people became more mobile and less tied to specific neighbourhoods. The car enabled suburbanization, which had both positive and negative effects on American society. But for most Americans in the 1920s, the car represented pure possibility. It was the physical embodiment of the American dream. The idea that with hard work and determination, you could go anywhere and become anything. Henry Ford had built more than just an affordable car, he had built a machine that made dreams feel achievable. Imagine the excitement of a family in 1925, packing their Model T for their first real vacation, heading out on roads that led to places they'd only read about in books. They weren't just driving, they were exploring a new kind of freedom that their parents could never have imagined. As we reach the end of our story, it's worth reflecting on just how completely Henry Ford changed not just America, but the world. By the time he died in 1947, the boy who took apart pocket watches on a Michigan farm fundamentally altered how people lived, worked, and thought about the future. But his legacy goes far beyond the millions of cars that rolled off his assembly lines. Henry's greatest achievement wasn't technical, it was philosophical. He proved that mass production and high wages could work together, that efficiency and humanity weren't opposites, and that the people who made things should also be able to afford them. His approach wasn't just a business strategy, it was a new way of thinking about the relationship between work and prosperity. The principles Henry pioneered, standardization, continuous improvement, and treating workers as partners rather than just labour, became the foundation of modern manufacturing. When you buy something today that's both high quality and affordable, you're benefiting from ideas that Henry Ford developed in his Detroit factories. From smartphones to furniture to food, the modern world of abundant consumer goods traces back to those early assembly lines. But perhaps Henry's most important contribution was proving that innovation could be democratic. Before Ford, most new technologies were luxury items that gradually became more affordable. Henry reversed that process. He started with the goal of making cars affordable for everyone, then figured out how to make them efficiently. He began with the customer, not the technology, and that customer-first approach revolutionized how businesses think about innovation. The social changes Henry set in motion were even more profound than the economic ones. The automobile culture he created, the freedom to live where you want, work where you want, and travel where you want, became central to the American identity. The suburbs, the shopping mall, the family road trip, the drive-in restaurant, even the drive-through bank, all of these trace back to Henry's decision to make cars affordable for ordinary families. Henry also demonstrated something that many modern companies struggle with: the power of long-term thinking. While his competitors focused on quarterly profits, Henry was thinking in decades. He understood that building a sustainable business meant creating a sustainable society where workers could afford to be customers, where efficiency served humanity rather than replacing it, and where innovation made life better for everyone, not just the wealthy. The influence of Henry's ideas extended far beyond the automotive industry. The assembly line principle transformed manufacturing across every sector. The concept of paying workers well enough to be customers influenced labour policy for generations. The idea that mass production could create prosperity rather than just profit became a cornerstone of American economic policy. But Henry's story also teaches us about the complexity of change. The same innovations that created suburban prosperity also contributed to urban decay. The freedom of the automobile came with costs: pollution, traffic, and the decline of public transportation. The efficiency of mass production sometimes came at the expense of craftsmanship and individual creativity. Every revolution brings both benefits and challenges, and Henry's was no exception. What made Henry special wasn't that he was perfect, he certainly wasn't. He could be stubborn, sometimes to the point of damaging his own company. His paternalistic approach to worker welfare would be unacceptable today. His later embrace of automation over employment showed the limits of his vision. But what made him remarkable was his ability to see beyond the immediate problem to the larger possibilities. Today, as we face new revolutions in technology and work, Henry's example remains relevant. His approach, starting with human needs rather than technical capabilities, thinking about workers as partners rather than costs, and believing that innovation should serve everyone, not just the few, offers lessons for our digital age. When you drive your car tomorrow, remember that you're not just using a machine, you're participating in a revolution that began with a young man who couldn't resist taking things apart to see how they worked. When you buy something that's both high quality and affordable, you're benefiting from principles that Henry Ford pioneered over a century ago. Henry proved that work can provide not just survival but prosperity. The boy who left his father's farm to work in Detroit factories became the man who showed the world that technology could serve humanity, that efficiency could coexist with fairness, and that innovation could create opportunities for everyone. He didn't just change how cars were made, he changed how we think about work, prosperity, and the possibilities of American life. As you settle into sleep tonight, remember that you're living in the world that Henry Ford helped create, a world where ordinary people can afford extraordinary things, where innovation serves humanity, and where the next great breakthrough might come from someone who simply refuses to accept that things have to be done the way they've always been done. Remember, every revolution begins with someone brave enough to imagine that things could be different.